and sustainable development. Egypt is also invested in creating a private sector conducive environment, being an essential partner on the road to development, progress, and prosperity. However, such efforts face unprecedented challenges, both regionally and internationally, given the escalating geopolitical tensions and ambitions of international legitimacy by some parties. The matter that undermines the endeavors of the economic growth, weakens the efforts to preserve international peace and security, and limits the joint action between countries. Therefore, Egypt stresses that the only way to achieve peace, stability, and development in a sustainable fashion requires the following. First, international dialogue and cooperation should be adhered to. The principles of mutual respect, peaceful coexistence should be upheld, and the international law and the UN Charter should be respected. Second, disputes should be settled peacefully, escalations should be averted, and the environment for durable solutions of various crises should be created. Third, interstate integration should be sought. Eradicating poverty and hunger should be a priority, and shared prosperity among countries should be achieved. Fourth, national, regional, and world business institutions should be enhanced. The private sector should be enabled to carry out a key role in achieving inclusive development. Ladies and gentlemen, the Palestinian issue is still at the forefront of the Middle East area. It forms the essence of the regional stability and the main anchor of just and comprehensive peace. Along these lines, I'd like to express my appreciation of President Donald Trump's efforts and commitment to stop the war in Gaza and his sincere endeavors to alleviate the human sufferings of the brotherly Palestinian people for over 2 years now. Sharm el-Sheikh Conference on October 13, 2025 was the crowning of Egypt's efforts in coordination with the partners to bring a ceasefire, enshrine peace, open new horizons of hope and regional stability, and launch a serious political path to a just and comprehensive settlement of the Palestinian issue where the Palestinian legitimate rights are ensured and security and prosperity in the entire region can be promoted. Accordingly, I emphasize the necessity to build on Sharm el-Sheikh summit. The ceasefire should endure. The flow of humanitarian assistance to Gaza should not be interrupted, while the process of early recovery and reconstruction of the Strip should be accelerated. I also welcome the United States announcement of the beginning of Phase 2 of the ceasefire agreement. This is a key step towards the implementation of the peace plan and the de-escalation in the region. Thus, chances of stability are even bigger. And I'd like to re-emphasize that Egypt, out of its historical role in supporting the Palestinian cause, will spare no pains to continue engaging with all parties concerned to reach a just, comprehensive, and permanent solution of the Palestinian issue based on the two-state solution and the international legitimacy resolutions that provide the establishment of an independent Palestinian state on the lines of the 4th of July 1967 with East Jerusalem as its distinguished audience. Despite multiple regional international crises, Egypt continues its ambitious economic reform with an integrated package of actions to control financial and monetary policies, restore the investors' confidence in the Egyptian market, upgrade the investment legislative environment, and provide attractive incentives to investors. Egypt has given a special priority to strengthen the private sector as a major indispensable partner in economic growth and development. Has set a cap for the government investment and launched a thorough plan for the state exit from certain public investments, giving the private sector more room to enlarge its contribution to the economy. The dividends of such efforts are a remarkable improvement in economic performance indexes, high rates of growth, an increase in the private investment flow, a broad commendation of the World Finance institutions, notably the IMF, in addition to a better credit rating by World Credit Rating Institutions. I assure you, Egypt will continue the process of economic reform and advance its development trajectory, along with implementing the state-owned enterprises document, which specifies the scope of the work of government and state-owned companies. It is carrying out the monetization program and state exit in order to broaden the participation of the private sector and multiply its contribution to pushing forward the wheel of the economy. Ladies and gentlemen, the Egyptian market today provides ample investment opportunities in various sectors. In the meantime, the government is keen to offer necessary incentives for facilitation, especially in new and renewables, automotive industry, including EVs, pharmaceuticals, logistics, ITC, and AI applications. والاستفادة من البنية التحتية المتطورة التي أنجزتها مصر خلال الأعوام الماضية في مجالات الطرق والاتصالات والنقل واللوجستيات highways, communications, transport, logistics, free zones, particularly the economic zone of the Suez Canal, which stands as a strategic platform for trade and investment. I assure you that the investor who chooses to work in Egypt will not only benefit from the promising local market, but will open up to broader markets linked with Egypt by FTAs in both the Arab and world and Africa. So existing huge markets are readily accessible, and the chances of international expansion are multiplied. Distinguished audience, in conclusion, I re-emphasize Egypt will continue its active role in establishing pillars of security and stability, regionally and worldwide, and advance development and economic growth. Egypt looks forward to a stronger cooperation with all partners to reach these desired goals.
بإعلانكم تنظيم جلسة مخصصة للأعمال في مصر خلال العام الجاري تحت رعايتي وأتطلع إلى مواصلة التنسيق معكم خلال الفترة المقبلة لإنجاح هذا الحدث المهم. وأغتنم هذه المناسبة لأتمنى لكم التوفيق والنجاح في مختلف فعاليات المنتدى وشكرا جزيلا.
Mr. President, thank you so much for your speech. And my interpretation is that geopolitics are challenging, but economy is going a lot better than the geopolitics. But if you look at the region of Middle East and North Africa, the MENA region, how do you interpret from the Egyptian side what is now unfolding? And how do you think we can move more decisive towards peace and reconciliation moving forward?
أنا بشكرك جدا على هذا السؤال وأيضا اسمح لي أقول لك إن
Thank you very much for this question. The measures that have been taken in Egypt, whether on the geopolitical level, which I mentioned during my speech, Egypt has tried, not only in the last few years, under what is happening in the Gaza Strip, but for the last 10 years when we were in charge, I was personally in charge of the state of Egypt. We always wanted Egypt to be pivotal, stabilizing force in the region that suffers from some shocks in the last few years. And we have never forgotten our role, because we have to be pivotal, we have to work very hard to be a stabilizing force in the region so that our country is ready to be a launching pad for sustainable development goals that we have set for our countries until 2030. In my speech, I have said that we have taken measures that aim at attracting and incentivizing private sector and to better our infrastructure in Egypt. And this is absolutely necessary to have proper investment, proper infrastructure to attract the investment. The infrastructure per se is in itself a stabilizing factor, because businessmen, institutions are inclined to come to Egypt to contribute. Egypt has got a policy based on boosting stabilization in the region, not only within Egypt, but even in the regional and international environments as well. We have always had a positive contribution, not only to keep or serve its own interest, but our overall goal is to provide stability in the region, because the region has been prone to conflicts in the last 10 years. Egypt have always had a positive role in the stability in the region as a whole. And once again, in October 2025, through the Sharm el-Sheikh summit, we have dealt with very thorny issues, especially the war in Gaza that lasted about 2 years. And we are hopeful that our positive role will be pivotal in crystallizing the phase 2 of the peace process in the region. Once again, talking about a different point regarding a proper environment investment atmosphere in Egypt. So what I would like to respond is by saying that we have done a lot of things, but we still have a lot to do in Egypt in order to have a proper incentivizing atmosphere to attract foreign investments. We have left not a single stone unturned in order to make all these projects up and running. We have connected the ports from the Red Sea, the Mediterranean Sea. We have a proper road network, rail networks as well, advanced and well developed. And this applies to the airports, to the energy sector. What I would like to say, even in education sector, which is part and parcel of the overall reform of our country, and we have boosted the infrastructure for the universities in Egypt so that to make sure we have graduates that are fit to take the positions open in the labor market. And the same efforts have been extended in the legislative, in the reform agenda, and we are in contact with the IMF. And the last review with the IMF, which was held last month, reiterated the fact that we are on the right track, we as Egypt, and the growth rate that we are looking at is to make sure in the first quarter was 5.10%, and this is an opportunity for the Egyptian government to continue striving and to make to have better reforms. Once again, I may have spoken a little too much in response to your question, but I wanted to have an overall picture to make sure that the environment, the business environment, is very attractive. We have the free trade agreement that have been signed with Africa, with the Arab region, and we also have free economic zones in addition to the development underway in the Canal Suez, so that we make the movement smoother in these different waterways. Now, if you have projects in hydrogen, in logistics, in communication, in data centers, in pharmaceuticals, and even in education and health, we are ready. We are fully ready to contribute in making these investments a success.
No, thank you so much, Mr. President. I think this gave an excellent overview of the region, but also the reforms. We have a few minutes left, so I would like to touch on two things. Let me start with maybe the easiest. It is how Egypt is now also, with the reforms you mentioned, adjusting to the new economic reality. Because since last time you were here, a decade ago, no one spoke about artificial intelligence. There were almost no electrical vehicles. Things are changing very much, and the growth in the years to come will be strongest in digital trade and in these new technologies. And how do you prepare Egypt for that? I think you already touched on some of the reforms there that will apply, but just to also focus with such a young population, I guess you also have big opportunities because this young generation is very tech savvy.
صحيح. أنا بس عايز أقول إن إحنا في مصر
Very, very true. We have had an overarching program plan to make sure the state is ready, not only to attract investors, but also to be ready to overcome any forthcoming challenges. You have mentioned the electric vehicles, and there are other sectors on which we can dwell on. We have said that we are ready as a state to make the utmost effort in order to make sure we have the capabilities so that we incentivize the investors in these specific sectors that are going to be supported by the state. We need to make sure we are the engine for growth in these sectors. And with regard to the electric power, that is absolutely necessary, but also education is pivotal. As I said, I spoke about universities, about the different sectors like digitalization, AI, that are part and parcel of the preparation of the young generation at university. And we have more than 30 million young people in education. We have 4.5 million at university, and we have a huge opportunity because we need to make sure that our capital, human capital, is ready to meet the challenges by providing graduates that are knowledgeable, able to meet the new technology, new tech era. So we need to have youth that are capable, fully fitted with the skills. Egypt is a promising market, and we are eager to make better efforts so that we make headway in all sectors, in all the different sectors you have been mentioning.
So maybe then the last question, I see we have a few minutes left, is about the region, the Middle East region. And as you underlined, I think we all know that Egypt is an anchor. It is between Europe, Africa, and Asia. If you look at the regional developments the last year, I guess there has been developments in Lebanon and Syria that have been moving in a new direction. You have the situation in Sudan and Yemen that I guess will be on the problematic side. So, and Libya, I don't know, I don't want to characterize, I leave that to you, Mr. President, to find the right words. But if you look at the region overall, do you think this is going to be a calmer year, or are we still going to have the challenges? And tomorrow, as you know, President Trump is also launching the board of peace there. So even in Davos, there will be some developments.
If I may, as I said in the introduction, I spoke on different topics. Indeed, because I wanted to give a broader overview of the region. In the last 10 years, the Egyptian policy has been stable and always in continuation of what we have always done. We have always believed in the non-interference of the domestic affairs of other states. We also support any region, especially when we call on the to resort to the international institutions for dispute settlement, and therefore, for example, if there are militias or factions that are rampant in some countries and that have a negative impact, and therefore I don't want to name countries per se, because I don't want to raise issues with states, but I mean, they know themselves. I mean, I don't want to go into qualifying. If we look at Lebanon, for example, Lebanon is on the right path, a new and right path, and I really hope that Lebanon in the coming weeks and days will find the way out and to stabilize the region and to grow the region and to have a friendly government with whom we have always had excellent relationship, because it has been the lighthouse of education in the region. In Syria, there are developments indeed, and we're hopeful that the trend will be encompassing and all-inclusive for all the components that make up Syria. They should all be represented in the government, and there should be no exclusion of any component in the newly established state of Syria. And therefore we call upon all the friends in Sudan, in Somalia, in Libya, in Yemen. We call upon them to work on stability and to make sure there is the principle of non-interference of domestic affairs should be highlighted. So the aim for Egypt and the aim that since 2014 we are working upon is to make sure that the statehood comes back to Libya, to Sudan, to Somalia, to Syria, so that an all-abled state government should be encompassing and should be a stabilizing force in all these countries that I have just mentioned. And we are still working on being positive, constructive, have a constructive role as Egyptians. And the last 2 years where Gaza had that war, witnessed that war. We always have the Suez Canal, which is a major waterway. This waterway has been affected very, very hard by the war in Gaza, and therefore we as Egypt, we're paying the price. We have lost billions of dollars because of the impact of the war on the major waterway, which is the canal, the Suez Canal, for the last 2 years, up until the end of the war, and therefore we have been somehow very positive in de-escalation and in softening the tone. This is what happened for Gaza. We have had a very positive role because we wanted to quell the war, to put an end to the war, and to shorten the war. We have always urged for humanitarian aid to achieve to the recipients, and therefore our policy is a positive policy, sticking to stabilization in our country, in the region, and in the world.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your strong speech and excellent answers. I hope there will be not 10 years before we can reach you back to Davos. Mr. President, things have changed, but as the President said when we spoke, not the better. So thank you again, and big applause to President Sisi.
I don't think it's any exaggeration to say that those kind of post-war alliances, consensuses are now been looked at with fresh eyes by just about everybody. That is the backdrop to Donald Trump arriving in Davos and giving the speech that he's going to be doing.
Yeah, he's going to be giving that speech a little bit later than expected today after his flight was turned around 40 minutes in to it, and then he got off the original plane after what was described as a minor electrical fault and got onto a different plane instead, and will be there a bit later than expected. I don't think we have his exact speech time yet, but I imagine it will now be mid-afternoon rather than early afternoon. Yalda is in Davos for us ahead of his arrival.
Davos is essentially the biggest networking event on the planet. It's where the global elite come. And frankly, Donald Trump and his populist administration enjoy coming here. This will be his third Davos. Last year, he beamed here to all the delegates via a webcam a couple of days after he was inaugurated and promised that he would be here. And he is arriving. He is going to be late, as you say, because of those technical issues with his aircraft. And European leaders are holding their breath. Donald Trump, in that astonishing press conference, that impromptu press conference, the sort of press conference he holds before he leaves for a trip, made some striking remarks, and he doubled down on his ambition to acquire Greenland. And yesterday, we did hear Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, use quite tough words. He said that the world order, the sort of world order as we've known it, is finished, and we shouldn't pretend like it still exists. Emmanuel Macron sent a very similar message. He said that, you know, we don't appreciate bullying. So they are not necessarily using Donald Trump's name, but they're sending very direct messages to him. But the question is, will Europe stand firm? Will they remain defiant? Or will they find themselves in a position where they frankly have to strike some kind of deal with Donald Trump? You know, this conference this year was supposed to focus on a deal over Ukraine, offering security guarantees, offering an aid package to Ukraine. That is now on hold. The United States didn't send a representative on Monday to meetings here with the rest of Europe to discuss plans for Ukraine. Volodymyr Zelensky was a keynote speaker here last year, and now there are questions being asked about the future of NATO and how dangerous this moment is, not just for Europe, not just for the Western alliance, but for the future of NATO. And certainly that is music to the ears of the Chinese, the Russians, who are not really having to do much, but are being gifted this tension, this wedge that has been created between the United States and Europe, not because Europe has wanted it, but frankly because Donald Trump is saying to the global elites who have gathered here, you know, America first doesn't necessarily mean America alone, but it certainly means that perhaps the Western world is now alone.
Well, Yada mentioned there the way in which Ukraine and its potential 880 billion of funding had been top of the agenda before the week started and has dropped off the agenda. We're going to talk about that with Deborah Haynes in Kiev in just a moment. But we also, before we get to that, just wanted to show the latest on the Chagos Islands, which, of course, Donald Trump changed his tune on 36 hours ago. Well, this morning, we've heard more about this from the US perspective. The US Treasury Secretary was speaking an hour or two ago.
President Trump has made it clear that we will not outsource our national security or our hemispheric security to any other countries. Our partner, the UK, is letting us down with the base on Diego Garcia, which we had shared together for many, many years, and they want to turn it over to Mauritius. So President Trump is serious here.
That was US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent a few hours ago. Deborah Haynes joins us now from Kiev. Deb, I want to talk about Ukraine in a moment, but first, really keen to get your take on this Chagos Island stuff. I mean, everyone can see how impossible it must be for the UK and others to deal with the US administration when they can turn their positions so overtly on something like this in the space of 6 months. What secretly are the military UK voices saying about this? Do they want this deal to go through? Is it still ultimately expected to go through as agreed many weeks and months ago?
Well, as you're hearing publicly from politicians, there's obviously a division over what the right thing to do is. Labour and the government clearly weighed up the arguments and decided that the most secure way to guarantee that this critical base in Diego Garcia, it's a UK-US military base, will be able to remain is by signing this deal with Mauritius, which basically involves leasing that territory for the next century. There's been a dangling threat of legal action over the future of the Chagos Islands for a long time, and that has been why not just this government but the previous government under the Conservatives have been looking at it. And for the military, they obviously want to have the security that they can continue to use the base, but nobody is happy at the idea of jeopardy when it comes to the future ability of the UK military and its US allies to be able to keep operating off Diego Garcia, and that's where the bind is. And actually you're hearing it incredibly bluntly then from the US side, saying that the UK has let them down. That is going to be incredibly alarming language for the UK because, let's face it, since the end of the Second World War, the UK has formulated its entire military and security posture on the belief, on the understanding that the US would always be on its side. If that is not the case, if there is a future where obviously we're looking a lot at NATO, and it clearly applies for NATO too, but the UK has this uniquely close bond with the US. It relies on the US to enable most of its military capabilities to operate properly, to operate fully, and to be able to fight. And so a future in which the US and the UK have a rupture is one that is incredibly daunting. And clearly inside the MOD and the Foreign Office, they will be trying to keep calm and hope that they can bring this back from the brink. But it really does expose the incredible vulnerability that the UK has when it comes to ensuring the US is a tight, close friend.
Yeah, Deborah, I mean, you just laid it out, haven't you? Just what a huge, potentially consequential moment this is, not just for the individual issues, but for the whole of the UK's defence position as well. And I guess it has implications for Ukraine as well. You're obviously in Kyiv. Can Europe rely on the United States to effectively, be the policeman of the world?
Well, yeah, I mean, here in Ukraine, they are feeling incredibly isolated. There was a real ambition at the Davos summit for President Zelensky to travel there, meet with Donald Trump. There's a lot of work's been going on to finalise this prosperity package. It's a 10-year package, $800 billion that is all designed to lock in US investment to a future secure Ukraine. And there is, of course, as well, the US-Ukraine bilateral agreement, including security guarantees. These are all things that European allies and the Ukrainians have been wanting to secure at the same time as, obviously, Donald Trump is looking to oversee some kind of peace deal. But, of course, you've also got this board of peace cropping up, and the Ukrainians being invited to be part of that alongside Vladimir Putin. And that's going down as well as you can imagine, as in really badly.
Deb's great stuff. Thanks so much. Deborah Haynes there for us in Kiev this morning. Again, so linked to all that's going on further afield in foreign affairs. Now, the Office for National Statistics has published its inflation data for December. The figure was 3.4% for December, slightly higher than expected. The forecast was for 3.3%. It was up from 3.2% in November. Tobacco taxes and higher travel costs over the Christmas period were two of the reasons behind it. Of course, as you can see from that chart, it shows a slight tick back up in the direction of travel right at the end of that chart and further away from that 2% inflation target, but is still lower than the August-September peak last year, or short-term peak of 3.8%. And it is expected to fall again closer to the 2% of target by the spring. No rate cuts expected for next month, given though that's slightly higher than expected reading at 3.4%.
And really, I guess that just underlines why the government is so concerned about the cost of living. They're unveiling their Warm Homes plan today, which is effectively money, grants to help people get things like solar panels and heat pumps in their house. But it's all being framed through helping with bills, helping with the cost of living.
The aim is to provide £15 billion to overhaul households across the UK in the next 5 years. Well, our political correspondent Alex Rogers is here with all the details of this. Alex, what's been announced?
So the government's just announcing more support, basically making it a bit more viable for people to buy these heat pumps and solar panels. So grants that you were saying up to, I think, £5 billion for some households for solar panels and low-income households. So really just putting the emphasis back on the cost of living and what the government's doing domestically. It's been trying to get that message out since the beginning of the year, but has been unable to because of global events.
It feels like there's been a shift in tone. Do you think that's fair? Like between the days when they're talking all about the kind of net zero and the need to go green, and now it's all about this is going to help you with your bills.
I think the language around this is really
Can Europe defend itself? Hello and a very warm welcome to this special edition of Deutsche Welle's Conflict Zone from the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. I'm Sarah Kelly. We're here with the NATO Secretary General, Mark Rutte, the President of Poland, Karol Nawrocki, the President of Finland, Alexander Stubb, the President of the European Investment Bank, Nadia Calviño, and the CEO of Sanofi, Paul Hudson. Welcome to all of you, and thank you so much for joining us. Now, this question, can Europe defend itself, has really been thrust into the forefront as Donald Trump threatens allies over Greenland. As we wait for Trump to deliver a statement in just a few hours, there has been so much discussion in the past few days, not only about the potential for a trade war with Europe, but also even the collapse of the NATO alliance itself. And with that, Mr. Secretary General, I'd like to begin with you, because with the U.S. still a guarantor of European security, are European NATO allies hostage to Trump's demands?
Well, listen, NATO, since 1949, is the transatlantic alliance. And I think we have to be very careful in considering the fact that the US and Canada are not only in NATO to prevent the historic mistake the US made, in their own view, after the First World War, which was retreating from the world stage, and then the long arm of history reaching out to the US again in the Second World War, not wanting to repeat that mistake. They are in NATO because NATO is crucial not only for the defense of Europe, but also for the defense of the United States. For the United States to stay safe, you need a safe Arctic, a safe Atlantic, and a safe Europe. And all the military and all the politicians in the US know this, and we really have to be mindful of this. So when the question is Europe safe? Yes, Europe is safe because of what Europe is doing itself within NATO, but also because we have that strong transatlantic relationship.
But we know the history, we know the stakes. Let's talk about the current dynamics, and I'd like to ask you, for perhaps a bit of reflection here, did you ever think that you would ever see one NATO member threaten the territorial integrity of another? I mean, you have now the Prime Minister of Greenland telling his public an attack cannot be ruled out.
Listen, my role as NATO Secretary General, when there is tension within the alliance, it has been there in the past between Greece and Turkey, there have been other moments when there was tension, then my predecessors always took the view that they should not comment on that in public. That's impossible. Why is that impossible? Because as soon as I do, I cannot any longer help to somehow, with others, of course, not me, only myself, but of course with other leaders, to basically diffuse the tension, to de-escalate, etc. That's why you will not hear me comment. You can be assured that I'm working on this issue behind the scenes, but I cannot do that in public. Sorry, no comments from me on Greenland.
Well, sometimes behind-the-scenes comments do become public in various ways, as we've seen in the past few days.
That's true.
You've talked about security in the Arctic. No matter how you come out of this Greenland row, I mean, it really seems as if the dynamics have fundamentally changed within NATO. You have Macron saying yesterday, we are shifting to a world without rules. Hasn't all of this fundamentally damaged the foundations of NATO, the shared trust, the shared values?
Of course, I see that there are these tensions at the moment. There's no doubt. Again, I'm not going to comment on that, but I can assure you the only way to deal with that is, in the end, thoughtful diplomacy. So statements from me will not add anything here. And when it comes to the Arctic, I think President Trump is right. Other leaders in NATO are right. We need to defend the Arctic. We know that these sea lanes are opening up. We know that China and Russia are increasingly active in the Arctic. There are 8 countries bordering on the Arctic. 7 are a member of NATO. That's Finland and Sweden and Norway and Denmark, Iceland, Canada and the US. And there's only 1 country bordering on the Arctic outside NATO, and that's Russia. And I would argue there is a 9th country, which is China, which is increasingly active in the Arctic region. So President Trump and other leaders are right. We have to do more there. We have to protect the Arctic against Russian and Chinese influence. And that's exactly what NATO ambassadors decided to do in September. We are working on that, making sure that collectively will we defend the Arctic region.
I'd like to turn to Poland now. You have traditionally been furiously pro-American in terms of, efforts to keep them on board as a guarantor of security. in Europe. You've termed the Greenland dispute, and again, this was a comment that I understand you made last week, a matter between the Danish Prime Minister and President Trump. Just briefly, do you still stand by that after everything that you've seen in the past days and weeks?
Of course, United States of America are the most important Polish bilateral ally, but we also appreciate a lot NATO. We are the part of NATO, and we feel responsible for NATO. This is the biggest alliance in the history of 20th century. I think, like Mark Rutte, the NATO is stable, NATO is solidifying, but we of course recognize some problems about the Greenland. And I'm looking at the problem of Greenland from the strategic side. We have Chinese, we have Russian. We feel in Poland Russian threat for 3 centuries even, and we understand it at all in eastern flank of NATO. And if we consider, ladies and gentlemen, that global GDP is consisted of 15% of European Union involvement and 15% of United States of America involvement, but according in terms of security, United States of America paying 65% for NATO and Europeans 35%, we have to consider what Donald Trump would like to say about the security, because he's responsible for security of the world as the leader, and we would like to support.
Do you really think you can stay out of this? Do you really think you can stay out of this row? Do you really think that, I mean, isn't this the moment right now for solidarity in Europe? Isn't this key to a united and a strong response?
There is the necessity of solidarity in Europe, but there is also the necessity of building the good transatlantic relations. And I think that transatlantic relations are very important. We know in Europe, Alex, all my European friends knows how many mistakes had Europe done after and before 2022, and Donald Trump tried to convince our European partners that we have to solidify, and his voice is very important because of the financial, because of the strategic, geopolitical point of view. I, of course, hope that it will be solved thanks to all partners on the diplomatic way, and how
far are you willing to go to have good transatlantic relations? Does that mean giving the Americans Greenland, selling the Americans Greenland? How far should European allies go if the Americans do move on Greenland?
You know, we have 10,000 American soldiers in Poland. We buy American military equipment, which is the best on the world. South Korean is also very good, but American is...
and Finnish tanks you buy.
And Finnish tanks.
A little bit of a commercial break here, yeah.
We have the biggest army in East Central Europe. Poland increased the percent of GDP for military service almost to 5%. So we feel responsible for Poland. I believe in Polish soldiers, in our alliance, but United States of America, for all eastern flank of NATO, are very important ally. And those relations are also based on our history. This is the relation of values. We have common independence heroes in Poland and in United States of America. So I think that we should solve this problem on diplomatic way. Of course, I appreciate Denmark's voice is natural. It's our partner, Denmark. But I'm looking at the Greenland as strategic point in the geopolitical issue between free world, democracy's world, independence, and with Russia.
President Stubb, I'd like to turn to you now because you, along with the Secretary General, have been known as the Trump whisperers. You know, now you're on the list being targeted for sanctions. You recently joined the NATO alliance. Is it just in time for its dissolution?
No, not at all. I think actually we're in the process of creating a stronger NATO than we have seen since the end of the Cold War. This is pretty much NATO 3.0. Remember that after the end of the Cold War, a lot of NATO countries actually dropped their guard in terms of defense expenditure. and capabilities, whereas a country like Finland, which stayed outside, didn't do that. We still have conscription. And speaking of the Arctic, we have the biggest military force of Arctic capabilities in the alliance. We have 1 million individuals, men and women, who've had their military training in Arctic conditions. So I think we're strengthening, actually, the alliance as we speak. And remember that we've doubled the border of the alliance with NATO, with Finland joining and then with Sweden joining. So I think we're creating a new NATO where Europe takes more responsibility.
So then take us to the diplomatic efforts and how you are trying to do that. Because, you know, we saw over the weekend, you along with your Norwegian counterpart sent this message to Trump calling for a de-escalation of tension. He responded quite quickly, saying he's no longer purely thinking of peace. Who or what can diffuse the tensions over Greenland, if not you?
Thank you, Alex.
Anytime. You want to take this one, Mark? No, I mean, listen, we're now in a phase in the transatlantic relationship, and you'll know that I'm pro-European, pro-American, and therefore, by default, pro-transatlantic. We are in a relationship which is much more direct than it's ever actually been. I mean, the communication channels that we have directly with the president and with the administration are actually good and solid. And then, you know, at times there are curveballs flying in different types of directions. We try to catch them and we try to solve them. You know, you have two schools of thought here on Greenland. One is to de-escalate, and the other one is to escalate to de-escalate. And I think at the end of the day, we'll find an off-ramp on this. I'll make two final remarks. If someone would have told me in Washington, D.C., for the 75th anniversary of the alliance, that we're going to increase our defense expenditure next year to 5%, I would have said, you have no clue about international relations or seek help with a doctor. We did. And I think what we need as an off-ramp now is some kind of a process whereby we start working on a real problem, which is Arctic security. Unfortunately, as Mark said, we have 7 countries, Arctic countries, one of them with a huge military that can help to deal with this. So let's start working towards a process which leads us to a NATO summit in Ankara where we actually strengthen Arctic security within the alliance. So this is what we're working at.
Okay. Nadia, I'd like to ask you about the money. This is a key point also to can Europe defend itself, which is the topic that we're discussing today. The EU is freeing up hundreds of billions of euros to ramp up defense spending. You're part of that. You have quickly ramped up your capacity to mobilize capital for defense investment. This is something that's new for your bank, we also have to mention. How much do you see your future being defense and defense-related projects?
It's been a sea change in the last 2 years, and we were just discussing with Alex that in the past was also working at the European Investment Bank, how things have changed, you know, in the last couple of years, in that we have extended the scope of projects we are financing, and we have reached this magical number of 5% of our financing inside the Union this year, last year, sorry, in 2025. So that outperformed our targets. We were hoping to reach that level this year in 26, but we already did in 25. We have a very robust pipeline of flagship projects, a number of them in Poland, by the way. So that's European solidarity, actually supporting the defense of Poland on the eastern flank. And so my answer would undoubtedly be, yes, Europe can defend itself.
Paul, I'd like to turn to you also with that, because there's a role for the private sector as well here. NATO is treating medical preparedness as part of collective defense. You have many of your capabilities anchored in Europe. Does what you are hearing about European defense in the past days make you feel secure as a business person? And how do you see the private sector's role?
You know, the subjects that are being discussed are obviously extremely important, and I trust in the process that people will get to the right conclusion. I think health is unrecognized as the severity of what could happen if health sovereignty, innovation sovereignty, protecting populations is deprioritized. I think NATO have made that point about making sure that people can get medicines they need in difficult times. I think in COVID, my own personal experience was that I was getting calls from heads of state, ministers of health saying, we need medicines, give them to us, don't give them to anybody else. It quickly delineated and fragmented, and it worried us greatly, given the importance of trying to work together to find some unity to make sure that we do things for Europe. Now, Sanofi is more than 50% of our manufacturing and R&D spend is in Europe, and so we believe that we're one of the few companies that has that resiliency to be able to provide. But there is a real moment for Europe. Perhaps it's not on the scale of this conversation and Greenland, but it is a real moment. Europe has long time been one of the great discoverers of medicines, the great providers. Pressure from Donald Trump on the price that is paid for medicines in Europe has put it into focus. And for the first time, China and the US publish more clinical papers, win more Nobel Prizes, discover more medicines than Europe. And Europe's slipping behind. And it's a moment. They're still in control. While I listen to this conversation, sometimes I worry that there's a lot to be managed, escalate to de-escalate. Europe, in particular, has health innovation and health sovereignty in the palm of its hand. And if it chooses to step forward, it can protect, it can innovate, it can compete. This is a moment not to be squandered.
I'd just like to add something and kind of reset us a little bit. We're talking about can Europe defend itself, and something that's really interesting is that we have not said the word Russia or Ukraine, I think, so far in this conversation. And it just goes to show you actually how the conversation has changed. But I'd like to really take it back to now defense capabilities, the spending that also we were talking about. Polish president, we know that you're already projecting to get to 5% of GDP this year. You're doing all of this spending, hundreds of billions of euros being ramped up, but to still be dependent on the Americans. And I'm talking about key things. So air transport, strategic command and control systems, high-end intelligence. Do you get the sense, especially after the events of the past days, that Europeans are really in a state of urgency to quickly ramp up the ability to handle a protracted conflict without the U.S.? What is the plan B if diplomacy fails?
I understand your question, but I would like to assure you that our Polish independence and sovereignty is very strong. The first, I believe in Polish soldiers, of course, in our history and our readiness to fight with everyone who would like to invade Poland. So we felt a strong country on the eastern flank of NATO. But we also believe in diplomacy. It's natural in NATO, our cooperation with NATO, with European Union. Diplomacy is, of course, the part of the security guarantees. But what we can do as the Republic of Poland, and our friends also doing this, I see the president of Latvia, Baltic states, we, of course, made the decisions to increase the budget for military service, and it was the great achievement of Europe. And what have happened? In Hague, Donald Trump pushed Europeans to increase the military service cost and GDP. Also, European Union need Donald Trump to be pushed by him to increase this budget. It's not good way, and many countries inside Europe still haven't done this. So, you know, we have big problem about the feeling for our security and responsibility for secure European Union.
I'm going to get to you in just a second, Mr. Secretary General, of course. But
can I
President Stubb, I'd like to ask you first. Do you see this sense of urgency for a plan B among your European partners? Is there the need for that? And who should lead the charge? Because, I mean, it's a bit unfair. We're sitting here on the panel with Finland and Poland. You know, you are really doing a lot when it comes to defense, especially Finland. You have this comprehensive approach to defense in your country. Are your partners, are they experiencing the urgency? Who needs to come up with the plan B and lead the charge?
Well, I mean, two answers. First is a direct answer to the question of this panel, can Europe defend itself? My answer is unequivocally yes.
Without the Americans?
Without the Americans, I mean...
How?
Well, look.
But you're relying on them for these key elements. How would you do it at scale and at duration and at intensity?
With an assumption that the United States would cut off completely any kind of work.
Yeah.
Well, if we look at the defense composure of Europe by and large, and a country like Finland, so how do we do it? We have conscription. 1 million have done it. We can mobilize 280,000 soldiers within weeks. We have 62 F-18s. Your next question is going to be, do they fly without Americans? No, they don't. But do we trust that they will continue to fly because it's in the interest of America to do so? Yes. We just bought 64 F-35s. We have the biggest artillery in Europe together with Poland. We have long-range missiles, land, sea, and air. We don't have these because we're worried about Stockholm, right? So, the bottom line is that if you ask me the question that can the Finnish military defend itself against a Russian attack, the whole defense posture of the way in which you do it, yes, we can. But then the second question, which you were alluding to, I think we also have to understand that you fight wars on the battlefield, but you win them at home. And that means that all of us need to focus more on comprehensive security. The civilian side of things. That's why we have civilian shelters for 4.4 million Finns. That's why we have a security of supply where we don't get into any kind of trouble with food shortages, energy shortages, or electricity grids, because we've got this. And this is the, I think, capability that a lot of European states need to do. My absolutely final point. It's all good and well to talk about percentages, but just remember, you don't fight wars with percentages. You fight wars with capabilities, and those you just need to have in stock.
Do European NATO allies need to think more about having capabilities that overlap with the United States?
Well, this is
to hedge their bets.
The NATO is constructed like this, that the US, Canada, and the European NATO allies were completely integrated. It doesn't mean that there is the US coming to the rescue of Europe or Europe coming to the rescue of the United States. We are working completely integrated. And for the protection of both the US and Europe, it's crucial that NATO is there. There was one big irritant on the American side with NATO. And the big irritant since Eisenhower was that they were spending, the US was spending, so much more than Europe was spending. Even today, the US is spending 3.5% of GDP on core defense. We are spending in Europe average 2% of defense. And here's my question to the audience. I mean, many of you, I know, criticize Donald Trump. But do you really think that without Donald Trump, 8 big economies in Europe, including Spain and Italy and Belgium, Canada, by the way, also outside Europe, would have come to 2% in 2025, when they were only on 1.5% at the beginning of the year? No way. Without Donald Trump, this would never have happened. They're all on 2% now. Do you really think that in the summit in The Hague, as already Alex was saying, sorry, the president of Finland was saying, that we would come to an overall defense spending of 5%, including 3.5% in core defense, if President Trump would not have been re-elected as president of the United States? No way. It would never have happened. So again, I'm not popular with you now because I'm defending Donald Trump, but I really believe we can be happy that he is there because he has forced us in Europe to step up, to face the consequences, that we have to take care more of our own defense. And this is the thing. The Americans still have over 80,000 soldiers in Europe. They are still, including in Poland, in Germany, etc. They are still heavily invested in European defense. And yes, they have to pivot more towards Asia. So it is only logical for them to expect us in Europe to step up over time. And there is this plan already since Jens Stoltenberg, my predecessor, designed it, the NATO defense planning process, to over time make sure that Europe can take over more of these capabilities, of these core enablers from the US, to do more of the protection of the European continent. We're still having a strong conventional US presence in Europe, also going forward. And of course, the nuclear umbrella as our ultimate guarantor. But again, I'm absolutely convinced without Donald Trump, we would not have taken those decisions, and they are crucial, particularly for the European and the Canadian side of NATO, to really grow up in the post-Cold War world.
Madam Kelly, you are not happy with this answer, I suppose, of Mark Rutte, that we need Donald Trump in the European Union, but we believe in our military service in Poland. I would like to add that Poland won with the Soviets and Bolsheviks. Finland won with the Soviet in Bolsheviks in 20th century. Japanese and Afghans won with the Soviet Union. So we are ready in our countries to secure our independence, but we need geopolitical and some relations in Europe and in the world to be stronger.
We have time for just a quick closing round now, and I'd like to turn to Nadia to kick us off with that, because we had this statement from the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen yesterday describing a seismic change that makes it necessary to build a new form of European independence. And I'm wondering if you can give us, from the investment perspective, what you think is necessary to realize that vision.
I want to, since it's a closing remark, and I was listening to my colleagues, and I want to say, I think the European Union is a superpower. And I think we have to believe in ourselves and our capability. And I'm very happy to see three leaders that are really very self-assured, you know, because that's what I think we need, to speak clearly. We are a superpower when it comes to research, to health tech, to new technologies, to research centers, universities. We are in quantum computing, we are in key technologies. We are not a defense superpower because the European Union is a project for peace. So it makes sense that we need some time to ramp it up. From the European Investment Bank perspective, we're all in to support Europe to be stronger in the world, but also to contribute to a peaceful world, a multilateral framework that actually can continue to provide us with win-win partnerships based on respect, shared prosperity, stability, because I think that that's, at the end of the day, what our children and grandchildren expect from us that are at the helm of important institutions at this historic moment for us.
Paul, what do you think? What do you think is needed for this new form of European independence from your business perspective?
I think it's a moment for us, again, what the Secretary General just said about defense spending, contribution to NATO. The President of the United States has done the same in healthcare spend in most of the European markets. In the UK, demanding in the UK to go from 0.3% GDP to 0.6% over a period of time to pay for innovation in the countries. You know, that's a really remarkable intervention or challenge from the President of the United States. I've been in healthcare 35 years. I'm having different conversations with heads of state and ministers of health, ministers of finance, on what it takes to be the champion for the innovation. One of the things you've got to do is give patients in your country access to the best medicines in the world. You can't want the manufacturing, want the research euro, but then not give it to patients. And I think that's a real issue. A lot of people are still struggling to understand that 54% of medicines approved by the European Medicines Agency aren't available to patients in Europe. Approved in Europe, for Europe, not available, because money is not being made available because there are other priorities. And we don't ever belittle the trade-offs. Draghi was very clear. Everybody read the report. Everybody understood it. My conversations with the Commission have focused on fair play between member states and not enough on competing with China and the US. I think the US is ready for the challenge because in the end, patients win with access to innovation. I think China is coming. China is going to launch 40% of the world's new medicines by 2030. 40%. And we're not having that conversation. Europe has all of the skills and capabilities, if prioritized, to get it done and to compete, not just to play fair, but to compete in the rest of the world.
I want to turn to Poland now. And Mr. President, I'd like to ask you, we mentioned a little bit earlier, I mean, you know, the threat that is posed by Russia, its ongoing invasion of Ukraine. You know this, of course, better than anyone, being on the eastern flank there. Do you think, you know, in all of this talk, in all of this conversation over Greenland, is Ukraine the casualty here? Do we run that risk?
Can you repeat? I don't understand. Is Ukraine...
The conversation has been dominated in the past week and days.
Yeah, about Greenland.
About Greenland.
Yeah. Okay, and no,
where is the attention now on Ukraine? What could this potentially mean for Ukraine? What could it mean for the resources that they need so desperately in order to maintain this fight on the European continent?
I think that Ukraine issue subject after the attack of Russian Federation is most important, not only for Poland and eastern flank of NATO, but for all free world. And I think that the problem around Greenland doesn't mean that we don't think about the Ukraine. We support Ukraine in Poland, in NATO, in European Union. United States of America supported Ukraine, and we have to consider this problem as the main problem in Europe nowadays. And I'm very happy that we are going, maybe slowly, but we are going to long-lasting peace in Ukraine. This must happen, I think. But I'm not afraid, Madam Kali, that the situation around the Greenland means that we forget about Ukraine. We understand the problem about the Ukraine and still feel the Russian threat. We are still in Eastern Central Europe under the Russian threat, and I think that we are in the middle of the hybrid war. This is the peculiar Soviet composition which we have known for 100 years. You know, this is the composition of a military force, information, disinformation, propaganda, and we are nowadays in the middle of hybrid war in the European Union.
President Stubb, I'd like to ask you as well. The U.S. administration has made it very clear we are in an era now of hard power, and they will wield it where they feel it is advantageous or necessary. You've said earlier that Europe can defend itself without the Americans. If it comes down...
not exact, that's not a quote.
More or less, more or less. We'll go back to the transcript.
Let's stick to the left on this one. Yeah.
More or less, more or less.
I love journalists.
Stoop against us.
But if it comes down to it, given the dynamics that we have seen here, does Europe also need to have the potential to defend itself against America?
No, I mean, come on, let's not push the hypotheticals here. Let's get back. Let's get back to the reality of the situation, and let's put it back into perspective, and especially the war in Ukraine, which Karol there quite well mentioned. Look, what has Russia achieved in the past 4 years? It's acquired 20% of the territory of Ukraine through military warfare, roughly 2%. In the process of doing that, it has provided about 1 million casualties and dead. It has decreased its sphere of influence. You can see the Central Asian countries, you can see the Southern Caucasus detaching themselves from the Russian Empire. You look at the Russian economy right now. If we go with the inflation rates of the 2 first weeks, we're looking at 30% inflation this year. 16% interest rates, zero growth, no more reserves, incapacity to pay the soldiers when the war ends. So I'm more worried about Russia's unwillingness to end this war because they cannot afford to do so than about Russia's capability to win this war because not end this war because they're moving ahead. So let's keep things into perspective. NATO hasn't entered the scene yet, and they have not been able to advance in the past 4 years as much as expected. This war has been an utter strategic failure of President Putin. He increased the size of NATO. He made Ukraine European. He increased the defense budgets of European states. And here we are asking ourselves, shaking, are we able to defend ourselves? My answer is, yes, we are.
Secretary General.
Absolutely.
Secretary General, I'd like to ask for your remarks also on that point. We've been talking about can Europe defend itself? The question is how, and how that evolves also over the next years. Do you ever see a day where European defense doesn't have NATO as the cornerstone?
No, I don't. And let's not forget the EU is great. It is 23 countries in NATO of the 32 are also in the EU. But it is only 25% of NATO overall GDP. 75% of NATO GDP is outside the European Union. Let's not forget. That's a fact. The US is by far the most powerful nation on earth. And the President of the United States is therefore the leader of the free world. And you cannot envisage NATO without the leader of the free world being an integral part of that organization. And nobody wants it, not on the US side, not on the European side. He said last night in his presser, that he was doubtful whether the Europeans would come to the rescue if Article 5 would be triggered. I tell him, yes, they will. And they did on the 11th of September 9/11 in 2001, when for the first and only time Article 5 was triggered. I have no doubt the US will come to the rescue here, we will come to the rescue of the US, and we need each other for our collective protection. You made a very good point. The risk here is that we focus, of course, on Greenland, because we have to make sure that that issue gets solved in an amicable way. But the main issue is not Greenland now. The main issue is Ukraine. And I agree with everything Alex Stoop was saying, but I'm also a little bit worried that we might drop the ball focusing so much on these other issues.
Yeah.
And as we speak, Russian missiles and Russian drones are attacking the energy infrastructure in Ukraine. We know that it is now minus 20 degrees in Kiev. We know that Ukraine can only take care of 60% of its own electricity. And yes, it is true, the Russians have lost, in December, 1,000 people dead. Not seriously wounded, dead a day. That's over 30,000 in the month of December. In the 1980s in Afghanistan, the Soviets lost 20,000 in 10 years. Now they lose 30,000 in 1 month. But they still continue the attack. They still increase the attack. And that means that if we Europeans here in NATO are thinking that because of the 90 billion the Commission has been able to bring together with the nations, or because the peace process is moving in the right direction, we can forget about the defense of Ukraine. Don't. They need our support now, tomorrow, and the day after. And yes, great if there is a peace deal. Everybody's working on that. The Americans, of course, are leading that process. Great that the 90 billion is there, but that will only be there in March, April, May, whenever. So that still takes time. So I need the European allies to keep focus on this issue. And what I'm really worrying about is that because of the peace process and because of the 90 billion, we lose sight, and that in the meantime, Ukrainians do not have enough interceptors, have enough American gear particularly they need, because it is not any longer available in Europe, for them to defend themselves. So this focus on Ukraine should be our #1 priority. And then we can discuss on all the issues, including Greenland, but it should be Ukraine first, because it is crucial for our European and US security.
I'd like to open up the conversation now to the audience. There's a very high-level audience, we have to say. I'm seeing the President of Latvia sitting in the front row. I believe I also spotted the Defense Minister of the Netherlands here as well.
Hey, where is he?
Right there. Wave hello. We'll be passing around a mic, and I would like to ask that you please stand up, and that questions are kept brief, because I see many hands going up.
Thank you very much. I have a very short question to Section Rutte. There are negotiations about Ukraine, and I fully agree with you that Ukraine is the main challenge, and then Russia basically is the main threat. The question is, once we agree that there are some chances for the long-lasting peace, are we as Europe prepared for what would be next with Russia, with this aggressive approach, with a society which is still, through the disinformation, educated, let me say, with the aggressive approach towards the West? What will happen with those thousands or hundreds of thousands of troops, capabilities, etc., if they won't be engaged in Ukraine? They won't just wait for the better, prosperous future. Are we ready as NATO to take this problem? Thank you very much.
Yes,
and a brief response, please.
We are ready today, there's no doubt. But we have to be ready in 27 and 29 and 31. And this is why what we decided in The Hague to ramp up defense spending to this 5% was crucial. But we also have to ramp up the defense industrial production. And we're not doing it, not in the US, not in Europe. We are not nearly producing enough. The fact that Poland, which is the closest ally to the US you can find, is buying in South Korea is because they cannot buy enough in the US or in the European defense
buying in Finland.
In Finland, yeah, but also Finland. Yes, Alex, I love you, but you are not producing enough. Your defense industrial base has to ramp up, and you know it, so please spend time on that. And this is true for the whole of NATO territory. So it is not only money, it's also the defense industrial base, including preparing our other industries, including our car industries, etc., for a moment when there might be a situation where we need them. Russia is on a war economy footing. They spend 40% of the state budget on defense. 200 billion a year, with a spending power with the 200 billion because of the structure of their economy, which is much higher than we can do in Europe. So we really have to be watchful here. Yes, we can defend ourselves today, but we have to deliver on the The Hague commitments. Not because of Donald Trump. Yes, it equalizes with the US, that keeps them in, but particularly because we have to defend ourselves.
Okay. I think in the next round, perhaps we take 2 questions, and then we'll have them answered. See many, yes.
Sorry, my name is Andrea Malaguti. What do you think about the board of peace with Lukashenko and Putin for Gaza?
Please,
one more over here.
NATO is 32 countries in the Northern Atlantic, and I'm not commenting on things outside North Atlantic area. Sorry, I have too much on my plate already. Thank you.
Margaret, could you please comment on Macron's speech yesterday here in Davos that was very honest? What is your reaction to it?
I respect him a lot, and I'll see him later today, and I think he had a speech which was strong on Canadian values and what Canada can contribute to the world. At the same time, I would say this is very good, and Canada's back. When you look at NATO, they were spending 1.3, 1.4%. They got to the 2%. They have now a plan to reach the 5%. They are massively helping out with Ukraine now. So I could say since he became Prime Minister, NATO is really back in NATO, back in defending the transatlantic alliance, and I think that's great news.
I think it was, if I may, can I answer
question
that?
there.
Sorry, can I answer?
Sure.
I think it was an excellent speech. It was a deep analysis of the change in the world order and the new balance that we're looking at. It was very realistic. It talked about values-based realism as a driver for Canadian foreign policy. All in all, I think one of the best speeches that we've heard here in Davos this week so far.
Okay, we'll go first here.
Yeah, thank you very much. Would you think that if the transfer of the sovereignty over Greenland can be achieved, would you think this might lead to the demise of the idea of so-called Western collective? And secondly, that if these things be transferred, would you think that the NATO 3.0, just like the President Stu said, might be veering into something more look like the Warsaw Pact rather than original NATO? Of course, we have a Polish president. You can also correct me. Thank you very much.
One question there.
I'm Tamil from Saudi Arabia with a Greek mother and an Italian wife. It's very clear
you must be a happy man.
Europe can defend itself. That's very clear today. But my question is, do we feel safer? I'm planning to half retire in Europe. Do I feel safer today with all this stock up of military?
Yes.
As you asked the question, when the war is over, what do you do with all these military?
If you want to prevent war, prepare for war. The only way we can prevent the Russians or anyone who wants to do us harm is to make sure that they know that the reaction we will have is devastating. Today, yes, it is. But if we would have continued with this 1.8, 1.9% defense spending and a defense industrial base, which is not producing enough, we would not be ready in 29 and 31. And our adversaries know this. So I know that people are worried that, oh, we are spending more on defense. Yes, we do this to prevent war from breaking out. You have to be strong. We have to be strong against those who wish us ill.
I think that what we are doing, we're still preparing to prevent ourselves for a war. And according in terms of today's question, main question, can Europe defend itself? I hope that we will never answer this question in terms of kinetic war. And this is our responsibility, leaders of Europe, to think about the future and to be ready for even kinetic war. And I think we try to do this.
But one point, if I may add one point which is important, is that Europe's defense is not only about tanks. It is also about health. It is also about win-win partnerships around the world, building strong partnerships and finding alliances that go beyond maybe what we had in the world order of the last 70 years. That is also a way to defend Europe. I want to also put a word for all the actions that are being taken, which go, I think, in the right direction for a stronger Europe. And it's not only about the 5%. It is very important, but it's not only that.
Yeah, and can I answer the question from the gentleman there? I think we have we have to understand that the world order is changing, much like it did after 1918, 1945, and 1989. And it's now emerging. And I think we have two options, which obviously are not binary. One is a multipolar world, and that multipolar world is about transactions, it's about deals, and it's about spheres of interest. So that's when we go back to the 19th century. A multilateral world is one where you have strong international institutions, rules, and norms. I support the latter, and I think that a majority of the states in the world do that as well. But the multilateral order that was created after World War II was created in the image of the West. Therefore, we need to now change the power structure and give agency to bigger players in the global South. Otherwise, we go back into a dog-eats-dog world, and we try to avoid that.
I'd like to thank you so much to everyone. There's a lot of hands still going up. I mean, the conversation, I think, is going to be continuing for quite some time. A relatively eventful day, I think, also ahead of us here at the World Economic Forum in Davos. I know that there are bilaterals also planned as well, a lot of diplomacy, a flurry going on. You have been here with us for Can Europe Defend Itself? Thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much especially for the panelists. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Canadians to talk about how we can free up trade and make it easier for businesses to trade around the world. And on President Trump, well, you know, we worked last year to get a trade deal, and as the US Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said when I saw him yesterday, he doesn't see any reason why that trade deal should be undone.
Are you going to tell him those tariffs are wrong?
Well, at the moment, no tariffs have been imposed, and I think the right approach and the approach that our Prime Minister Keir Starmer has taken over the last year or so is to try and de-escalate and get the best deal for Britain. We got the best deal and the first trade deal with the US last year, and I'm confident that we will continue to get a good deal for Britain. And around the world, I'm sending a message this week, loud and clear, that Britain is open for trade, open for investment, and open for talent. That is how we succeed, and those policies and our economic plan is the one that is in our national interest.
And yet here we are with the US President threatening to use tariffs for territorial reasons, specifically against the UK. The Prime Minister's not even here. Are we not in danger of looking supine compared particularly to Europeans and the Canadians who have been far more robust?
Well, the Prime Minister talks regularly to the US President, but also talks regularly and meets regularly with European and his Canadian counterparts, as do I. I was in Washington just last week. I met with Howard Lutnick yesterday. I talked to my opposite number, Scott Bessent, regularly. And it's because of that dialogue and those good relations that we managed to secure the first and the best trade deal with the US last year. And I'm confident that our approach, the approach that we're taking in the national interest, and our plan, which is the right economic plan for Britain, will get us through challenging times, as we always have in the past risen to challenging moments.
Do you accept that the terms globally of trade and economics have changed? Howard Lutnick said it yesterday with the panel you were on. Globalisation is dead. This is a fight the US want to have. They've said that no country, not even the UK, can take access to the US markets for granted. Is this now de facto a trade war, even if Greenland blows over?
I don't accept that at all. Last year, the UK secured trade deals with India, with Korea. I'm meeting today with partners from the Gulf countries where we are in trade negotiations. We had a summit with our European allies and friends, and we are reducing barriers to trade with our European counterparts, as well as joining the CTPTP with Canada and others to reduce trade barriers. So if others want to put up trade barriers, we are bringing them down, because that is in our national interest, and that is part of our economic plan, which is the right one for Britain and is seeing results. And I've been with businesses already this morning here in Davos, British businesses and global investors who are excited about the opportunities in Britain, whether that is in AI or technology, financial services or clean energy. I'm really excited about those opportunities. Businesses are too. I'm with those businesses.
What I'm hearing from talking to people who say they are interested in the UK, some of the strengths we still have, but they don't think, and this is across the board, they don't think the story is clear enough. The pitch, frankly, you're making in this British delegate is clear enough to get past the concerns about labour costs and the tax measures you've introduced.
Well, I was at breakfast this morning with UK startups and scale-ups who are part of my delegation here in Davos this week, because I want to bring great British entrepreneurs, great British businesses with me to put them in touch with global investors so we can bring more investment to Britain. And they're upbeat about the opportunities, whether it is the Northern Powerhouse Growth Corridor or the Oxcam Growth Corridor, the opportunities for investment in nuclear energy from the Canadians and the French and others, whether it is investment in floating offshore wind. There are big opportunities in the UK. Our strengths, with 4 of the top 10 universities in the world, our great innovators and creators, our financial services expertise, put us in a really prime place, combined with our openness to trade, to talent and investment. Businesses here this week are feeling positive. They're feeling optimistic about the year ahead. I am too, because we have the right plan for our economy, for our country, to bring that growth and prosperity in all parts of the country that we need.
Finally, you're here among the billionaires in Davos making that pitch. Inflation's just gone up. What's your message to UK households who are seeing their bills still rising?
Well, inflation was expected this month to increase slightly. That was the Bank of England forecast. The Bank of England also clear that they expect inflation to return to the 2% target by late spring, early summer. That continues to be our expectation because of the measures that I took in my budget to take £150 off energy bills, as well as freezing rail fares and prescription charges.
Chancellor, thank you.
Thank you.
Do apologise. We appear to have lost the sound to Paul Coulson. We can obviously see him in the snowy climes of Davos, but we're struggling to hear from him at the moment. So we will bring you more from Paul and the team at Davos in due course. One can only imagine there's an awful lot of tech and kit and cold weather in Davos, maybe just having a little battle between themselves. Apologies for that. It is 10:10 on a Wednesday morning, and events at Davos have already got underway this morning. A short time ago, the Secretary-General of NATO, Mark Rutte, said he would not discuss Trump and Greenland publicly, but said talks are taking place behind the scenes.
I cannot any longer help to somehow, with others, of course, not me, only myself, but of course with other leaders, to basically diffuse the tension, to de-escalate, etc. That's why you will not hear me comment. You can be assured that I'm working on this issue behind the scenes, but I cannot do that in public. Sorry, no comments from me on Greenland.
Well, sometimes behind the scenes comments do become public in various ways, as we've seen in the past few days.
That's true.
You've talked about security in the Arctic. No matter how you come out of this Greenland row, I mean, it really seems as if the dynamics have fundamentally changed within NATO. You have Macron saying yesterday, we are shifting to a world without rules. Hasn't all of this fundamentally damaged the foundations of NATO, the shared trust, the shared values?
Of course, I see that there are these tensions at the moment. There's no doubt. Again, I'm not going to comment on that, but I can assure you the only way to deal with that is, in the end, thoughtful diplomacy. So statements from me will not add anything here. And when it comes to the Arctic, I think President Trump is right. Other leaders in NATO are right. We need to defend the Arctic. We know that these sea lanes are opening up. We know that China and Russia are increasingly active in the Arctic.
Let's discuss everything further with our defence and security analyst, Professor Michael Clark, who joins us now. Michael, good to have you with us. I'm going to do something rogue. I'm going to discuss things other than Greenland for at least a couple of moments.
Not like you, Gareth.
Not like me. Certainly not like anybody in the press or politics at the moment is the dominating theme because of this man. But I want to pick up on some comments that Mark Rutte made a short while ago about Ukraine. Let's just take a listen.
What I'm really worrying about is that because of the peace process and because of the 90 billion, we lose sight, and that in the meantime, Ukrainians do not have enough interceptors, have enough American gear particularly they need, because it is not any longer available in Europe, for them to defend themselves. So this focus on Ukraine should be our #1 priority. And then we can discuss on all the issues, including Greenland, but it should be Ukraine first, because it is crucial for our European and US security.
That was the NATO chief, Mark Rutte. Now, it's impossible to talk about Ukraine without talking about Greenland at the same time, but he's making what I'm sure many world leaders will say is a very valid point here, that the big dominating threat, not just today on the 21st of January 2026, but for years now, has been Ukraine. And the brouhaha over Greenland threatens to derail that.
Yeah, I mean, Greenland is the internal crisis of NATO, which has kind of come out of nowhere, really. And Ukraine is the external crisis, much more serious, longer. I mean, it's been going since 2014, since the Russian invasion of Crimea and then the Donbass. And so that is in itself 12 years old, and it's been going as a full-scale invasion since February 2022. So we're coming up to the 4th anniversary of this war. And what he's talking about, I mean, the Ukrainians last night, I think, was the 110th consecutive night in which Ukrainian energy facilities were targeted. It's this nightly bombardment. I mean, this is as long as the Blitz in London. 110 consecutive nights where the Russians know exactly where all the substations are, and they're bombarding the energy network of Ukraine. Every time the Ukrainians repair it, they bombard it again the following night. It's a uniquely cold winter. This is the coldest winter the Ukrainians have had in the last 4 years. I think we've reported, haven't we, on the enormous freeze across Asia this year. Massive snows in Kamchatka and the peninsula there.
It's currently minus 13 in Kiev at the moment.
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, and it drops to minus 20 during the middle of the night. I mean, Kiev, it's morning there now. It's getting towards midday, and that's the warmest it gets. Minus 20 at nights, and Ukraine is now on the western end of this massive freeze that's occurring across Asia. So it's very tough for them. Most people have got no heating in their homes. They haven't water. They haven't sanitation because the water in their own homes is frozen, and they're relying on going to the resilience centres, which they've set up in Kiev, which Klitschko, the mayor of Kiev, has set up, these tents where people can charge their devices and get some battery power and warm up and get a meal. And indeed, some of them are setting up dancers in the resilience centres. They won't be broken in spirit. They're actually setting up social events, even though they're freezing as a city. And Kiev is a city of 5 million people. It's really suffering. And what Mark Rutte is saying is that, look, this is still going on, and Putin believes he's on a roll. Remember, there was supposed to be a peace deal by Thanksgiving, 3rd week of November. Trump said, got to be done by Thanksgiving. Then it's got to be done by Christmas. Here we are in the middle of January. It's all on the back burner again. And that's what Rutte is saying. You know, don't forget Ukraine. And Zelensky, I think 2 days ago, came out publicly and said, we're running out of ammunition for our air defence. And the reason that they're suffering so much is that they're shooting down less and less of these nightly attacks which the Russians are mounting on them because they're physically running out of ammunition.
Yesterday in Kiev, 5,635 high-rise apartment blocks without heating as a result of Russian attacks. And I'm sure many of Ukraine's neighbours will say this is an existential threat and an existential crisis. And the president said he was going to solve all of this on the first day in office and is increasingly distracted with events elsewhere. How distracting are those distractions? Are the White House, are other governments able to parallel process enough on both Greenland, on Ukraine, on Venezuela, on Iran, and be able to firefight all of these? Or do they really need to be focusing on one issue at a time?
Yeah, that's a real issue. All of these things, as they come up, are bad for Ukraine, bad for the Ukrainians, anyway, for Zelensky. So the Gaza crisis in 7th of October 2023, that was fundamentally bad because it took all the attention away. And then as that crisis rolled on to a crisis in the Middle East, crisis in Iran, Venezuela, all of those things are bad for Ukraine because it puts them on the back burner. Can the Americans cope with it as a policy machine? Absolutely not. The State Department, the Pentagon, the National Security Council are a shadow of their former selves because they've all been purged of people who are not Trump supporters. And so this middle and top management in those organisations doesn't exist. There are no ambassadors in the Middle East. There's all envoys, but there's a complete lack of official ambassadors across the whole of the Middle East. They haven't been appointed. It is said that the busiest room in the State Department these days is the canteen, because everyone's gone to the canteen to sit around wondering what they're supposed to do. Literally, the American government is dysfunctional at the second level down. The functionality is all in the White House. So this is diplomacy. It's known as diplomacy by envoy. So Trump picks his people, his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, his golf partner, Dan Driscoll, friend of J.D. Vance and Pete Hegseth and so on. He picks these people who he trusts for different reasons, who have skills in different areas, and he sends them into the teeth of diplomatic interaction at its most sensitive level. And of course, the thing is chaotic. On the law of averages, some of this stuff works out not too badly, but not really very well. I mean, look at what happened yesterday. I mean, Trump posts these memes of him with Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance walking into Greenland. Yeah. Right? Look at the social media posts of Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance yesterday and the day before. They didn't know about any of this because all their social media posts, J.D. Vance was concentrated on domestic issues, Rubio's concentrated on Venezuela and South America. Nothing in their social media indicates that they were in any way focused on Greenland. And now suddenly the president presents them as the team taking on the Greenland issue. It's a sign of the sort of general chaos that there is just below the top. Now, people say, well, Trump knows what he's doing. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. But everything comes from the very top of the pyramid. Next down to the top of the pyramid, there is chaos. And then below that, there are people doing their normal jobs in the normal way as best they can.
Delegation is key, as the old phrase goes. We will see what the President has to say for himself a little later this afternoon. Michael, for the moment, thank you so much. We'll also see what Sir Keir Starmer has to say for himself. He's not at Davos. Instead, he's in the Commons, answering questions from PMQs this lunchtime, live here at noon on Sky News. So stick with us for that. Other big news. Prince Harry expected to give evidence in court today, day 3 of his claim against the publishers of the Daily Mail and the Mail on Sunday. Associated Newspapers denies any wrongdoing with the lawyer, telling the High Court yesterday that Prince Harry's privacy case is threadbare and has been brought too late. The lawsuit began in October 2022 against Associated Newspapers Limited. They published the Daily Mail, Mail on Sunday and the Mail Online, with claims of criminal activity and breaches of privacy. March 2023, ANL asked for the case to be dismissed, arguing the legal challenges were brought against it far too late. But in November 23, a trial was given the go-ahead, with the court ruling ANL had, quote, not been able to deliver a knockout blow to the claims of any of the claimants. In October of last year, a bid to include allegations the Mail was also targeting the Princess of Wales failed, with that move deemed too close to trial. Then on Monday, the trial did finally get underway in London. Let's take you live to the Royal Courts of Justice. Laura Bundock, our royal correspondent, is there. And Laura, many months ago, Prince Harry became the first senior working royal to testify in court for 130 years. And a few months later, he's back again.
Yeah, we have another day of reckoning at the Royal Courts of Justice. All eyes will be on Harry as he heads into court and into the witness box for the Prince and his privacy mission. This really is the moment that matters. Already his team are accusing Associated Newspapers of playing dirty tricks by ending their opening arguments early yesterday, thus bringing Harry to court a day earlier than he'd expected. But a source close to Harry told us he's been preparing for this for years. Safe to say, he's ready. Now, Harry's case will centre around 14 articles written by the Daily Mail and the Mail on Sunday, dating from 2001 to 2013, so from when Harry was a teenager through to his 20s. Many of the articles focus on his relationship with Chelsea Davy. All of them, he will argue, contain information that he claims must have been unlawfully gathered. He says there is no other way. The level of detail contained within these articles could have been sourced from any other area. He says that the articles caused him great distress, they drove him to paranoia, put huge pressure on his personal relationships. His barrister has already said they believe there was clear, systemic and sustained unlawful information gathering going on at the Mail. Associated Newspapers, though, strongly deny all this. They've accused his team of clutching at straws, saying that they always used legitimate sources when writing their articles about him, and that in many cases the source of the leaks was actually Harry's own social circle, his own group of friends. Now, Harry may well say he's ready for today, but he certainly won't be relishing it. You remember it was in 2023 when he last took to the witness box in his case against Mirror Group newspapers. At the end of giving evidence, he described it as a lot. I think we can expect a lot more today from Harry as he is questioned and cross-examined. This is the first day of this. The case is due to last 9 weeks, but remember, the judgment will come back at a later date.
There for us outside the Royal Courts of Justice. Appreciated. Thank you so very much. Breaking news to bring you now regarding the US envoy Steve Witkoff, quoted in an interview with CNBC saying we have to go to meet Putin on Thursday. This is further comments being made by Steve Witkoff saying that we have 20, maybe 25 world leaders who've already accepted the Board of Peace. Quite the details of which he's referring to is unclear, but we do know from the Kremlin's perspective that they were reporting that Putin had been invited to join the Board of Peace, which was going to have an oversight role in the following phases of the redevelopment and peace process in Gaza. The full details of that invitation as yet unclear. I don't think we've had full confirmation from Washington itself, but the Kremlin had been reporting. Sergei Lavrov, foreign policy chief, had been talking about it as well. Other people on that reported Board of Peace do include some of the people that actually sat in front of you, people including Marco Rubio and also reportedly Sir Tony Blair as well, the former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. It appears, based on these comments that are coming to us via Reuters, citing CNBC, that Steve Witkoff's comments about having to go to meet Putin on Thursday, tomorrow, is in reference to that, because the following comments are about the Board of Peace and suggesting that there are 20, maybe 25 world leaders who have accepted invitations to join it. We did also learn earlier today from the Hebrew account of Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, that he reportedly had accepted an invitation to sit on that Board of Peace as well. It will sit as an oversight committee above a more technocratic body that will look to work to govern, re-establish and develop Gaza in the coming months, and let's be honest, years. It will take a long time to do so. So like I say, we're just trying to piece together this mosaic of information, but it appears as though the US, I don't exactly know who, but we assume Steve Witkoff travelling to Russia to meet with Vladimir Putin. We assume that it won't be the only topic of conversation, that of Gaza and the Board of Peace, that also Ukraine will be discussed, possibly to Greenland as well. Donald Trump citing the fact that Russia and China, from his perspective, has desires for the Danish territory. So lots to get through. We're going to figure it all out. We're going to bring it to you as we get it, live here on Sky News. Stick with us for the full story first on all the days, and let's be honest, the world's developments. You are watching Sky News today. Gareth Barlow with you. All eyes on Davos. Donald is delayed departing for Davos. Still due to address the delegates. Denmark, the Danes and Greenland all due to dominate the agenda. The details to come on that. Plus, Nigel Farage apologises for a few, challenges with regarding declaring some outside earnings within the normal timeframes for parliamentarians. The details of that one to come.
Good morning, everyone. It's really nice to be back here in Congress Hall. Hopefully everybody had a good day yesterday and are enjoying it today. It is my real pleasure to introduce Jensen Huang, who is somebody I admire, somebody I've watched, and somebody who has been a teacher to me on the journey of learning about technology and AI. It is amazing watching how he led NVIDIA. And I don't measure myself on comparisons, but I like this one comparison. So since NVIDIA has been public, which was in 1999, same year as BlackRock.
Oh boy.
Okay, now NVIDIA's total return for its shareholders has been a compounded 37%. Just think about that. What would that mean to every pension fund if they invested in NVIDIA as an IPO? The amount of successes we have with everybody's retirement. At the same time, BlackRock's annualized total return has been 21%. Not so bad for a financial services company, but it certainly pales. And so that is just a really great indication of Jensen's leadership, the positioning of NVIDIA, and also it is a great statement about what the world believes in the future of NVIDIA. So Jensen, congratulations on that journey, and I know we have many more years of that journey ahead of us.
Thank you. I appreciate that. My only regret was at the IPO, after the IPO, I wanted to buy my parents something nice. And so I sold NVIDIA stock at a valuation of $300 million. The company was at a valuation of $300 million, and I bought them a Mercedes S-Class. It is the most expensive car in the world. They regret it.
Do they still have it?
Oh, sure. Yeah,
Good.
They still have it, yeah.
Good. Let me go into the subject matter now, but I just want to say, the debate on AI is about how it's going to change the world and the global economy. Today, I want to talk about how AI can add to the world economy and how AI can increasingly become a foundational technology that everyone in this room can be utilizing, enhancing our lives, enhancing the lives of everyone in the world. And we need to talk about how it's going to reshape productivity, labor, infrastructure across virtually every other sector. But importantly, how it's going to reshape the world, and how can more segments of the world benefit from AI? And how can we ensure that we have a broadening of the global economy, not a narrowing of the global economy? And I can't think of another person who has a clearer view on not just what AI is, but the infrastructure around it, the infrastructure that is necessary to build around it. And because so many of the major hyperscalers are utilizers of what NVIDIA creates, and the whole engagement around the infrastructure around AI and the potential of AI, I think we have a great voice to listen to this afternoon or this morning. So Jensen, once again, thank you. This is his first time here at the World Economic Forum in Davos, and I know you have a really busy schedule, so thank you for taking that time.
I appreciate that.
So let me go right into it. Why do you believe that AI has the potential to be that significant engine of growth? And what makes this moment, this technology, different than past technology cycles?
Yeah, this is, first of all, when you think about AI and you're interacting with AI in all these different ways, ChatGPT, of course, using Gemini, of course, using Anthropic, Claude, of course, and the magical things that it could do, it's helpful to reason back to the first principles of fundamentally what is happening to the computing stack. This is a platform shift. A platform is something where applications are built on top of. And this is a platform shift like the platform shift to PCs. New applications were developed to run on a new type of computer, a platform shift to the internet, a new type of computing platform, hosted all kinds of new applications, a platform shift to mobile cloud. In each and every one of these platform shifts, the computing stack was reinvented and new applications were created. This is a new platform shift in the sense that today you're using ChatGPT. It's important to understand that itself is an application, but very importantly, new applications will be built on top of ChatGPT. New applications will be built on top of Anthropic Claude, for example. And so it's a platform shift in that way. AI is really easy to understand if you realize what it can do that you could never do before. Software in the past was effectively pre-recorded. Humans would type and describe the algorithm or the recipe for the computer to execute. It was able to process structured information, meaning you've got to put the name, the address, their account number, their age, where they live. You create these structured tables that software would then go and retrieve information from. We call it SQL queries. SQL is the single most important database engine the world's ever known. Almost everything ran on SQL before now. Now we have a computer that can understand unstructured information, meaning it could look at an image and understand it. It could look at text and understand it. It's completely unstructured. It could listen to sound and understand it, understand the meaning of it, understand the structure of it, and reason about what to do about it. And so for the first time, we now have a computer that is not pre-recorded, but it's processed in real time, meaning that it's able to take the context of the circumstance, whatever the environmental information, the contextual information, and whatever information you give it, it could reason about what is the meaning of that information and reason about your intent, which could be described in a really unstructured way. You describe it however you want to describe it. We call it prompts, but you describe it however you like to describe it. And to the extent that it can understand your intention, it could perform a task for you. Now, the important thing about this is that because we're reinventing that entire computing stack, the question is, what is AI? When you think about AI, you think about the AI models. But it's really important to understand industrially, AI is actually essentially a 5-layer cake. At the bottom is energy. AI, because it's processed in real time and it generates intelligence in real time, it needs energy to do so. Energy is the first layer. The second layer is the layer that I live in. It's chips and computing infrastructure. The next layer above it is the cloud infrastructure, the cloud services. The layer above that is the AI models. This is where most people think AI is. But don't forget that in order for those models to happen, you have to have all of the layers underneath it. But the most important layer, and this is the layer that's happening right now, the reason why last year was an incredible year, frankly, for AI, is that the AI models made so much progress that the layer above it, which is ultimately the layer that we all need to succeed, the application layer above that. And so this application layer could be in financial services, it could be in healthcare, it could be in manufacturing. This layer on top ultimately is where economic benefit will happen. But the important thing, though, because this computing platform requires all of the layers underneath it, it has started, and everybody's seeing it right now, it has started the largest infrastructure build-out in human history. We're now a few $100 billion into it. That's it. We're a few $100 billion into it. Larry and I, we get the opportunity to work on many projects together. There are trillions of dollars of infrastructure that needs to be built out. And it's sensible. It's sensible because all of these contexts have to be processed so that the AI, so that the models can generate the intelligence necessary to power the applications that ultimately sit on top. And so when you go back and when you reason about it layer by layer by layer, and you realize that the energy sector is now seeing extraordinary growth. The chip sector, TSMC just announced they're going to build 20 new chip plants. Foxconn working with us, and Wistron and Quanta building 30 new computer plants, which then go into these AI factories. So we have chip factories, computer factories, and AI factories all being built around the world.
And memory.
And memory, right, exactly. Those chip fabs. Micron has started investing $200 billion in the United States. SK Hynix is doing incredibly. Samsung is doing incredibly. You could see that entire chip layer growing incredibly today. And now, of course, we pay a lot of attention to the model layer, but it's really exciting that the layer above them is really doing fantastically. And now, one indicator is where the VC funding going into. Last year, 2025, was one of the largest years in VC funding ever, and last year, most of the funding went to what is called AI native companies. These are companies in healthcare, they're companies in robotics, and company in manufacturing, financial services, all of the large industries in the world. You're seeing huge investments going in to those AI natives because for the first time, the models are good enough to build on top of.
So let's just dive a little further. Obviously, everybody, I'm sure, uses their own chatbot and getting information. So, but you're talking about the dispersion of AI is going to be the key. Let's talk about go into a little more upside ideas related to the dispersion of it in the physical world. You mentioned, obviously, healthcare is a great example of that. But where do you see the transformational opportunities in areas like transportation or science?
Well, last year, I would say last year, I would say 3 major things happened in AI, in the AI technology layer, the model layer. The first one is that the models themselves started out being curious and interesting, but they hallucinated a great deal. And last year, we can all reasonably accept that these models are better grounded. They could do research. They can reason about circumstances that maybe they weren't trained on, break it down into step-by-step reasoning steps, and come up with a plan to answer your question, do your research, or perform the task. So last year we saw the evolution of language models becoming AI systems that we call agentic systems, agentic AI. The second major breakthrough is the breakthrough of open models. Several years ago, was it a year ago, DeepSeek came out, and DeepSeek was, a lot of people were quite concerned about it. Frankly, DeepSeek was a huge event for most of the industries, most of the companies around the world, because it's the world's first open reasoning model. Since then, a whole bunch of open reasoning models have emerged, and open models has enabled companies and industries, researchers, educators, universities, startups, to be able to use these open models to start something and create something that's domain specific or specialized for their needs. The third area that had enormous progress last year was the concept of physical intelligence, of physical AI. AI that understands not just language, but AI understands, if you will, nature. And it could be AI that understands the physical world here, AIs that understand proteins, chemicals, natural physics of physics, for example, fluid dynamics, particle physics, quantum physics, AIs that are now learning all these different structures and different languages, if you will. Proteins is essentially a language. And so all of these AIs are now making such enormous progress that these industries, industrial companies, whether it's manufacturing or drug discovery, are really making great progress. And one of the great indicators is a partnership that we had with Lilly, that they realize now that AI has made such extraordinary progress in understanding the structure of proteins and the structure of chemicals, essentially being able to interact and talk to the proteins like we talk to ChatGPT. We're going to see some really big breakthroughs.
So all these breakthroughs raises concerns about the human element. You and I have had many conversations on this, but we need to tell the whole audience. there is a huge concern that AI is going to displace jobs. And you've been arguing the opposite. Obviously, the build-out of AI, as you talked about, the biggest infrastructure build-out in history is going to occur, which
energy is creating jobs.
Yeah.
Chips industry is creating jobs. The infrastructure layer is creating jobs. Land, power, and shell. Jobs, jobs, jobs. I mean, right? It's incredible.
So let's get into a little more detail. So you actually believe we're going to face labor shortages. And so how do you see that AI and robotics changing the nature of work rather than eliminating it?
Yeah, there's several different ways that we could think through it. First of all, this is the largest infrastructure build-out in human history. That's going to create a lot of jobs. And it's wonderful that the jobs are related to tradecraft. And we're going to have plumbers and electricians and construction and steel workers and network technicians and people who install and fit out the equipment. And all of these jobs, we're going to, in the United States, we're seeing quite a significant boom in this area. Salaries have gone up, nearly doubled. And so we're talking about six-figure salaries for people who are building chip factories or computer factories or AI factories. And we have a great shortage in that. And I'm really delighted to see so many people in so many countries really recognizing this important area. You know, everybody should be able to make a great living. You don't need to have a PhD in computer science to do so. And so I'm delighted to see that. The second thing to realize, and so we theorize about the automation of tasks and things like that, and what is the implication to jobs. You know, I'll just offer some anecdotes. These are real-world anecdotes of what has actually happened. Remember, 10 years ago, one of the first professions that everybody thought was going to get wiped out was radiology. And the reason for that was the first AI that became superhuman in capability was computer vision. And one of the largest applications of computer vision is studying scans by radiologists. Well, 10 years later, it is true that AI has now completely permeated and diffused into every aspect of radiology. And it is true that radiologists use AI to study scans now. The impact is 100%, and the impact is completely real. However, not surprisingly, I say not surprisingly, if you reason from first principles, not surprisingly, the number of radiologists have gone up.
Is that because of lack of trust or is that because the human interaction with the results of AI is a better outcome?
Exactly. The reason for that is because a radiologist, their job, the purpose of their job is to diagnose disease, to help patients diagnose disease. That's the purpose of their job. The task of the job includes studying scans. The fact that they're able to study scans now infinitely fast allows them to spend more time with patients, diagnosing their disease, interacting with the patients, interacting with other clinicians. Well, surprisingly, also not surprisingly actually, as a result of that, the number of patients that the hospital can see has gone up. Because, you know, there are a lot of people waiting a long time to get their scans done. And so now, because the number of patients have gone up, the revenues of the hospital has gone up, they hire more radiologists. This is the same thing that's happening to nurses. We're 5 million nurses short in the United States. As a result of using AI to do the charting and the transcription of the patient visits, nurses spend half of their time charting. And now they could use AI technology, and one particular company, Abridge, a partner of ours, doing incredible work. As a result of that, the nurses could spend more time visiting patients.
Human touch.
That's right. And because you can now see more patients, and we're no longer less bottlenecked by the number of nurses, more patients could get into the hospital sooner. As a result, hospitals do better, they hire more nurses. And so surprisingly, AI is increasing their not surprisingly, AI is increasing their productivity. As a result, the hospitals are doing better. They want to hire more people. You have too many people waiting too long to get into hospitals. And so these are two perfect examples. Now, the easiest way to think about what is the impact of AI on a particular job is to understand whether the job, what is the purpose of the job, and what is the task of the job. If you just put a camera on the two of us and just watched us, you would probably think the two of us are typists because I spend all of my time typing. And so if AI could automate so much word prediction and help us type, then we would be out of jobs. But obviously that's not our purpose. And so the question is, what is the purpose of your job? In the case of radiologists and nurses, is to care for people. And that purpose is enhanced and made more productive because the task has been automated. And so to the extent that you can reason about each one of the people's purpose versus the task, I think it's a helpful framework.
Let's move this beyond the developed economies. Help me understand how AI is going to broaden the world and help the world. I read an Anthropic piece this past weekend that basically said the utilization of AI most recently is very dominant by the educated society. And they're even seeing the educated component of each society being heavily more utilized. And obviously they're using it against their own model Claude, so it may have its own biases. So how do we ensure that AI is a transformational technology, maybe like what Wi-Fi and 5G was for the emerging world? And when you intersect that, what does it mean for the emerging world? And John, how do we broaden the global economy? And two, getting back to the whole job situation with robotics and AI, there is going to be some substitution there. And there's substitution in the United States already going on. We may be creating more plumbers and electricians, but we probably need less analysts at financial institutions. Lawyers need less analysts, because they're able to accumulate the data faster. So let's just pivot on to the emerging world for a second, in the developing world. How do you see that play out?
Well, first of all, AI is infrastructure, and there's not one country in the world I can't imagine that you need to have AI as part of your infrastructure, because every country has its electricity, you have your roads, you should have AI as part of your infrastructure. Of course, you could always import AI, but AI is not so incredibly hard to train these days, and because there's so many open models, these open models with your local expertise, you should be able to create models that are helpful to your own country. And so I really believe that every country should get involved to build AI infrastructure, build your own AI, take advantage of your fundamental natural resource, which is your language and culture, develop your AI, continue to refine it, and have your national intelligence be part of your ecosystem. And so I think that's number one. And number two, remember, AI is super easy to use. It is the easiest software to use in history, and that's the reason why it's the fastest growing and most rapidly adopted. I mean, in just a couple of 2-3 years, it's coming up to almost a billion people. I think, first of all, Claude is incredible. Anthropic has made a huge progress, huge leap in developing Claude. We use it all over our company. The coding capability of Claude, its reasoning capability, its ability is just really incredible. And anybody with a software company really ought to get involved and use it. On the other hand, ChatGPT is probably the most successful consumer AI in history. And its ease of use and its approachability, I think everybody should get involved. And whether it's somebody in a developing country or a student, it is very clear that it is essential to learn how to use AI, how to direct an AI, how to prompt an AI, how to manage an AI, how to guardrail the AI, evaluate the AI. These skills are no different than leading people, managing people, things that you and I do all the time. So in the future, instead of biological, carbon-based AIs, in the future we're also going to have digital versions of AIs, silicon versions of AIs, and we'll have to manage them. They're just part of our digital workforce, if you will. And so I would advocate that for the developing countries, build your infrastructure, get engaged in AI, and recognize that AI is likely to close the technology divide.
Right.
Because it is so easy to use and so abundant and so accessible. And so, I'm actually fairly optimistic about the potential of AI to lift the countries that are emerging, and for many people who haven't had computer science degree, all of you can be programmers now, And so in the past we had to learn how to program a computer. Now you program a computer by saying to the computer, "How do I program you?" And if you don't know how to use an AI, just go up to the AI and say, "I don't know how to use an AI. How do I use an AI?" And it would explain it to you. And you say, "I like to write a program to create my own website. How do I do that?" And it would ask you a whole bunch of questions about what kind of website you would like to build, and then write you the code. And so it is that easy to use, and that's, of course, the incredible power of AI, which is exciting.
Two quick questions, then we're going to run out of time. We're sitting here in Europe. When we were talking about a lot of companies, we mentioned a lot of U.S. companies and Asian companies. Talk to us about how AI and the success of Europe and the future of Europe can intersect, and how do you see NVIDIA play that role here in Europe?
Well, I have the benefit. NVIDIA has the benefit of working with every AI company in the world, and because we're low in the infrastructure layer, and we power AI across the board, and we power AI that are languages, their biology, their physics, their world models, and related to manufacturing and robotics, and the thing that's really quite exciting for Europe is, remember, your industrial base is so strong. The industrial manufacturing base in Europe is incredibly strong. This is your opportunity to now leap past the era of software. The United States really led the era of software. AI is software that doesn't need to write software. You don't write AI, you teach AI. And so get in early now so that you can now fuse your industrial capability, your manufacturing capability, with artificial intelligence, and that brings you into the world of physical AI or robotics. Robotics is a once-in-a-generation opportunity for the European nations, and whether it's all of the countries that I visit here, industrial base is really strong. The other thing to realize is that so much of the deep sciences are still very strong here in Europe. And the deep sciences now have the benefit of applying artificial intelligence to accelerate your discovery. And so I think that it's fairly certain that you have to get serious about increasing your energy supply so that you could invest in the infrastructure layer so that you could have a rich ecosystem of artificial intelligence here in Europe.
So what I'm hearing is we're far from an AI bubble. The question is, are we investing enough? Let's turn it around, because there's so many people talking about a bubble, but the question is, what I'm hearing from you is, are we investing enough to do what we need to do to broaden the global economy?
And so one good test on the AI bubble is to recognize that NVIDIA has now millions of NVIDIA GPUs in the cloud. We're in every cloud, we're used everywhere. And if you try to rent an NVIDIA GPU these days, it's so incredibly hard. And the spot price of GPU rentals is going up. Not just the latest generation, but 2-generation-old GPUs. The spot price of rentals are going up. And the reason for that is because the number of AI companies that are being created, the number of companies shifting their R&D budget, Lilly is a great example. 3 years ago, most of their R&D budget, all of their R&D budget, was probably wet labs. Notice the big AI supercomputer that they've invested in, the big AI lab, increasingly that R&D budget is going to shift towards AI. And so the AI bubble comes about because the investments are large. And the investments are large because we have to build the infrastructure necessary for all of the layers of AI above it. And so I think the opportunity is really quite extraordinary. And everybody ought to get involved. Everybody ought to get engaged. We need more energy. I think that we all recognize that. We need more land power and shell. We need more trade skill workers. And in fact, that population of workforce is so strong here in Europe. Yes. In a lot of ways, the United States lost that in the last 20, 30 years. But it's still incredibly strong here in Europe. It's an extraordinary opportunity you have to take advantage of. And so I would, I know that where Larry and I work, we see the investment opportunities and the investment scale is going up. The number of startups, as I mentioned earlier, that 2025, the largest investment year in VC history, over $100 billion around the world. Most of it was AI natives. And so these AI companies are building basically the application layer above. They're going to and go build this future.
And I actually believe it's going to be a great investment for pension funds around the world to be a part of that, to grow with this AI world. And this is one of my messages as so many political leaders. We need to make sure that the average pensioner, the average saver is a part of that growth. If they're just watching it from the sidelines, they're going to feel left out.
And we want to invest in infrastructure.
Right.
Infrastructure is a great investment opportunity. This is the single largest infrastructure build-out in human history.
Yep.
Get involved.
We're out of time. Hopefully everybody in the audience and everybody on the web streaming is seeing the power of Jensen Huang as a leader, not just a leader in technology and AI, but a leader in business and also a leader in heart and soul, which is really important today, having that leadership from the heart and the soul. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
The Prince to court a day earlier than had been expected, but his team have hit back bullishly. A spokesperson said, a source close to him said that he's been preparing for this for years. Safe to say he's ready. Now, Harry will be looking and examining 14 articles that were written
Let's go from the Royal Courts of Justice back to Davos, shall we? Paul Kelso standing in the snowy wonders of Switzerland for us. Well, actually, you've walked inside, so it's not quite so cold. Just talk to us, and we were talking about the sense of anticipation, excitement, maybe trepidation as well in Davos today ahead of the arrival of Donald Trump. He has set his sights on Greenland, he's set his sights on Denmark, he's set his sights really on Europe, and he's coming to the heart of it today. What should we expect?
Yeah, indeed, and perhaps a reception almost as chilly as it is outside, which is why we've stepped inside. This week has all been about Donald Trump, and now he's on his way. A bit of a dramatic delay, as we know, to his journey, but he is the focus of attention. And I think a lot of what flows from the outcome of his presence here will depend on the tone he strikes when he's on stage. Scheduled to be 1:30 UK time, inevitably going to be delayed. We don't know exactly when he'll speak. He's got an hour. We know he can fill that time comfortably. Last night in the White House briefing, he sounded a little more conciliatory, indicating he sometimes does that he's got something up his sleeve on Greenland. But the European leaders, other G7 leaders, I think led by Mark Carney, former Governor of the Bank of England, now Prime Minister of Canada, who was setting out a new world in which Europe and the rest of the world, other than America, have to do their own thing and work together. Of course, Mark Carney knows Rachel Reeves, the Chancellor, well. She's here, currently the ranking member of Cabinet here, because the Prime Minister isn't in Davos. I've spoken to her this morning about Donald Trump, among other things, and she struck, I think, a slightly more strident tone than Britain has so far, saying the UK would not be pushed around. We can listen to what she had to say now. Chancellor, Donald Trump is coming to Davos, threatening a trade war that will slap 10% tariffs on British businesses, cause chaos for the UK economy. What is your message to the American president?
Well, Britain is not here to be buffeted around. We've got an economic plan, and it is the right one for our country. Well, if other countries want to increase trade barriers, that is their choice. But we are determined to bring trade barriers down, which is why this week I'm meeting with European, Gulf partners, Canadians, to talk about how we can free up trade and make it easier for businesses to trade around the world. And on President Trump, well, we worked last year to get a trade deal, and as the US Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said when I saw him yesterday, he doesn't see any reason why that trade deal should be undone.
Are you going to tell him those tariffs are wrong?
Well, at the moment, no tariffs have been imposed, and I think the right approach, and the approach that our Prime Minister Keir Starmer has taken over the last year or so, is to try and de-escalate and get the best deal for Britain. We got the best deal and the first trade deal with the US last year, and I'm confident that we will continue to get a good deal for Britain. And around the world, I'm sending a message this week, loud and clear, that Britain is open for trade, open for investment, and open for talent. That is how we succeed, and those policies and our economic plan is the one that is in our national interest.
And yet here we are with the US president threatening to use tariffs for territorial reasons, specifically against the UK. The Prime Minister's not even here. Are we not in danger of looking supine compared particularly to Europeans and the Canadians, who have been far more robust?
Well, the Prime Minister talks regularly to the US President, but also talks regularly and meets regularly with European and his Canadian counterparts, as do I. I was in Washington just last week. I met with Howard Lutnick yesterday. I talked to my opposite number, Scott Bessent, regularly. And it's because of that dialogue and those good relations that we managed to secure the first and the best trade deal with the US last year. And I'm confident that our approach, the approach that we're taking in the national interest, and our plan, which is the right economic plan for Britain, will get us through challenging times, as we always have in the past risen to challenging moments.
Do you accept that the terms globally of trade and economics have changed? Howard Lutnick said it yesterday with the panel you were on. Globalisation is dead. This is a fight the US want to have. They've said that no country, not even the UK, can take access to the US markets for granted. Is this now de facto a trade war, even if Greenland blows over?
I don't accept that at all. Last year, the UK secured trade deals with India, with Korea. I'm meeting today with partners from the Gulf countries where we are in trade negotiations. We had a summit with our European allies and friends, and we are reducing barriers to trade with our European counterparts, as well as joining the CTPTP with Canada and others to reduce trade barriers. So if others want to put up trade barriers, we are bringing them down, because that is in our national interest, and that is part of our economic plan, which is the right one for Britain and is seeing results. And I've been with businesses already this morning here in Davos, British businesses and global investors who are excited about the opportunities in Britain, whether that is in AI or technology, financial services or clean energy. I'm really excited about those opportunities. Businesses are too. I'm with those businesses.
What I'm hearing from talking to people who say they are interested in the UK, some of the strengths we still have, but they don't think, and this is across the board, they don't think the story is clear enough. The pitch, frankly, you're making in this British delegation is clear enough to get past the concerns about labour costs and the tax measures you've introduced.
Well, I was at breakfast this morning with UK startups and scale-ups who are part of my delegation here in Davos this week, because I want to bring great British entrepreneurs, great British businesses with me to put them in touch with global investors so we can bring more investment to Britain. And they're upbeat about the opportunities, whether it is the Northern Powerhouse Growth Corridor or the Oxcam Growth Corridor, the opportunities for investment in nuclear energy from the Canadians and the French and others, whether it is investment in floating offshore wind. There are big opportunities in the UK. Our strengths, with 4 of the top 10 universities in the world, our great innovators and creators, our financial services expertise, put us in a really prime place, combined with our openness to trade, to talent and investment. Businesses here this week are feeling positive. They're feeling optimistic about the year ahead. I am too, because we have the right plan for our economy, for our country, to bring that growth and prosperity in all parts of the country that we need.
Finally, you're here among the billionaires in Davos making that pitch. Inflation's just gone up. What's your message to UK households who are seeing their bills still rising?
Well, inflation was expected this month to increase slightly. That was the Bank of England forecast. The Bank of England also clear that they expect inflation to return to the 2% target by late spring, early summer. That continues to be our expectation, because of the measures that I took in my budget to take £150 off energy bills, as well as freezing rail fares and prescription charges.
Chancellor, thank you.
Thank you.
So the Chancellor quite confident and bullish about the UK's case for investment here, but of course that case, as with so much else at this annual meeting of the World Economic Forum, is being drowned out or defined by Donald Trump. But do you think her defence of the UK approach, the softly approach that has been criticised, is informed by her private discussions with the US administration? She was in Washington last week. I understand she's spoken directly with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. The message that he has said, so both publicly and I think privately, is that people in Europe need to calm down and wait and see what happens. Of course, some might think that's a bit rich, given the excitement, to put it mildly, has all been caused by the US president. There's also, of course, reflects the reality of the UK's position outside the European Union, reliant on exports, particularly the car industry. A tariff war with America, I think the government would think, would only hurt workers at Jaguar Land Rover and elsewhere in that supply chain. So the UK is a little bit a prisoner of the scale of the market, an important player, still an important voice, but it cannot wage a trade war on America and have any hopes of success.
Paul Kelso in Davos. Appreciated. Plenty more from Paul and the team throughout the course of the day. Let's also bring in our international correspondent, Diana Magnay, who joins us. Good to have you with us in the studio. You talk to so many people about what's going on in the world at the moment. They go, I don't know what to make of it. What should they make of it? Where do we try and start grasping all of the elements that are going on and piece them together into some cohesive and understandable process? Because it feels as though cohesion has been lost in the world order of late.
Well, I think we're just in a fundamentally different world order, and that's very clear, and that's what Mark Carney, Canadian Prime Minister, what Emmanuel Macron, the French President, said yesterday at Davos. You know, all the rules are out the window. We are now in a world where, power equals right. You take what you want as far as Donald Trump is concerned. And all of those who have lived by the rules of the United Nations, of international peace and security, are going to have to think again about how they deal with, the bully in the playground, which Donald Trump clearly is. And this is the dilemma that they find themselves in. And it's ironic if you look at, having been in Russia for such a long time and the way that Russia justified its invasion of Ukraine, and now seeing Donald Trump deciding to do exactly the same thing. Russia was so determined that the world would become a multipolar world where there would be numerous different axes. Well, actually, that doesn't seem to be the case at all, because Donald Trump wants to be the hegemon. He wants to exert absolute power. He wants to, over his own country and also elsewhere, he wants to grab territory. I mean, I think it's just a fundamentally reversed world order that we have to come to terms with and find our place in the West.
And then there's the reports, I'm just looking at it, TASS, the Russian state news agency, agreeing with the reports coming from the US that Steve Witkoff, the US envoy, is going to go meet Putin tomorrow. And this appears to be over that report from the Kremlin that Putin has been invited to sit on the board of peace that would oversee the situation in Gaza. Putin, the person who invaded a sovereign nation next door, is being invited by the President of the United States to sit on a board of peace over the situation in Gaza following the events there that some have decried as potentially genocidal events.
We need a peace.
Is Mr. Kushner coming with you?
He is, of course.
And are you meeting Ukrainians later?
We are, sir.
For Vladimir Putin, restoring a position for himself in the Middle East by being a part of this board of peace would make sense. But I think it doesn't strike me as unnatural the way that Russia is like, oh, well, we will discuss it. We are thinking about this. We're taking it very seriously. They want to be... Russia always use international law as a sort of justification for everything they're doing. They always want to be seen on the side of the considered and doing the right thing. I mean, ironically, given their invasion of their next-door neighbour. But they have very good relations with Steve Witkoff, and I wouldn't be surprised if Vladimir Putin finds himself persuaded to be a part of the board of peace. And I guess the big question is this going to be Donald Trump's substitution for the United Nations, which he clearly has no interest in international law. The board of peace is something that you have to buy membership of, and it has no sort of constitution that requires rules or how countries should function alongside each other. It's just a sort of whoever wants to pay the big bucks and sit on a board alongside Donald Trump. And it's gone very much further than its remit of just looking after peace in Gaza. And I think Donald Trump said yesterday, did he think it would replace the United Nations? And he said he thought the UN should continue, though his board of peace might replace it. No, I think everybody is looking at what he's going to say at Davos today. I wonder, Paul Kelso just said he had just an hour. I wonder if he takes more than that. I mean, he took 2 hours with the press practically yesterday. At his speech, he went through all of the supposed achievements of his first year in office, and now he has an even bigger stage to do that, surrounded by a multitude of the world's richest people, which is exactly the kind of forum that Donald Trump wants to stand up and project power in. And he knows that everybody is listening especially because of his Greenland threats. But I bet he will keep us guessing until right at the end about whether his views on Greenland have moved from what he said yesterday, which was, will you go in, what steps might you take militarily? And he said, you'll find out.
Ominous tones for some people from their perspective. Nana, good to have you with us. Thank you. Plenty more on that story, the developing story online. Also some breaking news now. Ryanair Chief Executive Michael O'Leary holding a news conference in Dublin. In recent days, trading insults with the tech billionaire Elon Musk. You don't even need me to introduce him. He ruled out adding Starlink internet to Ryanair planes, and that was the source of the spat. Well, our correspondent Stephen Murphy is here with us in Dublin, and you're joined, Stephen, I think, by Michael O'Leary.
Yeah, shortly, in just one moment. I mean, as you say, this is something of a remarkable spat between two of the most high-profile businessmen, really, in the world today. In one corner, you've got Elon Musk, the entrepreneur, the close friend of the US president, and who also happens to be the wealthiest man in the world. And on the other, you have the group CEO of Europe's most successful, largest airline, Ryanair, of course. Now, how did this spat begin? Well, essentially, Elon Musk wants to put Starlink aboard Ryanair aircraft so the passengers will access Wi-Fi during those flights. It's already being adopted by BA and Lufthansa. Michael O'Leary, the CEO of Ryanair, however, said that that was simply economically unviable on short-haul flights. Elon Musk took serious umbrage, and they've been trading insults ever since. Let's speak to the group CEO of Ryanair, a man who is, according to the wealthiest man in the world, an utter idiot and an insufferable chimp. How do you respond?
I think I probably agree with them. You know, I have 4 teenage children, so they regularly call me an idiot and insufferable chimp. The good news, though, it has delivered dramatic increase in footfall coming to the Ryanair website over the last 5 days. We've seen a significant increase in bookings, and as a result, we've launched a big idiots seat sale for the current 3 days, where people can buy Ryanair tickets for just 17 quid and travel during January, February, March, or April. So it's all good stuff, and if it helps Ryanair bookings and help Ryanair sales, I'm all in favour of it.
Now, of course, while this may be entertaining to many people, I mean, should anyone really be taking this seriously? I mean, the share price hasn't really moved very much. Elon Musk keeps floating the idea that he may purchase your airline, which is valued in the billions. But, of course, there are EU regulations there that prohibits a non-EU citizen from doing so. Is this just free publicity for you guys, or should anyone actually be taking a mooted takeover of Ryanair as anything other than fantasy?
Oh, no, I mean, I think it's good free publicity for X and also for Ryanair. Elon Musk is welcome to buy shares in Ryanair. He's very welcome to invest in Ryanair. I think it would be a very good investment for him. But as a non-European, he can't acquire control or ownership of Ryanair. EU rules mean that European airlines, like American airlines in the States, must be owned and controlled by Europeans. And in the States, they insist that their airlines must be owned and controlled by Americans as well. So it's good knockabout stuff. I think it'd be a great investment for Elon Musk, certainly a better investment than X has been for him. But, you know, and to encourage him, we're sending around to the Twitter offices in Dublin this morning a free flight for Mr. Musk. I think he should come and sample the Ryanair service, just 17 quid this summer.
We'll see how that goes. Now, you've accused him of not knowing anything about aerodynamics. Meanwhile, he's rescuing astronauts from the ISS and planning to put humanity on Mars. How do you square those things?
Well, we were quite surprised. You know, we've been in discussion with Wi-Fi providers, Starlink, Amazon, Vodafone for a number of months now. The challenge is that technology at the moment requires you to put 1 or 2 aerials on top of the aircraft. There is a significant fuel drag on that, and the total cost that would for Ryanair would be about between $150 $250 million a year. You know, if you can sell it, and we don't believe our customers on 1-hour flights will pay for Wi-Fi. If it's free, they'll certainly use it. But if you ask them to pay for it, they won't use it. And that's ultimately where the talks are broken down. Mr. Musk apparently took objection to me highlighting the fact that there's a fuel drag penalty. He claims there isn't. And I simply respond, well, you clearly don't know anything about aircraft aerodynamics if you think that's the case. He's wrong. And certainly when he says there'll be no fuel penalty, it's an idiotic and stupid statement.
You are the biggest purchaser of US-made Boeing aircraft outside of the US. How terrified are you then of another Trump tariff war? Do you think we are going to see a full-scale trade war between the US and the EU as regards Greenland? How would that affect your business?
We're not sure. Like everybody else, you know, there's great uncertainty out there. Certainly in past tariff wars, both the US and the Europeans, the US is a big exporter of Boeing aircraft. Europe is a big exporter of Airbus aircraft. So they have agreed not to apply tariffs to aircraft or aircraft engines because so many US and European jobs are dependent on that. We don't know whether that's the case. But I mean, I think Mr. Trump is wrong on Greenland. I think he's been wrong on Ukraine. I think he's been wrong on tariffs. I think he's right in relation to, you know, pushing back on environmental taxes, boosting oil production. But where he's wrong, he's wrong. And I believe the European Union should stand up to Mr. Trump. And if he wants to levy tariffs on Europe or European countries as a result of his demand for Greenland, the Europeans should levy reciprocal tariffs. I don't think you can accede to Mr. Trump demanding Greenland. I don't know how then he would respond if the Chinese demand Taiwan, or if Russia decides it's going to demand Poland or the Baltic states as well. But Europe needs a firm response. You know, I'm not overly impressed with the European leadership, in much the same way we're not impressed with with our Irish Taoiseach as well, who promised to scrap the Dublin Airport cap here 13 months ago, and has done nothing for the last 13 months except travel the world nibbling Ferrero Rochers.
Michael O'Leary, Group CEO of Ryanair, thanks very much for speaking to us here in Dublin today. Well, look, as always with Elon Musk, desperately refreshing X every few minutes to see if he has responded to the latest comments here in Dublin from Michael O'Leary. Nothing yet so far. We'll keep a close eye on that during the day.
Stephen Murphy, live in Dublin. Good to have you with us. Thank you. We're going to bring you some key developments now from Davos. These are comments made by the Special Envoy for Peace and also the Middle East, Steve Witkoff. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
We plan to discuss peace in Ukraine and Russia.
And how do you think it will go?
I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that all meetings will go well on that subject. We need a peace.
Is Mr. Kushner coming with you?
He is, of course.
And are you meeting Ukrainians later?
We are, sir.
Just following the flight path of Air Force One as well. It appears to be taking a little bit of a wiggly route towards Zurich. It's just flown over Basel and looks to be about 6-7 minutes away from Zurich. So we're just taking a look at flight trackers. Obviously, you know, it might be a little bit of a lag or delay in the key detailing of Air Force One's progress into Zurich. It's expected then that Marine One will carry the president from Zurich up to Davos, up to the Alpine Resort, 5,000 or so feet up where the key world leaders are gathering. And there is a big US delegation there. It could be a decisive day indeed for both Greenland, for the European Union and for the world more generally as well, as we follow the developments there. Ongoing tensions, of course, geopolitically. Donald Trump due to land, well, very soon, expected to give a speech this afternoon. There's been a few delays in his journey over. Well, the events at Davos are already underway, regardless of the president's arrival. We've been hearing already this morning from the Secretary-General of NATO, Mark Rutte, who said he wouldn't discuss Trump and Greenland publicly, but said talks are taking place behind the scenes.
I cannot any longer help to somehow, with others, of course, not me, only myself, but of course with other leaders, to basically diffuse the tension, to de-escalate, etc. That's why you will not hear me comment. You can be assured that I'm working on this issue behind the scenes, but I cannot do that in public. Sorry, no comments from me on Greenland.
Well, sometimes behind-the-scenes comments do become public in various ways, as we've seen in the past few days.
That's true.
You talked about security in the Arctic. No matter how you come out of this Greenland row, I mean, it really seems as if the dynamics have fundamentally changed within NATO. You have Macron saying yesterday, we are shifting to a world without rules. Hasn't all of this fundamentally damaged the foundations of NATO, the shared trust, the shared values?
Of course, I see that there are these tensions at the moment. There's no doubt. Again, I'm not going to comment on that, but I can assure you the only way to deal with that is, in the end, thoughtful diplomacy. So statements from me will not add anything here. And when it comes to the Arctic, I think President Trump is right. Other leaders in NATO are right. We need to defend the Arctic. We know that these sea lanes are opening up. We know that China and Russia are increasingly active in the Arctic.
Let's discuss this further with our defence and security analyst, Professor Michael Clark, who joins us. So, Michael, interested just to pick up there on a couple of points that Mark Rutte, the NATO Secretary-General, was making. He wasn't going to discuss Denmark and the progress of trying to bring some resolution to this publicly. He might not want to do it publicly, but if he WhatsApps or messages the president, in the last couple of days, the president's screenshotted messages from Mark Rutte, from Macron, and also from the Norwegian leader as well, I think, and put that out on his social media platform. I'm just interested, for your perspective, on whether we ever see that before. It seemed a pretty remarkable moment.
No, I mean, this is a change in the nature of global diplomacy at the top level. So the idea that, you know, first of all, diplomacy has been done on social media. Instead of the president having a press conference or making an official statement carefully worded with a text to all the journalists, so there's a particular sentence which expresses what the administration means. We get these blasts from social media in the early hours of the morning with its block capital letters and its dreadful grammar and so on. I mean, that man's syntax is awful, but there you are. He's the President of the United States. He's allowed. And we're not. He's allowed grammatical infelicities. But there you are. So we get that, and we've got the issue that nothing is sacred. So people try to communicate directly with him. Because the administration is so dysfunctional below him, leaders think it's no good putting a request into the State Department. Can we have a quick meeting? Can I arrange a phone call? They've got his numbers. They've got contacts with him, so they get onto him directly, as they try to do, to be, as it were, personally congruent with him. And then he publishes their statements, which are cringeworthy in many cases. And so they'll be very careful what they write in future. Now, all of this is, bringing the profession of international diplomacy down several notches into the realm of gossip politics. And it's not very helpful, because it creates, even if you think, well, there's no point being pompous about these things, it's not to do with pomposity, it's about being precise so that people don't misunderstand each other. For instance, President Trump's apparent reversal of policy on the Chagos Islands, which we got yesterday, and a complete reversal from what he'd said about the Chagos Islands and the deal that Britain is doing. Last May, he said it was a monumental achievement last May. Suddenly it's a really stupid thing to do. That appears to be a misunderstanding created at the top level. Matthew Whitaker, the US ambassador to NATO, knew exactly what was happening over sending NATO troops to Greenland as a gesture of common defence. And he knew that. He was the ambassador. He should have got that message back. But that message doesn't seem to have got back to the president, who interpreted the thing in a hostile way. And so out of anger, he then, lashes out at Chagos, of the Chagos deal. And it looks as if there may be some elements of people in the UK who've been bending his ear about the Chagos deal and have turned him against what he previously thought about it. I don't think he understands the Chagos deal, because he said, oh, maybe the Brits are doing it for money. Well, no, it's costing Britain 101 million a year for the next 99 years. Yeah. That's the cost of leasing back to base in Diego Garcia for 99 years. So undoubtedly, when he talked about it, he didn't know what it was. He didn't understand what it was. But the fact that the diplomacy is so informal now means that these sort of misunderstandings can so easily occur. So we're in a realm of diplomacy which is to be honest, it's down to the level of social media gossip, and it isn't helpful. And the European statespeople at Davos are all trying to get back to, I think, here, they're trying to get back to some formal diplomacy, because for all of the formality, it does help to prevent misunderstandings. And when governments are very powerful, when leaders are very powerful, when they create crises, as President Trump does, he's a crisis leader. He creates crises because he believes he's good in a crisis. And that's what, all the great dictators have done that. They create crises because they think they can manipulate them. There is always the problem of misunderstanding and the problem of reckless behaviour that runs out of control. And that's what we're living with in the Trump diplomacy. Everything is in danger of running out of control.
Let's just see if we can see some images from Zurich, because we are expecting to see... Well, there we are. We don't know whether this is the plane, but it does say the United States of America in pretty bold typeface along the side of it. We are expecting to see President Trump making his arrival in Zurich. This is a delay to proceedings from the president's planned schedule. He had left the United States on Air Force One. That, of course, is the call sign attributed to the plane itself. It's not a dedicated plane, but air sign attributed to the plane carrying the president at the time, and was due to leave on Air Force One. Had to turn back round due to what was being described as a minor electrical error on board. So the plane returned to the United States. The president then lighting the aircraft and getting on board a second aircraft, which has made its way across the Atlantic. It's landing in Zurich in Switzerland. The planned schedule then will see the president transfer onto Marine One. That is the helicopter, the green helicopter that you so often see on the lawn of the White House, that will transport him to Davos. That will be a journey of around 40 or so minutes on Marine One, or at least that's the time that's been allocated for that journey. And the president then will join what is the largest delegation of American diplomats and governmental officials to ever take to a Davos summit. There is a huge USA house that is being created on scene, and our reporters have been at the scene for us. Let's just keep a close eye on this aircraft. Like I say, we're expecting to see the president descend from the steps in due course. Whilst we watch these images, let's bring in, actually, former Special Advisor to the NATO Secretary-General, Mark Laerty. Mark, what should European leaders brace themselves for? What should NATO brace itself for in the next few hours?
Well, I don't think it's going to be easy, because the president has backed them into a corner and backed himself into a corner. The idea that he's going to sort of concede publicly, I don't think he is. I think he's going to keep going. And I think the issue for the leaders, the various leaders, is this fundamental tactic. Do you try to flatter him into a deal, or do you front up to him? And I think what we're seeing now is a belief right across Europe that they've run out of road on the flattery route. And I think it could therefore be quite tough.
There were some tough words for some of the European leaders from the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, who has a unique position in the terms that he's hugely powerful. He has an economy that rivals many other nations in the form of his state, but he has the pleasure of not being a head of state, so he can maybe be a little bit more bold than those that he was decrying. And he effectively said this policy of appeasement has to end. He said he should have brought knee pads to Davos for some of the world leaders. What should European leaders do? Because at the end of the day, they still have to have a working relationship with the US. They still have to have a working relationship with the office of the president and the White House. They still have to have trading relationships and military relationships. But at the same time, there is an individual that really does push at the boundaries. But at the same time, there are calls for European leaders to push back. To what degree can they do so?
I think you've got to start making a distinction between strategy and psychology. Donald Trump is not about strategy. He's about his personality. He hates weakness. He likes to roll over it. A lot of the way he's treating Europe is not, oh, what do I think about NATO? What do I think about strategic movements? It's about, these are weak people and I can kick them around. And that is, and you saw even Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, being almost dismissive of Europeans, saying how weak we are, and we'll set up a working group. So I think in terms of the strategy of dealing with an individual, rather than the strategy of a strategy, we've got to actually indicate to him that Europe is not weak. And that will then make him think, do I want to go ahead? So that's the fundamental issue for the NATO and the European leaders, is to deal with the personality of Trump and the psychology. He wants Greenland because he has said publicly he psychologically needs it. And we're dealing with psychology here, not strategy. And he thinks Europe's weak. If you want to deal with Trump, you've got to make him think you're strong.
He says he needs Greenland for security reasons, that the United States is the only country that could protect it and defend it and fend off what he perceives as threats from Russia and from China. What is your analysis of the security situation in Greenland, and what is your analysis of the threats that it faces?
I think that there is an Arctic security problem, not a Greenland security problem. And I think that any intelligent, sensible, well-educated, neutral person would tell you, you do not need to do what Trump is proposing. It is very, very easy to actually create a NATO response for Arctic security. There is a problem. They do need a response. But actually, the American individual capabilities in the Arctic at the moment are curiously quite weak. They've only got a couple of icebreakers, which are pretty old and useless. Their actual forces in Greenland are very small. Their ability to create ice-capable ships, and this is a maritime area, is limited. Whereas if you look at the Canadians, the Finns, the Danes, they've all got capabilities. If you wanted to improve Arctic security, a multinational approach is the way to do it. So the argument about the Danish can't defend it, no one's asking the Danes to defend it. You do it multinationally. So the American argument on defense grounds is frankly pathetic.
Mark Laity, really good to have you with us here on Sky News. We're just going to follow the developments of that aircraft closely as it taxis around the runways of Zurich Airport. As the screen goes white there for a few seconds, let's just take a few moments here on Sky News to bring you a bit of breaking news now. And according to reports, a planned meeting between Donald Trump and Germany's Chancellor Friedrich Merz in Davos has been cancelled. That's because of Trump's delayed flight, and there had been a clamour amongst world leaders to try and get FaceTime with the president. It looks as though that option for the German leader has been cut short. Sir Keir Starmer isn't heading to Davos. He is in the UK, though. A short time ago, left Downing Street for PMQs, where the situation regarding Greenland, Donald Trump and the Chagos Islands will be top of the agenda. Here's him leaving Downing Street a few moments ago.
Are we being bullied by President Trump, Prime Minister? Don't you need to act a bit more tougher, Prime Minister? Why are you not going to Davos, Prime Minister? Have we lost our global standing on the global stage, Prime Minister?
Questions but no answers on the pavement of Downing Street, but there will be questions and answers at PMQs in the Commons. That's going to kick off in just around 15 minutes' time. Stick with us here on Sky News for PMQs. Jane Secker will be bringing you all the action from the House of Commons. Let's take you back to all the action in Switzerland, shall we, and the situation in Davos. Joining us, former Special Advisor to the NATO Secretary-General Mark Laity. Mark, what do you make of the fact that Sir Keir Starmer isn't in Switzerland? Some people will say that was an error on his part. Some would also say it shows a degree of strength, maybe, staying in London.
I think he's between a rock and a hard place on this one, in the sense that if he goes, it will be very uncomfortable for him. And I think that there is a realization that, if you like, the traditional Trump whispering isn't working anymore. So in one sense, he could go, he can make his point, but also he could end up being humiliated and making it worse. So in a way, you could say it's a lack of courage, or you could say it's actually quite sensible. I think he would be better. I think he'll be looking for a one-on-one separately, and look to other people to take the heat. So yeah, you can look at it either way, but I don't think he was going to be a winner if he went. That's for sure.
Just want to explain the images that we're showing you here live on Sky News. This footage being shared to us by partner broadcasters, so hopefully we can keep that camera steady for you and show you what's happening. This is the US presidential plane that has landed in Zurich. It is a ways away from the terminal building. That is because the president is transferring from that jet that has flown over the Atlantic. You can see there the steps are being brought from the right of the frame and the screen across to the presidential aircraft. It's a ways away from the terminal building because it needed to stand close to the helipads of Zurich Airport, and that is what you can see. That white-topped helicopter with its green underbelly is Marine One, and that will be used to transport the president to Davos. Davos is a hilltop, mountainous, alpinous resort that is, in some respects, not well designed for hosting the world's leaders and world's business entrepreneurs and leadership. It is up at around 5,000 or so feet. So this transfer taking place, like I say, on the tarmac of Zurich Airport, and that is why we can't bring you much closer footage of the president, but we'll continue to watch the developments. He is delayed, like I say, a little earlier in the programme. He was supposed to have left Washington earlier than intended. That is because of a technical issue on the first aircraft that was due to bring him over to Europe, turned back round, gone on to a second aircraft and made his way across. That has led, according to sources reporting to us here via Reuters from Davos, to a cancellation of the president's meeting with Friedrich Merz, the German Chancellor, because of a break in the schedule there. What I can't tell you is what other impacts that might have. Will it delay his speech to the delegates at Davos? Will it have impacts on his other meetings that are going to take place? We don't yet know, but we will bring you all the details as we get them here live on Sky News. We'll get the full story to you first throughout the course of the day and the afternoon. We're going to bring you live coverage from our world presenter Yauda Hakim live from Davos this afternoon as the president makes those addresses. In the meantime, as we watch these images, let's just speak to our defence and security analyst, Professor Michael Clark. And Michael, as we watch this, just give us a sense of history here, if you will. Have we seen a relationship in its current form between America and the rest of the world, or is this a new era?
Oh, the United States intends it to be a new era. Whether it will turn out that way, we don't know, because we don't know how deeply ingrained in US culture MAGA republicanism is. So it might all finish in 3 years' time with the 2028 elections, or it might go on. in a successor to Donald Trump for another 8 years after that. So it might be a 12-year process, even longer. So we don't really know what MAGA republicanism is, but there's a real change. We don't know what the future of American democracy is. That's a battle that's going to be fought over the next 10 years. And undoubtedly, the MAGA Republicans will be the first to tell you that they're fighting for their version of American democracy. We just don't know. But what we're certain about after this 12 months is that America has given up on defending the democracies in the world, leading the Western democracies. America has given up on the version of liberal democracy which is predominant in Western Europe. And this Davos meeting, I think, will go down as one of the pegs in the ground of that intention, that real intention on the part of the Trump administration to shift the rules of world politics. I mean, the Trump administration are revisionists. They're just like Xi Jinping and Putin, for their different reasons. They're trying to change the nature of world politics. And, I mean, interestingly, since you mentioned it, Howard Lutnick, who's the Commerce Secretary, he's at Davos, and they've sent a big delegation to Davos. They weren't going to a while ago, and now they're all there. Scott Bessent's there, Lutnick is there, the President's there, with all of the crowd around him. And Lutnick is written in the FT this morning, something he said on a panel, actually, with Rachel Reeves yesterday. And he's very clear. He said, we're not here to uphold the status quo. We are here to confront it head on. That's what he's written in the FT. And he says, he actually uses the phrase, we are the new sheriff in town. You know, he sort of he's absolutely a Trump loyalist, and he takes no prisoners. And so he uses this phrase, we are the new sheriff in town. There's the sort of swaggering arrogance about it. And he outlines in this brief article in the FT a completely new world economic order in which we don't rely on interdependence or global supply chains. We don't rely on international organizations. We don't put any faith in those. We have a series of nations with their own strong economies, with jobs for their own workers, markets for their own products. And only by a series of strong nations operating internal economies can the world be more prosperous. And he said, you know, that when we win, meaning America, when we win, the world wins. Now, the last time we had that sort of thinking in world politics was after the First World War, where the protectionism that led to the Great Crash and then the recession of the 1930s, which produced fascism and the Second World War. A lot of economists said that that economic policy after 1918 was the direct creator of the tensions of the late 1930s. Now, other economists disagree, say it's not so simple. But I would just point out, the last time we had policies like the sort of thing that Lutnick is talking about was just after the First World War, in that 20-year peace, the peace between the two world wars. So we'll see. Is this a big moment in history? Yes. The Americans intend it to be. Whether it turns into that will kind of depend on how everyone else reacts.
We are just watching live footage here at Sky News from Zurich Airport. It is at 12:51 local time. That is the exit door of Air Force One. You can see the seal there on the door. You can see the steps up to the aircraft now. To the bottom of those steps and to the left of Air Force One is Marine One, which will transport President Trump to Davos. And you mentioned there, as we watch these images, Michael, about the fact that the presidential term has 3 more years. Before that, though, is the midterms, November 2026. And that has the capacity, potentially, to see the Republicans lose control of the House of Representatives, lose control of the Senate, and therefore you end up with what is referred to often as the lame duck presidency. You don't have another term in office. You have 2 years where you struggle to pursue your legislative agenda. If there is that change in power dynamics in Congress, what would that matter and what would that mean to the president? Because at the end of the day, he does quite a lot of it by decree, in some respects, in the form of those, those memos and those emergency,
executive orders.
Yeah,
I mean, President Trump has issued more executive orders than any other president in history, and keeps on doing it. And this is an attempt, of course, to change the nature of the way American democracy works. If the MAGA Republicans do badly in the November midterms, then it will certainly create some pushback, and it will create some element of drag on the momentum of the Trump presidency. But remember that all presidents tend to have a bad second and third year in their second term. because things are built up against them usually. Their policies are not as successful as they hoped. They tend to get involved in scandals in their mid years, like Bill Clinton and Monica Lewinsky and Reagan got caught up in Iran-Contra and George Bush in the Iraq problem. They all tend to get caught in those sort of things. But they all worry about legacy, and they turn away from, as it were, efficient government towards legacy issues. And I think Donald Trump will probably do that. Now, whether that will make life more interesting or not for the rest of us, we don't know. But also remember, if the Republicans do quite well in the midterms, and the economy is not doing badly, and if it's basically the economy, if the economy gets him through the midterms so they don't do too badly, he may not be that much of a lame-duck president, because it may be that the momentum means that he can nominate a successor who would win in 28 and be, Trump 2. And whether it would be J.D. Vance, the money's on him at the moment, but it may not be, it's a long way away, maybe somebody else. But if they do quite well in November, then Trump may not be a lame-duck president, because there'll be a Trumpist candidate that he will have some influence over, even though by then he'll be 83, and we'll see what his mental state is by then. So we can't just assume, as a lot of Democrats are assuming, that somehow all this will get reined in come November. We'll see.
Still with us here on Sky News is former Special Advisor to the NATO Secretary-General, Mark Laity. Mark, I appreciate you joining us and sticking with us as we watch these images from Zurich. And as we watch these images from Zurich, it is undoubted that the Kremlin and Beijing will be watching the developments that are going on between NATO allies very closely indeed. What will Russia and China be making of this, and what will they be doing in response?
Well, Russia in particular will be absolutely delighted. Putin is also an individualist, but he's a strategic one. And the big geostrategic aim of the Russians is to destroy NATO, is to see it fall apart. So this is like all their dreams coming true. So they will be totally delighted. I think the Chinese will be fairly pleased because they like to see this new world order, and they don't want to see the unipolar world. And so they see America fracturing as quite a good thing. But they'll also be worried because they're more of a stabilizing influence in terms that they want to see the world be stable in their way, not disordered in the way that Trump is going. But for the Russians, this is really good news. I mean, even if they get a deal out of Greenland, if there is an Arctic security mission and so on, the damage to NATO is already there. And I'm speaking as somebody who worked for NATO for 20 years. It pains me to say it, but any alliance like NATO works to a large degree on trust and habit and momentum. The trust, the habits and the momentum are all being badly damaged by the person most responsible for it. So this is a very good day and a very good week for Russia.
Mark Laity, really good to have you with us. Thank you so much. I just want to step away from Zurich. Just to bring you some other big stories that we're following. This is some breaking news from the High Court here in London. This is a big story that we're following. Prince Harry is in court. We're just hearing that the Duke of Sussex has told the High Court he would not have been able to complain about some of the articles at the centre of his claim against the publisher of the Daily Mail at the time, quote, because of the institution I was in. Let's just bring you that again. So the other big story we're following, Prince Harry is in court today. We're just hearing the Duke of Sussex has told the High Court he would not have been able to complain about some of the articles at the centre of his claim against the publisher of the Daily Mail at the time because, quote, because of the institution I was in, quote. Like I say, in previous hours, A&L, Associated Newspapers Limited, deny the claims that are being made against them. They range from 1993 to 2011. It brings about other famous faces, including Liz Hurley, including people like Sir Elton John and his husband, David Furnish. The most high-profile name, of course, is Prince Harry. A&L deny the claims against them, but they are being pursued in this civil case. It's expected to last for 9 weeks. We'll get more as we get it from the Royal Courts of Justice. Let's turn our attention back to Zurich. It's 12:58 in Zurich. We're just seeing here Air Force One. It's brought the president over from the United States. It's on the tarmac next to Marine One, which is due to take the president to Davos. Any moment now, we expect to see Donald Trump descend those steps. You can see there the seal of the president of the USA on the door that has been opened to the chilly winter of Switzerland. Michael Clark, in our final couple of minutes to discuss it this hour before we take viewers to the Commons in due course. There's a lot riding on this, it goes without saying. Is it possible to overstate how much is riding on this, or is it that crucial at the moment?
What's happening in general is very crucial. I think that if you have to say it boldly, NATO, we know, is in deep trouble, the biggest crisis since its establishment in 1949. Personally, I think NATO will be lucky to get through this without effectively collapsing or changing from what it is now. NATO will still exist, but it will be a different sort of organisation. Whether this meeting will be the one that history will look back on as the critical meeting, I doubt. I think there'll be a couple of other things yet to come. But I think this is an indicator of the fact that the Greenland crisis is a fundamental internal crisis within the alliance. I mean, who would have thought that the leading founding member of the alliance would refuse to rule out invading a fellow member's territory for no other reason than that country wants the territory. There's not a security reason. Mark Leahy was making that very clear itself. We've all said that. No sensible person thinks that the Americans need to occupy Greenland to make it secure. And so this is a fundamental crisis internally for NATO, and it's the internal crises that kill organisations, not the external challenges.
We are just approaching midday here in London. It's just approaching 1 o'clock in the afternoon in Zurich. You're watching Sky News. Gareth Barlow and Michael Clark with you for the next few moments. And it is just midday in London, 1 o'clock in Zurich in Switzerland. We are expected to bring you the details and developments from the PMQs in the House of Commons in a few moments' time. Obviously, Sir Keir Starmer is not at Davos. He is not in Switzerland. He's not attending because he is in the House of Commons. We're going to bring you the developments from the Commons, the questions and the answers from the Prime Minister in a few moments' time. But we do just want to stick with these scenes live in Zurich. There is every chance, as ever, that Donald Trump makes a comment, some comments, maybe many comments, to the press and the waiting cameras on the tarmac in Zurich. So we're just waiting for the President to descend from Air Force One. We saw the plane land around 15 or so minutes ago. As yet, no sign of the President, who is delayed on his arrival to Switzerland and Zurich and Davos. He was due to have arrived somewhat earlier. Let's just take a little look in. That's Marco Rubio in Air Force One. We're going to leave him. We're going to take you to Sir Keir Starmer in Downing Street and now the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We face an affordability crisis in this country. In the short term, our dependence on fossil fuels lead to a rise in energy bills, and in the longer term, the aftershocks of Thatcher mean there are not enough good, non-graduate jobs. And that's why today's
we're going to be bringing you Prime Minister's questions in a moment, as soon as the Prime Minister takes to his feet. We are, of course, though, also keeping an eye across what is happening in Zurich as President Trump arrives and his journey on to Davos as well. Have our political editor, Beth Rigby, standing alongside me here. Beth, the fact that the Prime Minister isn't in Davos, it has become something of an issue.
Well, there was a decision not to go. Oh, he's up. Should we listen in?
Let's listen and see what he says.
£150.
is vertaald niet. Het is niet pot van die hoeveelheid en met die andere niet wel waar. Maar, dan laat ik dit nieuws doen. No, als je zegt, ga je niet zeggen. Ja, unbedingt. Kom, Mandel. Kom, Mandel. Nou, kom eens zingen, daar is op. Kom naar het uitgaan. Niet het plaats superheen. Ja, aber du, weißt du, in der Stadt, dann musst du drauf fahren. Das ist gar nicht mehr hin, das ist so scheiße. Ben presente. Aber es sind wieder mal Fake News von der Türkei, oder?
Oh, ja, ist schon gut. Ich will schauen. Auch schon.
Auch sicher.
Deine Reaktion will ich testen.
Ja, deine Reaktion. Schau, der arme Bio ist ja da. Nicht oh, da, ja, sonst schon. Ich dachte, nein, ja, ja, das ist schon mit zusammen. Oh, schau jetzt da. Also, das sind jetzt sicher ganz paar noch ein bisschen im Warteschlaufen. Es ist alle eingebaut, alle drinnen. Und dann ist es gelassen, unverständliche Zeit. So ein bisschen warten, aber ich könnte jetzt auch auf die WC. Es gibt auch keine Verpflegung. Yes, let's go. Das ist schon jetzt nicht klar. Richtig.
It's rolled. Hele rolled jetzt,
Ist so oder ist es so?
Keine Fake News.
Sorry, Nils. Dir schauen, Giel, was? Mit aber ein Event. Roverland, yes, Bittermann.
Vertraulich reden, schon so vertraulich quellen. Oh, sieh nun.
Ist gut, hoch auf der Wald, verstanden, hoch. Keine Scheuenzeit, oder?
Viertel 2 sollte es jetzt pieken.
Dann geht da drauf. Vorher musst du noch einchecken, Davos.
Die geht auf 16.
Das ist nur eine Golden Gay, es ist auch, es ist eine eure Zeit. Packung, Kosten, Stellen, alles. Scheiße.
a truly heart-wrenching. In that context, I'll come to the humanitarian assistance and what needs to be done. Nothing can provide a solution to this situation. No amount of humanitarian assistance and relief can help with these people who have suffered so much. But peace and ending this conflict, and for the international community to really do what it takes. Get a ceasefire, get a political process, end this conflict. And in a way also, it speaks to some fundamental of this conflict could have been averted or could have been contained early on had there been some concerted international effort. Now the international humanitarian response is left dealing with this. In the same context, I have to say, one is humbled also by the open border policies of these neighboring countries, certainly Chad, in this case where I was visiting, and also Kenya, for them to open their borders, allow these people in, and the host communities welcoming them, the government being remarkably open. And we can talk about some of the plans that these governments are advocating and are adopting, which are also noteworthy. Of course, the humanitarian response is crucial because these provide life-saving assistance. For us as UNHCR, the issue of protection is absolutely sacrosanct. It's vital. And as they cross the border, this is where protection is provided, and we have quite an operation across the border, but also delivery of shelter, humanitarian assistance. And I will tell you, I mean, in answer to Hanin's, the level of available humanitarian assistance is nowhere where is needed. I was, I mean, if numbers that the number of 10 liters of water per day per person is available, far, far, far below what is needed for emergency level of requirement. Talking about medical support, certainly for mental health, reaches about only 16% of those who are in need of it. You're talking about shelter, 1 in every 3 families who need shelter. So I'm open about it. I mean, this crisis is happening at a time of immense cuts in the aid budget and the humanitarian assistance budget. And the host nations are also suffering terrible burdens and huge burdens. But there are also amazing initiatives that are taking place dealing with this, whether it is in collaboration with the other UN agencies. And I want to report that I have witnessed that the UN collaborative effort through the RC system, humanitarian coordinator system, and collaboration of the different agencies, whether it is WFP, whether it is UNICEF, whether UNHCR, of course, they're being in the lead with these matters, is a good way of moving forward. But again, my message to the world, this conflict has gone too long, that we need to end this conflict. International, regional, concerted efforts need to be brought to bear to end this conflict. But in the meantime, we need international support, we need assistance to people who desperately need it. And in the case of Chad, the government has adopted very progressive policies of inclusion, allowing access to legal systems, even job opportunities, and documentation, and you name it, and to integrate these displaced communities into the local economies as part of a more holistic approach is the right way to go forward, though.
Thank you very much, High Commissioner. 10 litres per day for water, 3 families in a shelter, and needs continue to press as people cross the borders. Takes us straight to you, David. You've been working in Sudan and around in the region, and you have seen many crises. And suffering isn't comparable. Suffering is suffering everywhere in the world, I often say. But it would be great to get your insight on how does this crisis compare to other ones as you see it?
Well, thanks very much. It's good to be here. I think that we have to understand that the Sudan crisis is an avatar for what I would call the New World disorder. President Macron yesterday said that there are 60 conflicts going on in the world, and he's right about that. Sudan is remarkable, above all, for its size. 33 million people in humanitarian need. It's the top of the International Rescue Committee's emergency watch list, which is our data-driven assessment of humanitarian crises. But we also have to understand it's the largest ever recorded humanitarian crisis since records began. So it's distinguished for that reason. But I say that it's an avatar for the New World disorder for the following reasons. First, the neglect that Bahram has rightly spoken to started when the civilian government came in 2019 to 2021 and was not properly supported by the international system. Remember, Sudan had an opportunity after 2019. It's an avatar because it's a civil war. It's a rather it's not really the right term given the brutality there's nothing civil about the war. But it's not just a war being fought by competing power blocks inside Sudan. We have to call out that all sides, and there are more than two sides to the Sudan conflict, are supported from outside the country. It's an internationalized civil war. Every single neighbor of Sudan is on one side or another, and countries further afield into the Middle East and the Gulf are significantly involved. It's an avatar because civilian death far outstrips the killing of soldiers. So civilians are bearing the brunt of the conflict. And the absolutely grotesque levels of abuse of civilians give lie to the idea that international humanitarian law, that the writ of humanitarian law runs. It doesn't in Sudan. We have 500 International Rescue Committee staff working in Sudan. We have a significant presence in Tawila in the west. The stories of people coming out of Al-Fasher are absolutely chilling. And the survivors are in some ways the lucky ones, but the stories that they bring are absolutely horrific. I think it's also important to say that there are two other reasons why the Sudan crisis is an avatar for this New World disorder. The paralysis of diplomacy is very, very striking. And we can get into that. But also the global response is so limited. 28% of the UN appeal is funded. And in a way, funding is the easiest thing to remedy. But it seems we're turning it into the hardest. Just final point I want to make. This conflict is not static. It's the battle lines are fluid. The east of the country is more or less conflict-free at the moment, but the conflict in Darfur remains despite the fall, or subsequent to the fall in Al-Fasher, and we're especially concerned about what's happening in the Kordofans, if you like, in the middle of the country towards the South Sudan border, where there's active conflict and encircled cities that portend further horror ahead. And so I think this the signal that we have to take is that what starts in Sudan, as Bahram very clearly demonstrated, doesn't stop in Sudan. And so there's a brilliant piece by Alex DeWaal in the latest issue of Foreign Affairs, where he says there's no such thing as a local crisis in the Horn of Africa. And I think that's a really important note to remember.
Absolutely. And thank you also, David, for your insights. Avatar is really an interesting way of characterizing the crisis and a good one that we can take forward. But there are no local crises, I would argue, in the world, actually, not just in the Horn of Africa, but especially in the Horn. Conscious of time, I'm going to ask you quickly, what do you think needs to change and who should act? Who would like to start?
I think reinvigorating diplomacy and basically bring about a peaceful end. There may be two ambitions, but basically get a ceasefire in place and allow people And that is certainly a requirement. In the meantime, we really need to step up in terms of providing more assistance and available. And I will also say, we as UNHCR, and for that matter, the international agencies, we really need to look at improved ways of delivery and focus on sustainable responses, focus on solutions that develop self-reliance. And I've seen this in Chad, and I've seen it, of course, in Kakuma and elsewhere. I mean, the things that we've done regarding, for example, boreholes for water to irrigate land that is being cultivated by host community families, as well as refugees, is remarkable. And, you know, we should be really focused on some of these inclusion mechanisms. And certainly among the communities of refugees, you have a lot of talent, a lot of professionals, lawyers, doctors, teachers, you name them, who are there and willing to be accommodated. And by the way, the host community also is welcoming of them for the talent and for the contribution. And basically we need to focus on these areas, because with the policies of these governments, Sharika planning, Kakuma in Kenya, and what the government policies in Chad are also, as I said, allowing for inclusion, allowing, instead of just keeping people in situations of dependency on humanitarian assistance in so-called camps, that's not the way good to go forward. We have to really emphasize on those.
Same question, Hanin.
Okay. So let's address that Sudan is the neglected issue by the international community, completely neglected issue. And I want to address that it's not a civil war. It's two full men are fighting on power, and we are trying to solve it. But unfortunately, it's with international support. So we need the international community to stop the bad influence on this war, and then we can, I think we have the ability and we have the willing as Sudanese people to solve this destroying by the war, and we need kind of the food security in terms of and cash assistance with early stages negotiation and consultation for the grassroots. Also, we need to strengthen the local capacity for and support the community-led solution, like emergency response room and mutual aid groups, more localized and decolonized fund. Pay attention to those who are fled from Sudan, in Egypt, in Chad, Kenya, and Uganda as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Hanin.
Well, I think the story of Sudan's war is a story of impunity. And the only way to tackle impunity is through countervailing power. In some cases, the impunity is petty. It's about bureaucratic constraints on where UN officials can go and where they're given permissions to go by authorities. In other cases, the impunity is massive. It's the siege of cities. And it takes, there's also profiteering from the war. Let's not forget that there's economics to this conflict that is part of the story that we would go into if we had longer. It takes countervailing power to tackle impunity, and at each and every stage, I think we have to build up the forces of countervailing power to those who are either party to or profiting from what is this deadly conflict, not just for the people of Sudan, but much more widely, not least for the precedent that it sets. I also just want to flag that the geography of Sudan and its presence and its significance on the Red Sea is making it an area of significant geopolitical contestation at a regional level. And that's, I think, speaks to the need for UN leadership, both on the political front and on the humanitarian stroke development front, recognizing the differences of situation in different parts of the country, because de facto we're facing a divided Sudan at the moment.
Wow, I think you all have heard a lot about what is happening and what is possible. We are running out of time, but we would like to open the floor for questions. It's not every day that you find Hanin and our High Commissioner and David at the table. So if there are any questions, we very much welcome them. Sir.
Hi, this is my name is Saleh Marghani. I'm Sudanese and work for the private sector. And I think we've met with Mr. Miliband before on efforts to help Sudan. But I think we are all recognizing this is a political issue. And without stopping the political drive, all these other efforts, I think the number of empty chairs speaks about the interest and the position that the topic is taken within the interest of everybody who's attending here or outside the word Forgotten War. What efforts we are actually doing to extend that political pressure to bring the topic to the center? Because so far, all what I'm hearing, and with my due respect to all the panelists and people who are talking about the issue, is I would say, camouflaged talk about the involvement, the outside involvement in the war, which without stopping the profiteers from the war, stopping the economical wheel from turning, and stopping the external drivers, stopping the hunger is an immediate need, but it will be a daily issue and it will continue. We could be meeting, if we get more years, we could be meeting here in 30 years discussing the same topic if we're allowed the space. Yeah. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for the question. Please.
This is particularly for UNHCR. I'd like to ask you if what moves you're going to make to increase transparency of UNHCR and the costs of UNHCR. This is something that we've been pressing for a long time, and there's been very little movement.
Great. High Commissioner, would you like to start?
I think I am, as the newly appointed UNHCR, we are looking at our structures and processes, and we have a management review that we will be launching with the idea of increasing efficiency and accountability, and for sure transparency. And by that I mean the following. Of course, there are already a number of auditing requirements and processes by which my hope is that to really look for a more real-time monitoring and delivery process utilizing technology that is available out there, and I consider it to be very important because that needs to show the leadership of UNHCR, the efficiency, of course, but also donors who would like to see how their contributions are being delivered on. I mean, again, we can talk numbers about what are the efficiency rates, how much of this assistance is getting to the people intended to. My motto is that there is always room for improvement and there are always ways that can be done. That dollar that we acquire from a donor and committed to a given project, we need to demonstrate and as real time as possible about how that is going. And we're looking, by the way, in that context, to the concept also of the UNHCR becoming a convener as well, to provide delivery of services and assistance the most cost-effective way. This should not be about institutional turf. It's about the refugees that we intend to. The UNHCR's role is absolutely crucial, central. Protection, provide emergency assistance when needed, and of course, working for durable solutions too. In that context, certainly in the context of delivery of humanitarian assistance, we should be looking and open to finding what I consider to be the best and most cost-effective ways of delivery, because I remind myself and my colleagues in the leadership of the UNHCR, we are mindful of the reality that this is assistance allocated for the people, i.e. the refugees, and that will be my commitment to you, and I think this is where UNHCR has been working on, has been developing far more responsive, far more agile processes, but there is always room for improvement, and I'm hopeful that, especially with utilization of technology, that we can do a better job at it as well.
Thank you very much, High Commissioner. Right. I think we're closing in on time.
Don't want the first question to feel that it was ignored. And obviously there's a lot in it. I'd just say the following. The Trump administration did something important when they established the Quad, because they went to the heart of the issue that you're raising, which is what's the role of external actors in the conflict. And they brought together the US, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and the United Arab Emirates. And they issued an important statement in September. I think the duty of all of us is to say, well, what's happened since the statement in September? Where's the follow-up? Because it's the follow-up and the follow-through that's important. It's set out, that statement set out demands on all parties to the conflict and their supporters. And I think it's important that that is followed through, because since then, there's been a lot that has transgressed every conceivable human right, never mind every statement in that Quad statement. So I think it's worth saying that.
Absolutely. And thank you for your questions and responses. I have heard certain words I'm going to repeat in some. Hard to summarize these, all the reflections, but it's the largest recorded crisis, humanitarian crisis, since we started recording, is important to take away. For mothers and children who are suffering hunger and disease and shelter needs, it isn't a long-term issue, it is an immediate issue. They need assistance today, while the powers that be also are able to find the longer-term solutions. A peaceful end, as you put it, High Commissioner, is critical. But with it, we need humanitarian assistance that goes in to respond to the almost half the population that is in need today across Sudan, because there are needs in food, in cash, in health, in education, in shelter. Across the gamut, there are needs. And I really liked what you said, Haneen, about the importance of anchoring this in community solutions, in local actors, and empowering those that are able to respond. And then finally, to the regional context of this, to the generosity of neighbors who've opened borders and host communities who sometimes have less than the refugees crossing and have been incredibly hospitable and welcoming. We are extremely grateful, but the burden has to be lifted from poor families who are accommodating ones in need, and our assistance has to be lifted to cover all of them. So a massive thank you. Sudan is not a background crisis, it's a forefront crisis, and we really look forward to your voices elevating this and asking for more assistance and more peace to take us forward. Thank you once again to my esteemed panel and to EF for hosting us today, and to those of you who made the time. Have a lovely day.
That's also critical for us, but also, as you know, Saudi Arabia, along with France and many other partners, have been working with us on the two-state solution and its implementation via the, New York Declaration that was approved by the General Assembly last September. So the role of the countries in the region is very critical in security aspects, in the governance aspects, in the reforms aspect, but also in the political aspect.
No, thank you. And if I can just maybe go a little more in history, you know that this organization was quite active in the 1990s in the follow-up to the Oslo Accords here, and also at some special meetings. There was an economic momentum as well at that time within the Oslo framework.
Yes.
And I know that I think you're asked that question a lot, but of course it's top of mind of people. How does this current situation relate to the Oslo Accords, to the two-state solution? Are we still within that framework, or are we now departing to some other frameworks? Any thoughts on that?
Yes, it's a very good, important point, because actually that provides the legal framework for all, should provide the legal framework for everything that we're doing now. This is an international treaty. Oslo Agreement, whether we like all of it, we like part of it. Some people say it was supposed to have expired in 5 years and a state would have been established by now, etc. Despite all of that, the fact is that Oslo Agreement is an international treaty that was signed between the PLO, Palestine Liberation Organization, and the Israeli government, signed at the White House. The US was a witness to this, and the documents were sent to the United Nations after that, became an international treaty. So what governs the relationship between us and Israel until this moment is actually this treaty, this agreement. We know that it should have been, the work should have been completed by now. The permanent solution of two-state solution should have been negotiated but also implemented. That didn't happen yet, but we still believe that until such thing, until we implement the two-state solution fully, the Oslo Agreement is the legal framework that governs the relations. Now, in this Oslo Agreement, among other things, it talks about Gaza and the West Bank part of one system, one governance system. Palestinian Authority, therefore, has jurisdiction and sovereignty on not only Gaza, but not only West Bank, but also Gaza. And according to the Oslo Agreement, Israel should have withdrawn by now from all of the West Bank, most of the West Bank, and also Gaza. And they did withdraw, as you know, in 2005. They came back after 2023 war with Hamas. And obviously, we want to see an end to all of this, and we want to see Israel also respecting the Oslo Agreement, withdrawing from Gaza and allowing Palestinian Authority, based on the Oslo Agreement, to come back and govern Gaza as well. But since you mentioned the Oslo Agreement, another important aspect of the Oslo Agreement is also the economic relations that are established between Palestinian Authority and Israel. And based on the interim arrangement, that's the Oslo Agreement, which should have ended 5 years after it was signed, there was an agreement on so many important things to do with trade, to do with the financial system, the monetary system, the taxes, how they are collected and how they are paid, etc. Unfortunately, like almost everything else, on the security, on the withdrawal from our land, the Israeli side did not respect also the economic part of the treaty. We are now paying a very heavy price, not only in Gaza, not only in terms of people being killed every day, but also in terms of actions on the ground, in the West Bank as well, where at least they cannot claim that that there's anybody who's trying to overtake anybody. We denounced violence, where we said that clearly that we want to achieve our goal through peaceful means. Despite all of this, the Israeli government did not respect the economic part of the Oslo Agreement, including, for example...
What kind of reaction do you think President Trump is going to get when he arrives?
Well, I mean, he is the focal point of this whole event now, isn't he? And that's exactly what he wants. You know, if he talked for 2 hours almost yesterday when he took over the White House press briefing, I think that you will get him reveling in the last 365 days of his presidency, just as he did, showing off his achievements before he gets to anything that pretty much everybody in that room wants to hear from him. And this is exactly the kind of forum that he revels in, right? It's a huge spectacle. He'll be surrounded by billionaires and the rich and the powerful, and also politicians who are deeply, deeply worried about what he's going to do. And he has the attention of the world because of his Greenland threats. So it's the perfect, stage for him and his very large entourage to basically come take over proceedings and see what he has to say. We've heard from Emmanuel Macron, we've heard from Mark Carney, both giving really very serious speeches about where we now stand in terms of a rupture of the international rules-based order. That this is a very, very serious moment where Europe will have to stand together against bullying by the United States. We shall see if Donald Trump is in the mood to compromise or whether he will, relish in the fact that he has Europe over a barrel and that he is using financial tools to blackmail the EU for territorial gains. And as we were just hearing, that is exactly what Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping like to see, the idea that it's actually a free-for-all out there on the world stage. You can go in, take what you want, because the rules over sovereignty or territorial integrity don't really apply.
Well, indeed, and we heard the US Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick yesterday telling a panel that globalisation has failed the West and the United States of America. It's a failed policy. It feels that we're at a moment of an international reset.
Trump saying, I'm going to reshape the world in the way that I see it. That's why we've got this strange proposition of a board of peace, which seems to have expanded from just being in charge of trying to restore peace in Gaza to actually being a much bigger body, which a lot of people are concerned is actually going to be a sort of contender with the UN or replace the UN, if it even gets off the ground, because many of the leaders that have been invited to participate say there's absolutely no way we're going to be a member of the Board of Peace if Vladimir Putin is a member, because the Kremlin has been invited and they say they're considering their options. You have leaders like the Egyptian president, the Azeri president, the Belarusian leader, Alexander Lukashenko, who've all said that they want to be a part of it. It's not exactly an illustrious makeup if Donald Trump wants, EU leaders to follow suit.
Diana, I'll just keep you there for a moment. Let's cross to Michael Clark, Professor Michael Clark, our defence and security analyst. And Michael, you will be thinking that European leaders are all sitting there waiting for him to arrive and wondering how best to deal with him. Do they stand up to him, or are they deferential?
Well, I think the mood music yesterday among the major leaders, so, the leaders of France and Germany, messages from the United Kingdom as well, and Denmark, even Belgium. Bart de Wever, who, normally you'd expect Belgium to take a very accommodating position on most things. Even Bart de Wever was saying this is a critical moment for Europe. We've got to stand up. And Bart de Wever said, we can choose to be either vassals or slaves to America. If we're vassals, we'll do what we're told. If we're slaves, we'll get absolutely no choice about it, and we'll feel like slaves. And so we don't want to be in either of those positions. So key leaders in Europe yesterday seem to have a consensus that they're going to stand up. But that won't include the whole of Europe. It won't include all 27 of the EU members, and it won't include all 32 of the NATO members or all 30 of the European NATO members, if you exclude Canada and the United States. And the Canadian Prime Minister, as you were saying, Mark Carney yesterday, he gave a very good speech, very academic, actually, rather high level of abstraction in some things. But as you said, Jane, he said it isn't that the international system is under strain, it is actually broken. We're talking here about a break in the rules-based international order, not just stresses and strains, and that there is a new world that we've got to adjust to. So the whole tenor of yesterday is that they're going to stand up to Trump, but they won't be doing it in a particularly united way. But the major countries of Europe and Canada look as if they intend to make some sort of stand. We'll find out, I guess, later on this evening.
Yeah, Carney's saying that we're in the midst of a rupture, not a transition. The suggestion that it's not even just movement; it's a violent movement as well. In terms of Greenland, do you sense any movement at all from what we're hearing out of Trump's camp in terms of a rowing back at all from him?
No, not from the president himself. He's absolutely fixated on Greenland, and he doesn't look as if he wants to make any concessions on that. And that's to be expected at the moment, because he won't make any concessions until he works out what the sense of opposition is. And I think he might actually be a bit surprised, maybe even a bit shocked by the vehemence of the European leaders on Greenland, it matters to them fundamentally because they say, look, Greenland, it's about self-determination of the Greenland people, it's about sovereignty, and it's about the rules of the international system, the rules-based international order. And you, the United States, are trying to drive a coach and horses through these three important principles. Now, he might be a bit surprised to hear the vehemence with which European leaders say that or repeat it, if they're prepared to repeat it in front of him. I suspect they will be, and I think he'll probably reevaluate it from there. The other big issue on Greenland is not so much what the president thinks, but what other Republicans think. There's a growing amount of evidence now that the Republican Party, even a lot of the MAGA Republicans, are at least unhappy about the approach to Greenland, even if they quite like the idea of Greenland being incorporated into the United States. They don't quite like the idea of it being coercively done so, and certainly the Democrats are thoroughly against it, and the shadow of the November midterms is beginning to rise now, as it will throughout the rest of this year. So in a way, it's not the president's view of Greenland that we've got to think about, it's the view of the people behind him and the Republicans behind him, because they may turn out to be the thing that swings it one way or another in favour of a negotiated end, an easy end to this, or a difficult end which actually kills off NATO in effect.
That's an interesting point, Michael, and of people that I've spoken to this week, spoken to a number of people involved in European politics, an appeal to other Republicans, an appeal to the Senate is a line that we've heard several times from many of those leaders, trying to encourage those behind Trump and those around Trump and America to be the ones that actually are having a word in his ear. Now, as we are talking to Michael and Diana, we're seeing Marine One just arriving there at Davos, sort of half an hour, 40-minute journey from Zurich Airport all the way up to Davos. Now, from then, we are expecting to hear from President Trump. He's meant to be giving a speech at 1:30. We think that that has been pushed back, certainly in itself, because of the fact that he is now running about a good hour late. But whether or not he will reduce the amount of time that he spends travelling from Marine One perhaps to the hotel where he's staying and on to where the speech is due to be held, we do not know yet. Let's just return to Diana Magna as we watch these images and we wait for President Trump to disembark from the helicopter. And Diana, the stance of European nations on Greenland is fascinating, isn't it? But also the impact of these tariffs that President Trump has suggested. They are severe, and the options that European nations have to try to counter these tariffs are vast, aren't they?
Well, if they are united and stand up to try and fend off what would effectively be a trade war, or if they say we're prepared to take these tariffs, we're prepared to take the hit, and stay solid on Greenland, you know. But then there are other options that they might look at. I mean, you know, I was hearing, and I can't take the credit for this myself, I have to give it to the rest as politics, but they were talking, for example, about the fact that the US is hosting the World Cup next year. You know, is this a moment where we start talking to national football councils about not attending the World Cup? You know, is it a moment like that? What other methods do we have at our disposal to try and persuade the US president at a moment when he seems to be throwing all the tools of international discourse out the window and using financial blackmail to do just what he wants on the world stage? So you know, I think that is what European leaders are thinking about. It was interesting to hear Mark Rutte say, actually not very much on a panel today. He said, well, really, there's a lot going on behind the scenes, but I'm not going to talk about it in public. But Donald Trump is right to worry about Arctic security.
Thank you so much. We're going to hand you over now to Yalda Hakim, who is in Davos for us. Yalda.
Jane, thank you so much. Good afternoon. I'm Yalda Hakim, live here from Davos, and it's 2 o'clock here, 1 o'clock in the UK, and coming up in the next half an hour, Donald Trump is expected to deliver a major speech to political and business leaders right here in Switzerland. He's due to address the World Economic Forum on what's being seen as a crucial day at the summit to try and de-escalate diplomatic tensions about the future of Greenland, but you're looking at those live images of Donald Trump's chopper landing there in Davos, and part of his delegation have already arrived in the last few days. Just today, I saw his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, floating around here in Davos. His special envoy, Steve Witkoff, was also here pushing Donald Trump's agenda and his message ahead of the president's arrival. But you're looking at those live images. Donald Trump was said to be running late after some technical issues with Air Force One. He took off, was in the air for about 30 minutes, and then they had to turn back and get onto another aircraft and then make their way to Europe, where it is going to be a crucial day, both for the global elite who have gathered here to listen to Donald Trump, and for Donald Trump, who has sent very clear messages, certainly around his desire to acquire Greenland. He is pushing these European leaders to make some kind of deal, so they will be listening very carefully to what he has to say, and they are trying to hold firm at this point. But Donald Trump in the last 24 hours has doubled down on that message that he wants Greenland. So we'll have to see how that is going to play out. With me here in Davos is the former White House Communications Director, Anthony Scaramucci, to assess what Donald Trump is going to potentially say. He's going to speak perhaps for about 45 minutes or so, maybe longer. Really good to see you, Anthony. I mean, you know President Trump, it's going to be longer. He always goes longer than the time that's given to him.
The hour and 45-minute press conference wasn't long enough yesterday?
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess, you know, he's running late. He's going to keep these leaders waiting here, and he's going to speak for as long as he feels he needs to speak for.
Well, yeah, but I think the real question, though, is what is the messaging? So we're hearing a bellicosity of rhetoric from Secretary Lutnick. We've heard some rhetoric from some of his other senior officials, but the person I'm most interested in is Secretary Bessent. The Treasury Secretary said, let's hear the president's argument. And so knowing the president, and this is season 2 of The Apprentice, we had season 1 last year where we sent J.D. Vance to the Munich Security Conference and he excoriated European leadership. I find it hard to believe that Trump is going to do a replay of that speech here in Davos. It wouldn't be on brand to replicate something that one of his subordinates did a year prior. So this is just my gut. I think it's going to be a little bit more friendly and a little bit more diplomatic than people think.
Do you think that he already feels like he's gotten the Europeans where they need to be? I mean, this conference has an air of anxiety. We heard Western leaders, the likes of Mark Carney, the Canadian Prime Minister, saying the rules-based order is finished. Emmanuel Macron saying we are not going to be bullied. There is a level of tension in the air because they don't know what to expect from this unpredictable president. And as you say, he isn't a traditional president. He'll do the opposite of what anyone else would do.
And so, I guess this is the question for everybody. I can give you my answer, but the question really is the rules-based order finished? Is he just trying to shock and awe people to get some concessions? Does he really want to bust NATO, which is something that his friend President Putin would like to see happen? And so I'm going to go with he's positionally bargaining with the Europeans, and he's probably going to make a concession here to just have bases in Greenland without a recusal of that sovereign territory. And the reason I'm saying that, it has to do with the American system. It would be very hard for me to believe that the entire Congress, who is dead set against this, 85% of the Americans, when they're surveyed, they do not want a military invasion or even a purchase of Greenland, are against this. I find it very hard to believe that he's going to push those levers. And so I think the most probable outcome is a diplomatic outcome. But then you'd have to say to yourself, well, why did he create all of this rhetoric? And one part of that is the culture war in the United States. Don't underestimate that. His base likes the alpha expression of his attitude. His base believes the narrative of some of the right-wing radio news hosts, podcast hosts, that Europe is weak and European leaders are weak. And so this is a way for Trump to score points with his base, President Trump, to score points with his base by pushing on them. So my best guess, though, is that the most rational outcome will will happen.
I guess it's a fool's errand to think about or try and guess what he's actually thinking. But just from your assessment, the time you've spent with him, do you think this is also about legacy? Is it about gratification? Is it about narcissism? I guess Europeans are scratching their heads, as you say. I mean, they will give him the bases he wants in Greenland. They'll give him access to the minerals. Why is he doing this?
See it more simply than that. You know, the president's driven by attention. You know, he likes all eyes on him. He likes the networks. He likes you and I talking about him. And I think it's more of an attention-grabbing thing for him. You know, I used to think Mark Burnett was the best reality television producer, but I think Donald Trump has replaced him now. He's arguably the best reality television producer in the history of reality television. And think about a reality show. It's a conflict. It's a setup. You want to draw the audience in and make them feel tense and somehow anxious, and then you have a positive resolution.
We're just looking at those live images now of Donald Trump disembarking. You can see there the sun is out, but it is, of course, cold here in the ski resort of Davos, where the global elite, the European globalization elite, gather every year for the most talked about networking event on the planet. And Anthony, weirdly, Donald Trump, it feels like he likes this event. You know, he despises the global elite, or so he says. He's a populist leader, but this is his third Davos. Last year, he appeared beamed through via a webcam and promised he'd be here in person because it was just literally the day after his inauguration.
Yeah, I mean, this is a little obscure trivia fact, but I'm the person that introduced him to Klaus Schwab. And it was during the transition in 2016 in December. I brought Klaus up to Trump Tower to have a conversation about the World Economic Forum. And of course, in 2017, because of the inauguration, he wasn't prepared to go, but he did come in 18 and 19. And, you know, someone like Barack Obama, who was actually a globalist, didn't want to come to an event like this because he thought it would be playing badly for him at home because of that anti-globalist sentiment. But, you know, an anti-globalist like Donald Trump can come here without his base being miffed about it.
Is this also him being a bit of a disruptor in chief, coming here,
sure,
you know, lecturing Europeans, telling them what they've done wrong in the world?
I think it's all about that. And again, think of the scenes that you've seen over the last year in the Oval Office. It's fairly well scripted. It's a setup. You're going to attack the president of South Africa, catch him off guard. You'll attack President Zelensky, catch him off guard. This is what he does. I mean, so I think people are surprised by it because they are the actions of an American president. And whether you like Barack Obama or George Bush or Joe Biden, they were institutionalists. And so they abided by the bipartisan commitment to be subordinate to the Constitution. And since this current president doesn't act like that, people are alarmed. But I think they've got to drop that now, and they've got to take the position that Prime Minister Carney has taken, that this is a different type of a person who wants to bust the societal norms and wants to wreak havoc on people. And the only way to really combat that is with a stiff backbone. And I think Prime Minister Carney has demonstrated that, and I would encourage the European leaders to speak with him and get some coaching from him in terms of how they should handle themselves. And one thing I would stipulate, don't text him. Assume any text that you're sending him is going to be made public. And so be extra scrupulous about the communications with somebody like him.
You know, when I've spoken to European leaders, they've said this is a consequential moment. This is a dangerous moment. This is a turning point. It's a rupture. It's a transition. It's a new era. But is it just a moment that, frankly, the West needs to just sit out for 3 years? Or do you actually feel that, you know, this is something that Donald Trump is fundamentally changing? Because when it comes to NATO, for example, I mean, when people say, okay, we don't want to see NATO nations, you know, at war, but we did see Turkey and Greece almost come to the brink of war. We have seen these sorts of tensions, not to this extent, but between Americans and Europeans in the past.
I don't think we've ever seen the leader of the free world with the most powerful military project itself and offer threats like this, even to NATO nations or other nations. I don't think we've seen the President of the United States put out memes where he's flagging things like Venezuela and Canada and Greenland in the memes. And so, and we say, okay, he's just kidding around and this is the showmanship of it. But what I'm worried about is the tip over. You know, he's throwing so many matches in the air next to kerosene. Well, one of them will eventually catch fire. You know, we learned from Barbara Tuchman in The Guns of August that you had a intensity of rhetoric, lots of acrimony, and then it sparked a war that nobody expected to have happen. And so I worry about it because I think he's escalating. If you look at his positions, you look at his statements, and you look at the wide-ranging press conference that he had yesterday, it was fairly indicative that he's getting worse in his behavior, not better. And one has to wonder how bad he'll be after the midterms when he's a lame duck president. So yes, you certainly want to wait him out, but at the same time, I think you have to stiffen a little bit and combat him, because if you don't do that, he'll keep rolling on you.
It's also an epic distraction. This conference this year was supposed to focus on a package for Ukraine.
You don't want to talk about the Epstein files? No?
I mean, you know, like, but even at this conference, you know, 800 billion was supposed to be signed off for Ukraine. I was just walking along this promenade. There are Iranian protesters, you know, who are out there wondering what he meant when he said to the Iranian people, come out onto the streets, help is on the way. I mean, we can just see his, just to let our viewers know, the convoy is now moving. We're expecting him to arrive here at the Davos Congress Center, where he will be speaking just behind me. But you know, Anthony, all of these issues, the great power rivalry with China, the war in Ukraine, the situation in Gaza, the war that we saw last year with Iran, and then the protests that he promised. Instead, we're talking about Greenland and NATO, you know, a threat to NATO, and how the Europeans are going to deal with the Donald Trump.
Well, remember, the president campaigned on releasing the Epstein files. He didn't want to release them. He had his attorney general say that they didn't exist. Then he had to admit that they existed. You know, Marjorie Taylor Greene gone from the Congress as a result of this whole thing. And yet only 2% of the Epstein files have actually been released. And so when you're abducting the president of Venezuela, you're going to talk about that more than the Epstein files. If you're potentially suggesting a military strike against a NATO ally and their sovereign territory, well, the focus is going to be on that. So to me, this is part of his strategy. It's certainly a distraction. But what I worry about is he continues to escalate these types of distractions and continues to escalate this rhetoric. At some point, somebody's going to look around and say, okay, we have to turn the bazooka back at the United States. We've got to ratchet up the tariffs. There'll be a $108 billion catastrophe for the American consumer or for American businesses trying to enter the European market. And that's just very, very bad for everybody. So, you know, what I'm always curious about, and no one ever gets there as a journalist, is what is the end game? What is the vision that you have? And they ask him what the philosophy is of MAGA. He said something very interesting. He said it's whatever he wants it to be. You know, you have right-leaning people that are here in Davos from the United States that are upset with the president. You know, he's fractured his coalition because there are right-leaning conservative thinkers here that voted for him, supported him. No more wars, no more forever wars. Stay out of military interventionism, release the Epstein files, clean up the corruption in the government. And so none of that's happened. He's gone in an opposite direction. And that coalition is fraying. And so that's also something to consider. You know, his approval ratings right now in the United States are the lowest they've been since he was president, term 1 or term 2. And so, you know, someone should go to him and say, hey, what is it about? What is your long-term vision? What are you trying to achieve? If you want to achieve 5% military spending from the 28 nations in NATO, the message was received, you already got that deal done. What is the ultimate aim of all of this?
What do you want?
What do you want? And the answer is, I don't know if he knows. You know, and you talk to his aides, he wakes up in the morning and it depends, I don't know. Let's hope he's not hangry today. I don't know. Hopefully he had a nice meal on Air Force One and he comes in here a little bit clearer than he was yesterday from the White House press room.
Antony, I'm going to keep you there for a moment and go to our Paul Kelso, our business correspondent, who is also here in Davos, and he's at the Davos Congress Center, where they are waiting for President Trump to arrive and begin his address. Paul, you're there with the press pack. You're waiting to get into the room where essentially President Trump will be speaking.
I think I've got not much chance of making it into that room. Media being controlled pretty tightly here inside the Congress Centre. They like to control access given the level of VIP that attends this forum every year, but it's on a slightly different scale with Donald Trump coming. The uncertainty around the exact timing of the schedule hasn't helped. But I have seen an enormous queue. The doors opened to get into the Congress Hall about 15 minutes ago. Prior to that, hundreds of people, possibly maybe as many as 1,000, I think, filling the Congress Hall, filing all the way up the stairs behind me, trying to get a seat to hear him in person. That despite the fact this speech will be streamed live on the local screens and overflow rooms inside this Congress Centre. Frankly, if you log onto the World Economic Forum website, people will probably be able to watch it too. But that gives you an idea of the demand to be in the room to hear from the horse's mouth what Donald Trump has in mind. One does wonder if some of the people here, given their status, how used they are to queuing. But that says everything about Donald Trump's status, which comes with the office, but also the attention he has stirred in the last 5 days since that plan to levy tariffs, opening up an economic front in his pursuit of Greenland, landing, one imagines, deliberately a couple of days before the biggest ever American delegation came to Davos, where one of its senior members yesterday, Howard Lutnick, sat on a platform next to the British Chancellor Rachel Reeves and declared that he was here very deliberately with the message, globalization is dead, everything the World Economic Forum stands for is over, and the US wants to have this fight about trade and the terms of trade. Of course, what is different is that about the tariffs that he rolled out in the first few months of his presidency last year. What is different about this round is they are tied to territorial ambitions, which explains the demand to be in the room to hear what he says and where he sets his tone. We've had some notes from the press pool, the US press pool, on the flight over with him, the delayed flight across the Atlantic and then up the valley from Zurich on Marine One, in which Marco Rubio said the speech, told the fact that the speech wouldn't be entirely about Greenland, it would be mainly an economic speech. Of course, there's plenty of leeway, as we know, with Donald Trump to take that conversation in whatever direction he wants. But if it is an economic speech, we can expect from everything the administration officials already here have said this week, by Scott Bessent and Mr. Lutnick, is that they are going to pursue this America First policy in trading terms too. I spoke to Jameson Greer, the trade envoy, yesterday afternoon, and he said something really striking. Nobody can take access to the American market for granted anymore. They can't expect to have tariff-free access for 25 years at a time unless they're willing to review their trading terms. And the conversation wasn't just about China, which has typically been the primary complaint of not just this American administration. He name-checked France, he name-checked the UK, he name-checked the European Union. At least two of those entities, the EU and the UK, there are trade deals or cooperation agreements in the works already being worked on. So there is a willingness to upend all of that progress, to use the shock of these measures to try and bend the ministers, the finance ministers, but also that are here to America as well, but also to put the businesses that are here, the major banks, the financiers, the investment houses that make the world of commerce turn, to put them on notice that things are changing too. While there is enormous appetite to get in and see, and one thing I have noted, and many have noted speaking privately, lots of people not so willing to speak publicly about Donald Trump's moves, is that the markets have been a lot more sanguine than perhaps the public statements of the politicians and, dare I say, the media. Off a little in Europe, notably off a little in the United States, because the uncertainty, certainly tariffs, there's a cost impact on US consumers. There is an impact in the US, but that measured response from the markets indicates that many share the view that privately some say is the message from Scott Bessent particularly, which is just calm down, take a deep breath, let Mr. Trump lay out his plan and it'll all be okay. Of course, that others will think that's quite rich, given that all the heat has been generated by the president in the first place. But given those messages, I think a lot of where this ends up, frankly, and the fate of Greenland and NATO, remember, at the end of this chamber, where this ends up, much of it, the next phase will flow from the tone and the content of what Donald Trump actually says when he finally gets here, and the speech he lays out in the room just behind me to a very large audience of interested parties. There are a lot of people who have a chip in this game.
Paul, thank you so much. And of course, we will come back to you as soon as President Trump arrives. Let's bring back Anthony Scaramucci, who joins me here live. And Anthony, really to your point and what the sort of things that Paul was saying there was that, sure, he's dominated all the headlines for the last week around Davos and, you know, everybody talking about him, you and I talking about him, the world's media talking about him. But at the end of the day, these sorts of words have consequences, and it might not necessarily in the short term trigger the kind of, you know, conflict that you're talking about, but it certainly does push the Europeans, for example, into the open arms of China, or, you know, or yeah, absolutely, the Canadians. The fact that the Canadian Prime Minister is saying China's open for business, talking about the new world order. I mean, these things do have a ripple effect, because at the end of the day, especially, you know, middle powers feel that they need to ensure that someone has their back.
Well, again, let's go to what he may be trying to accomplish, and then let's explain why he's not accomplishing it. If he's trying to accomplish helping disposable income for lower and middle income people in the United States, to create a more positive flywheel so those people no longer feel economically desperational. There's an affordability crisis in the U.S. I'm sure there's one in the U.K. But if that's the goal, if you're trying to achieve that, the messaging is terrible. You know, Howard Lutnick is sitting there with Chancellor Reeves, or Secretary Lutnick, yesterday, saying that the old order is dead and globalism is dead. Howard, I mean, he used to be a friend of mine. He used to come to my wine party every year. He is a globalist, always thought like a globalist. And globalism is getting a very bad rap. I don't know who the PR rep is for globalism, but somebody better step up and explain that globalism, democratic capitalism, Western liberalism have helped to lift billions of people out of poverty, including citizens of China. Because remember, the Chinese were allowed into the World Trade Organization 25 short years ago, which had an enormous benefit to that country. So to me, this is the politics of resentment. When Howard's up there speaking, Secretary Lutnick is up there speaking like that, he's creating resentment. If the president's going to come into the room and excoriate people and decry globalism, you're going to create a resentment. And then what happens in the 3 years after, the year after you leave the White House? So you're 3 years left to go. Whether you like it or not, the Constitution limits his term. So now what is going to happen to his successor? How does he rebuild the pieces, and how does he repair the resentment that's been put out there? You know, and the negative association with the United States. And by the way, I want to point out, Canadians aren't going to Florida. Europeans are not taking their summer trips to America like they used to. The national anthem, if you had told me as a kid that the Canadians were going to boo the U.S. national anthem at a hockey game and that reciprocal attack would happen on Canada, I would not have believed that. So this is one person causing this type of existential damage. But the notion that globalism has not worked generally, is it perfect? No, I accept that it isn't. Have we created too much economic disparity due to a laxity of policy decisions? I will accept that as well. But generally, a rules-based system over the last 80 years has led to great peace and great prosperity. I feel like these guys read like 3 chapters of Thomas Hobbes' Leviathan, but didn't read the entire book to understand how important it is to keep the balanced structure of power in the world.
I'm going to go to Paul Kelso in a moment, who's just standing outside some double doors where President Trump is due to arrive any minute now. But I just wanted to put another thought out there for you and just get your views on it. Is fear something that is potentially a good thing in this moment?
How though?
Well,
explain to me how fear would be a good thing.
So the Europeans had a problem before Trump, and they'll have a problem after Trump. Their economies aren't growing, for example.
Right.
Their tech innovation is weak. They've got a demographics problem that they complain about as well. They don't need JD Vance to come and lecture them about it. There is an issue for them, on a number of sort of fields, including defence spending, which Donald Trump, by the way, nudged them to sort of up. So could it be that in this moment of fear and anxiety for the Europeans, they start making certain changes within their own societies? Because it isn't, there's 300 million people. They account for a large chunk of the world's GDP. They have a large economy. Why don't they have confidence in themselves as a bloc?
Well, you have a lot of disparate ideologies among the countries, and then you have political pressure inside of each of these countries. There's cultural pressure, which has led to some right-wing populism in all of these countries. Even the countries that have more or less taken care of their people, like in Norway, they do have right-leaning, nationalism and right-leaning populism. But I think there's a bigger issue. I think the issue is very simply when you're conjoining and creating the European Economic Union, you're ceding some of the bureaucracy to a place like Brussels, and a result of which the bureaucrats and the lawyers have probably taken over the economic process more than the innovators. And so there probably needs to be some delayering of that in Europe, and people need to get together, whether they're left-leaning or right-leaning, and delayer that. If you have more venture capital spending coming from the MENA nations, Middle East, including the UAE, or let's say even the state of Israel, then the entire continent of Europe, you have an innovation problem. But to say fear, I mean, to me, if I was a European leader and I relied on the American presidents over the last 80 years, and my parents and ancestors relied on this coalition, and it's now being threatened, I would have to say to myself, okay, what are we doing in this part of the world that we need to do better? And one of those things is innovation. I would not bet against Europe. If Europe makes a decision to innovate, spend some more money on defense, I would not bet against it. And I would say something about the Europeans, and it's a poor reflection on my country, frankly, is that the process works in Europe. The UK governmental process, the European Economic Union process, the national identities of these countries are held to a constitutional process. Something has gone really wrong in the United States, where the Article 1 powers that are endowed to the Congress, they haven't used them, and they've left the president unchecked. Now, maybe they did that politically, because if the United States is prosecuting a war, they certainly don't want to have a vote on that could knock them out of office. But you've got to use the muscle memory. You got to remind yourself, as a congressional leader, what your powers are, and you got to check the president. You could universally have a vote tomorrow to zero out all the tariffs. You could universally decry a War Powers Act that no money could be spent to attack a NATO nation. But they won't do it, and it's a sign of procedural weakness.
Anthony, such fascinating stuff. I'm going to keep you there in a moment, and I'm going to go to Paul Kelso, who is now by those double doors where Donald Trump is due to arrive shortly. Paul, I can see the scrum there, and we are expecting President Trump. He was due to begin at 2:30. Obviously, he's been delayed because of his flight and the technical issues, but he is close to being on time.
I think he is, Yalda. This is what you're looking at here is what the World Economic Forum likes to call their sliding doors. They give us a sliding doors moment. Those doors will open, and the guest of honour usually appears alongside the chairman of the World Economic Forum. So we're expecting Donald Trump to appear there with Larry Fink, one of the most influential financiers in the world, who now chairs the organisation. Senior members of the administration have arrived. Stephen Miller, key advisor and an architect of many of the policies, thought to be many of the policies that President Trump is enacting in this aggressive America First campaign. I did ask him what the aim of economic assaults on allies was. He smiled and walked on. But I've also seen California Governor Gavin Newsom in the ante-room just behind me. I'm not sure how warmly he'll greet the president or vice versa, given very strong criticism, of course, of Democrat potential candidate to stand against Mr. Trump. He would say that, but he's called on Europeans to be more strident. But at some point in the next few minutes, these doors will open. As I say, usually the guest of honour, prime ministers and presidents and the like come out and they don't say anything. They save their words for the speech. But this is Donald Trump. And I suppose it's seldom a man to walk past a microphone unaddressed. There is a chance we might hear from him briefly. But I'm trying to get a sense from the officials on the far side here how long it might be. I suggested 5 minutes, and he's not giving me a nod now. There's a nod. We're not entirely clear. The police are just emerging behind me. I do wonder if we are about to see him. But I can't guarantee it. But definitely worth saying on these pictures, the moment that Donald Trump finally arrives, I would suggest that he is probably in the convention centre now. You'll have seen live pictures of him arriving. You may have a better sense of that than me. But these are the last acts of choreography that are quite familiar to the World Economic Forum, giving. I've seen President Zelensky, I've seen previous German Chancellors, Olaf Scholz, go through this little bit of presentation. It's a slightly odd moment, frankly, a little like a cuckoo clock, dare I say it. The two, usually men, pop out, smile, wave, give us the pictures we're waiting for, both still cameras and broadcast news, and as you can imagine, an enormous presence down here. I think we're showing you the scrum right now. A lot of people want this shot because, frankly, audiences all around the world are both gripped, captivated and profoundly affected by what Donald Trump has been doing and what he's likely to say. So I'll leave you with these shots and hope that President Trump will appear shortly.
Thank you so much, and we will stay on those images, as you say, because we are expecting President Trump to arrive imminently. In the meantime, I'm going to bring in our US correspondent, Mark Stone, who has been watching all of these developments. And Mark, we saw President Trump touch down here in Davos about 20 minutes or so ago. He walked out onto the snow and then was taken away in his convoy. We understand he may be inside the Congress Center now. We are waiting for him to come through those double doors. But we heard him give that sort of rambling press conference. Anthony Scaramucci is here with me, and he assessed a bit his mindset as he gave that press conference. And, it's hard to know what he might say and do today, but you're getting some more information about some of the conversations from within the aircraft and his mood.
Yeah, and just on that press conference that we saw and that we discussed yesterday, it's now been confirmed that the president only decided yesterday morning that he would join that news conference. So if it felt a little bit last minute, it certainly felt rambling. To me, it was only a decision made, presumably by him, yesterday morning, a few hours before it started, that he would indeed be the special guest in the press room. For that, there was a little bit of drama late last night. The Air Force One had only been in the air a few minutes when there was a minor technical issue and it had to turn around and head back to Andrews Air Force Base and land once again, which means that this is why there is a bit of a delay to everything, I think. The whole team, the White House administration, the media and all the rest of it switched planes. There is more than one jumbo jet that acts as Air Force One when the president is on board. And so they switched planes and made that journey. Once again, I can tell you, too, that once they were on the flight, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, did come back to speak to the pooled media who were on board. He had a coffee with them and he was asked clearly about this speech and he said that it would be It won't be all about Greenland, he said. It's largely an economic speech, in keeping perhaps with the traditional focus of Davos, that it is all about the economies. But I wonder whether he will focus on the American economy, the global economy, or whether he will not be able to resist riffing and weaving as he likes to do. I'm actually interested, and we'll see how this goes, but I'm interested in the extent to which he sticks to script and just reads an auto cue. He is, I think, I would argue, he's less comfortable when he just reads an auto cue straight. He's more comfortable when he's able to weave off that and you know, just sort of carry the room a little bit. But remember, this is not a room that's going to be, he's not in a rally this time. He's in a room of skeptics, many of them, I'm sure. So let's see how it lands. Let's see his tone. Let's see the extent to which he actually sticks to the script that will have been written for him and probably rewritten a little bit by him. Interestingly, Susie Wiles, who is his chief of staff, who is such a key figure behind the scenes, she was obviously was on board as well. She talked a little bit about the fact that with the midterms coming up, she says there will be less international travel for the cabinet. Does that include the president? Probably largely domestic going forward. And I think that kind of aligns to what we've been told, that his cabinet, she and others are trying to tell him to focus on the home front. And as Anthony Scaramucci was saying to you just now, you know, he's being pulled by himself kind of to talk about what he wants to go on about: Greenland, Venezuela, the Middle East, the border peace, all of that. And every time those around him, I think, behind the scenes are saying, you've got to focus at home. At the very least, you need to explain to the voters in the Dakotas, in Arkansas, wherever else it may be in the Midwest, you've got to explain to them why you think Venezuela, Greenland and the Middle East matter. And if you think they don't matter, then you just need to focus on stuff at home. And I think that's what will be his focus, they would think, going forward. But today it is all about the transatlantic alliance, isn't it? One that seems to be fraying.
Mark, we are just looking at those live images where we were expecting President Trump to come through, but we're now being told that the double doors, that tradition of the leader or the keynote speaker coming out, is no longer happening. So we are going to move away from that shot. But Mark, you made some interesting points there about the state of affairs in the United States and the fact that, you know, his base certainly want him to think about what's going on at home and also probably want to know what justification he has to spend so much time on foreign policy and these issues. Mark, I'm just going to bring in Anthony Scaramucci to comment on that. First of all, you know, Mark, who follows and trails Donald Trump and all the twists and turns, you know, for the last 12 months. I was just commenting there about how he feels speaking.
Has his biological age changed? It probably has. Sorry about that, Mark.
But the point is that he certainly hates speaking to an auto cue, and we will see him riff, won't we? And he probably will go beyond the kind of 45-minute mark. I'm now being told, we're looking at pictures from the stage. Donald Trump has arrived on stage there. You can see him about to give his keynote speech, being greeted there by Borge Brende, the president of the World Economic Forum as well. But he's making his way to the stage. Let's just, and to the podium now, let's just have a listen in.
Thank you very much, Larry. It's great to be back in beautiful Davos, Switzerland, and to address so many respected business leaders, so many friends, few enemies, and all of the distinguished guests. It's a who's who, I will say that. I've come to this year's World Economic Forum with truly phenomenal news from America. Yesterday marked the one-year anniversary of my inauguration, and today, after 12 months back in the White House, our economy is booming, growth is exploding, productivity is surging, investment is soaring, Incomes are rising. Inflation has been defeated. Our previously open and dangerous border is closed and virtually impenetrable. And the United States is in the midst of the fastest and most dramatic economic turnaround in our country's history. Under the Biden administration, America was plagued by the nightmare of stagflation, meaning low growth and high inflation, a recipe for misery, failure, and decline. But now, after just 1 year of my policies, we are witnessing the exact opposite. Virtually no inflation and extraordinarily high economic growth. Growth like I believe you'll see very shortly our country has never seen before, perhaps no country has ever seen before. Over the past 3 months, core inflation has been just 1.6%. Meanwhile, fourth quarter growth is projected to be 5.4%, far greater than anybody other than myself and a few others had predicted. Since the election, the stock market has set 52 all-time high records. So that's in 1 year, 52 records, adding $9 trillion in value to retirement accounts, 401ks, and people's savings. People are doing very well. They're very happy with me. Since my inauguration, we've lifted more than 1.2 million people off of food stamps, and after 4 years in which Biden secured less than $1 trillion of new investment in our country. Think of that, 1 trillion, substantially less than that. In 4 years, we've secured commitments for a record-breaking $18 trillion, and we think when the final numbers come out, they'll be closer to $20 trillion of investment. That's never been done by any country at any time, not even close. Just over 1 year ago, under the radical left Democrats, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. In fact, the United States economy is on pace to grow at double the rate that was projected by the IMF just last April. And with my growth and tariff policies, it should be much higher. I really believe we can be much higher than that. And this is all great news, and it's great for all nations. The USA is the economic engine on the planet, and when America booms, the entire world booms. It's been the history. When it goes bad, it goes bad. You all follow us down, and you follow us up, and we're at a point that I don't believe we've ever been. I never thought we could do it this quickly. My biggest surprise is I thought it would take more than a year, maybe like a year and 1 month. But it's happened very quickly. This afternoon, I want to discuss how we've achieved this economic miracle, how we intend to raise living standards for our citizens to levels never seen before, and perhaps how you too and the places where you come from can do much better by following what we're doing, because certain places in Europe are not even recognizable, frankly, anymore. They're not recognizable. And we can argue about it, but there's no argument. Friends come back from different places. I don't want to insult anybody and say I don't recognize it. And that's not in a positive way. That's in a very negative way. And I love Europe, and I want to see Europe go good, but it's not heading in the right direction. In recent decades, it became conventional wisdom in Washington and European capitals that the only way to grow a modern Western economy was through ever-increasing government spending, unchecked mass migration, and endless foreign imports. The consensus was that so-called dirty jobs and heavy industry should be sent elsewhere, that affordable energy should be replaced by the Green New Scam, and that countries could be propped up by importing new and entirely different populations from faraway lands. This was the path that Sleepy Joe Biden administration and many other Western governments very foolishly followed, turning their backs on everything that makes nations rich and powerful and strong. And there's so much potential in so many nations. The result was record budget and trade deficits and a growing sovereign deficit driven by the largest wave of mass migration in human history. We've never seen anything like it. Quite frankly, many parts of our world are being destroyed before our very eyes, and the leaders don't even understand what's happening. And the ones that do understand aren't doing anything about it. Virtually all of the so-called experts predicted my plans to end this failed model would trigger a global recession and runaway inflation. But we have proven them wrong. It's actually just the opposite. In 1 year, our agenda has produced a transformation like America has not seen in over 100 years. Instead of closing down energy plants, we're opening them up. Instead of building ineffective, money-losing windmills, we're taking them down and not approving any. Instead of empowering bureaucrats, we're firing them, and they're going out and getting jobs in the private sector for 2 and 3 times what they were making in government. So they started off hating me when we fired them, and now they love me. Instead of raising taxes on domestic producers, we're lowering them and raising tariffs on foreign nations to pay for the damage that they've caused. In 12 months, we have removed over 270,000 bureaucrats from the federal payrolls, the largest single-year reduction in government employment since the end of World War II. Nobody thought that was coming, but we had no choice. To make a country great, you can't have all federal jobs. We've cut federal spending by $100 billion and slashed the federal budget deficit by 27% in the single year. It's going to go down quite a bit more from that, driving inflation way down from the record highs of the Biden administration. Every month, they went up and up and up. I promised to cut 10 old regulations for every single new regulation, but instead I've cut, actually till this point, 129 regulations for every one new regulation approved. So every time they come in with a new regulation, we do at least 10, but so far it's averaging out to 129, if you can believe it. In July, we passed the largest tax cuts in American history, including no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. We also provided 100% expensing, that's the one they like, and bonus depreciation for all new equipment and capital investments to help companies expand and shift production to America. They are so in love with it. They build a plant, they're able to deduct it immediately, the whole thing, rather than waiting 38 to 41 years in the old days. This is a miracle taking place. Nobody thought it would ever be done by any country, but it's done by us. It was what made my first term the most successful 4-year term that we've ever had from a financial standpoint. And now we've upped it. This is a 10-year program, not a 1-year program. But you're allowed to deduct everything in 1 year. It used to be 38 to 41 years. With tariffs, we've radically reduced our ballooning trade deficit, which was the largest in world history. We were losing more than $1 trillion every single year, and it was just wasted. It was going to waste. But in 1 year, I slashed our monthly trade deficit by a staggering 77%, and all of this with no inflation, something everyone said could not be done. There were a couple of brilliant people that actually thought I was doing the right thing. I thought I was doing the right thing. Now they all think I'm doing the right thing because they can't believe the numbers. American exports are now up by more than $150 billion. Domestic steel production is up by 300,000 tons a month, and it's doubling over the next 4 months. It's doubling and tripling, and we have steel plants being built all over the country. Nobody thought they'd see that. Factory construction is up by 41%, and that number is really going to skyrocket right now because that's during a process that they're putting in to get their approvals, and we've given very, very quick, fast approvals. In the process, we've made historic trade deals with partners covering 40% of all U.S. trade. Some of the greatest companies and countries in the world. We have countries as our partner, too. The European nations, Japan, South Korea. They're our partners. They've gone into massive deals with us, especially on oil and gas. And these agreements raise growth and cause stock markets to boom, not only in the U.S., but virtually every country that came to make a deal, because, as you've learned, when the United States goes up, you follow. It's really become a staple. In America, I've stopped the nation-wrecking energy policies that drive up prices while sending jobs and factories to the world's worst polluters. They are indeed polluters. Under sleepy Joe Biden, new domestic oil and gas leases fell by 95%. Think of that. And they wonder, why was gasoline going up so fast? The gasoline actually topped $5 a gallon, and some places $7 a gallon, and more than 100 major power plants were violently shut down by incompetent people that had no idea what the hell they were doing. Under my leadership, U.S. natural gas production is at an all-time high by far. U.S. oil production is up by 730,000 barrels a day, and last week we picked up 50 million barrels from Venezuela alone. Venezuela has been an amazing place for so many years, but then they went bad with their policies. 20 years ago, it was a great country, and now it's got problems, but we're helping them. And those 50 million barrels, we're going to be splitting up with them, and they'll be making more money than they've made in a long time. Venezuela is going to do fantastically well. We appreciate all of the cooperation we've been giving. We've been giving great cooperation. Once the attack ended, and they said, let's make a deal. More people should do that. But Venezuela is going to make more money in the next 6 months than they've made in the last 20 years. Every major oil company is coming in with us. It's amazing. It's a beautiful thing to see. The leadership of the country has been very good. They've been very, very smart. The price of gasoline is now below $2.50 a gallon in many states, $2.30 a gallon in most states. Then we'll soon be averaging less than $2 a gallon. In many places, it's already down even lower, $1.95 a gallon. Numerous states are at $1.99, numbers that nobody has heard for years. Actually, since my last administration, we got it down to around those numbers. I've signed an order directing and approval of many new nuclear reactors. We're going heavy into nuclear. I was not a big fan because I didn't like the risk, the danger, but they have the progress they've made with nuclear is unbelievable, and the safety progress they've made is incredible. We're very much into the world of nuclear energy, and we can have it now at good prices and very, very safe. And we're leading the world in AI by a lot. We're leading China by a lot. I think President Xi respects what we've done, in part because I've allowed these big companies building these massive buildings to build their own electric capacity. They're building their own power plants, which when added up is more than any country anywhere in the world is doing. I read recently an article in the Wall Street Journal that China's creating so much energy, and they are. I got to hand it to them. But we're creating as much or more, and we're letting them do that. I'm very proud of it. It was my idea. I said, you can't create this much energy. We needed more than double the energy currently in the country just to take care of the AI plants. And I said, we can't do that. We have an old grid system. And I came up with the idea, you know, you people are brilliant. You have a lot of money. Let's see what you can do. You can build your own electric generating plants. And they looked at me. They didn't believe me. All of the names that are, I think, in the room right now, if you want to know the truth, they didn't believe it. And I said, no, you can't. They came back 2 weeks and they didn't have the plant. They said, we thought you were kidding. I said, no, not only am I not kidding, you're going to have your approvals within 2 weeks. I always say nuclear will take 3 weeks. But most aren't going that. They're going oil and gas. They're even going coal in some cases. Because of my landslide election victory, the United States avoided the catastrophic energy collapse which befell every European nation that pursued the Green New Scam. perhaps the greatest hoax in history. The Green New Scam, windmills all over the place, destroy your land, destroy your land. Every time that goes around, you lose $1,000. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. Here in Europe, we've seen the fate that the radical left tried to impose on America. They tried very hard. Germany now generates 22% less electricity than it did in 2017. And it's not the current chancellor's fault. He's solving the problem. He's going to do a great job. But what they did before he got there, I guess that's why he got there. And electricity prices are 64% higher. The United Kingdom produces just 1/3 of the total energy from all sources that it did in 1999. Think of that, 1/3. And they're sitting on top of the North Sea, one of the greatest reserves anywhere in the world, but they don't use it. And that's one reason why their energy has reached catastrophically low levels with equally high prices. High prices, very low levels. Think of that, 1/3. And you're sitting on top of the North Sea. And they like to say, well, you know, that's depleted. It's not depleted. It's got 500 years. They haven't even found the oil. The North Sea is incredible. They don't let anybody drill. Environmentally, they don't let them drill. They make it impossible for the oil companies to go. They take 92% of the revenues. So the oil companies say, we can't do it. They came to see me. Is there anything you can do? I want Europe to do great. I want UK to do great. Sitting on one of the greatest energy sources in the world, and they don't use it. In fact, their electricity prices have soared 139%. There are windmills all over Europe. There are windmills all over the place, and they are losers. One thing I've noticed is that the more windmills a country has, the more money that country loses and the worse that country is doing. China makes almost all of the windmills, and yet I haven't been able to find any wind farms in China. Did you ever think of that? It's a good way of looking at it. They're smart. China is very smart. They make them, they sell them for a fortune. They sell them to the stupid people that buy them, but they don't use them themselves. They put up a couple of big wind farms, but they don't use them. They just put them up to show people what they could look like. They don't spin. They don't do anything. They use a thing called coal, mostly. But China goes with the coal. They go with oil and gas. They're starting to look at nuclear a little bit. And they're doing just fine. They make a fortune selling the windmills, though, and I think really that's one that they wouldn't be surprised if it stopped. They are shocked that it continues to go. They're very friendly with me. They're shocked that people continue to buy those damn things. They killed the birds. They ruin your landscapes. Other than that, I think they're fabulous, by the way. Stupid people buy them. The consequences of such destructive policies have been stark, including lower economic growth, lower standards of living, lower birth rates, more socially disruptive migration, more vulnerability to hostile foreign adversaries, and much, much smaller militaries. The United States cares greatly about the people of Europe. We really do. I mean, look, I am derived from Europe. Scotland and Germany, 100% Scotland, my mother, 100% German, my father. And we believe deeply in the bonds we share with Europe as a civilization. I want to see it do great. That's why issues like energy, trade, immigration, and economic growth must be central concerns to anyone who wants to see a strong and united West, because Europe and those countries have to do their thing. They have to get out of the culture that they've created over the last 10 years. It's horrible what they're doing to themselves. They're destroying themselves. It's beautiful, beautiful places. We want strong allies, not seriously weakened ones. We want Europe to be strong. Ultimately, these are matters of national security, and perhaps no current issue makes the situation more clear than what's currently going on with Greenland. Would you like me to say a few words of Greenland? I was going to leave it out of the speech, but I think I would have been reviewed very negatively. I have tremendous respect for both the people of Greenland and the people of Denmark, tremendous respect. But every NATO ally has an obligation to be able to defend their own territory. And the fact is, no nation or group of nations is in any position to be able to secure Greenland other than the United States. We're a great power, much greater than people even understand. I think they found that out 2 weeks ago in Venezuela. We saw this in World War II when Denmark fell to Germany after just 6 hours of fighting and was totally unable to defend either itself or Greenland. So the United States was then compelled, we did it, we felt an obligation to do it, to send our own forces to hold the Greenland territory. And hold it we did, at great cost and expense. They didn't have a chance of getting on it, and they tried. Denmark knows that. We literally set up bases on Greenland for Denmark. We fought for Denmark. We weren't fighting for anyone else. We were fighting to save it for Denmark. Big, beautiful piece of ice. It's hard to call it land. It's a big piece of ice. But we saved Greenland and successfully prevented our enemies from gaining a foothold in our hemisphere. So we did it for ourselves also. And then after the war, which we won it big. Without us, right now you'd all be speaking German and a little Japanese, perhaps. After the war, we gave Greenland back to Denmark. How stupid were we to do that? But we did it. But we gave it back. But how ungrateful are they now? So now our country and the world face much greater risks than it did ever before because of missiles, because of nuclear, because of weapons of warfare that I can't even talk about. 2 weeks ago, they saw weapons that nobody ever heard of. They weren't able to fire one shot at us. They said, what happened? Everything was discombobulated. They said, we've got them in our sights. Press the trigger, and nothing happened. No anti-aircraft missiles went up. There was one that went up about 30 feet and crashed down right next to the people that sent it. They said, what the hell is going on? Those defensive systems were made by Russia and by China. So they're going to go back to the drawing boards, I guess. Greenland is a vast, almost entirely uninhabited and undeveloped territory that's sitting undefended in a key strategic location between the United States, Russia, and China. That's exactly where it is, right smack in the middle. Wasn't important nearly when we gave it back. You know, when we gave it back, it wasn't the same as it is now. It's not important for any other reason, you know. Everyone talks about the minerals. There's so many places. There's no rare earth. No such thing as rare earth. There's rare processing. But there's so much rare earth. And to get to this rare earth, you got to go through hundreds of feet of ice. That's not the reason we need it. We need it for strategic national security and international security. This enormous unsecured island is actually part of North America on the northern frontier of the Western Hemisphere. That's our territory. It is therefore a core national security interest of the United States of America. And in fact, it's been our policy for hundreds of years to prevent outside threats from entering our hemisphere. And we've done it very successfully. We've never been stronger than we are now. That's why American presidents have sought to purchase Greenland for nearly 2 centuries. You know, for 2 centuries they've been trying to do it. They should have kept it after World War II, but they had a different president. That's all right. People think differently. Much more necessary now than it was at that time, however. In 2019, Denmark said that they would spend over $200 million to strengthen Greenland's defenses. But as you know, they spent less than 1% of that amount. 1%. There's no sign of Denmark there. And I say that with great respect for Denmark, whose people I love, whose leaders are very good. It's the United States alone that can protect this giant mass of land, this giant piece of ice, develop it and improve it and make it so that it's good for Europe and safe for Europe and good for us. And that's the reason I'm seeking immediate negotiations to once again discuss the acquisition of Greenland by the United States, just as we have acquired many other territories throughout our history, as many of the European nations have. They've acquired, there's nothing wrong with it. Many of them, some went in reverse, actually, if you look. Some had great, vast wealth, great, vast lands all over the world. They went in reverse. They're stuck back where they started. That happens too. But some grow. But this would not be a threat to NATO. This would greatly enhance the security of the entire alliance, the NATO alliance. The United States is treated very unfairly by NATO. I want to tell you that. And when you think about it, nobody can dispute it. We give so much and we get so little in return. And I've been a critic of NATO for many years. And yet I've done more to help NATO than any other president by far, than any other person. You wouldn't have NATO if I didn't get involved in my first term. The war with Ukraine is an example. We are thousands of miles away, separated by a giant ocean. It's a war that should have never started, and it wouldn't have started if the 2020 U.S. presidential election weren't rigged. It was a rigged election. Everybody now knows that. They found out. People will soon be prosecuted for what they did. It's probably breaking news, but it should be. It was a rigged election. You can't have rigged elections. You need strong borders, strong elections, and ideally a good press. I always say it. Strong borders, strong elections, free, fair elections, and a fair media. The media is terrible. It's very crooked. It's very biased, terrible. But someday it'll straighten out because it's losing all credibility. Think of it. When I win in a landslide, a giant landslide, won all 7 swing states, won the popular vote, won everything, and they only get negative press. That means that it has no credibility. And if they're going to get credibility, they're going to have to be fair. So you need a fair press. But you also need those other elements. And I inherited a terrible, terrible situation. If you look, the border was open. The inflation was raging. Everything was bad with the United States when I came into office. But I also inherited a mess with Ukraine and Russia, something that would have never happened. And I know Putin very well. He and I would discuss Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye, but he wasn't going to do anything. I said, Vladimir, you're not doing it. He would never have done it. It was terrible what happened. I could see it happening, too. After I left, I could see it happening. Biden had given Ukraine and NATO $350 billion, a staggering sum, $350 billion. I came in, and just like the southern border, just like inflation, just like our economy, I said, wow, this place is in trouble, meaning our country. All of these things were out of control. But the border was out of control. We fixed it with the strongest border anywhere in the world. And I've now been working on this war for 1 year, during which time I settled 8 other wars. India, Pakistan. I settled other wars that were Vladimir Putin called me, Armenia, Azerbaijan. He said, I can't believe you settled that one. They were going on for 35 years. I settled it in 1 day. And President Putin called me. He said, you know, I can't believe I've worked on that war for 10 years trying to settle it. I couldn't do it. I said, do me a favor, focus on settling your war. Don't worry about that one. What does the United States get out of all of this work, all of this money, other than death, destruction, and massive amounts of cash going to people who don't appreciate what we do? They don't appreciate what we do. I'm talking about NATO. I'm talking about Europe. They have to work on Ukraine. We don't. The United States is very far away. We have a big, beautiful ocean separating us. We have nothing to do with it. Until I came along, NATO was only supposed to pay 2% of GDP but they weren't paying. Most of the countries weren't paying anything. The United States was paying for virtually 100% of NATO. And I got that stopped. I said, that's not fair. But then more importantly, I got NATO to pay 5%, and now they were paying, and now they are paying. So something nobody said was possible. They said, we will never go up higher than 2%. But they went to 5%, and now they're paying the 5. They didn't pay the 2, and now they're paying the 5. And they're stronger for it, and they have an excellent, by the way, Secretary General, who's possibly in the room. Mark, are you here? Yes, he's here. Hello, Mark. We never asked for anything, and we never got anything. We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force, where we would be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that. Okay? Now everyone's saying, oh, good. That's probably the biggest statement I made, because people thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force. All the United States is asking for is a place called Greenland, where we already had it, as a trustee, but respectfully returned it back to Denmark not long ago after we defeated the Germans, the Japanese, the Italians, and others in World War II. We gave it back to them. We were a powerful force then, but we are a much more powerful force now, after I rebuilt the military in my first term and continue to do so today. We have a budget of $1.5 trillion. We're bringing back battleships. The battleship is 100 times more powerful than the great battleships you saw in World War II, those great, big, gorgeous ships, the Missouri, the Iowa, the Alabama. Because I thought maybe we could take them out of mothballs. They said, no, sir, these ships are 100, think of that, 100 times more powerful than those big, magnificent pieces of art that you saw so many times ago, that you still see on television. You say, wow, what a force. 100 times, each ship 100 times more powerful than the big battleships of the past. So that was the end of the mothball story. So what we have gotten out of NATO is nothing except to protect Europe from the Soviet Union and now Russia. I mean, we've helped them for so many years. We've never gotten anything, except we pay for NATO. And we paid for many years until I came along. We paid for, in my opinion, 100% of NATO because they weren't paying their bills. And all we're asking for is to get Greenland, including right title and ownership, because you need the ownership to defend it. You can't defend it on a lease. Number one, legally it's not defensible that way, totally. And number two, psychologically, who the hell wants to defend a license agreement or a lease, which is a large piece of ice in the middle of the ocean where if there is a war, much of the action will take place on that piece of ice. Think of it. Those missiles would be flying right over the center of that piece of ice. All we want from Denmark for national and international security and to keep our very energetic and dangerous potential enemies at bay is this land on which we're going to build the greatest golden dome ever built. We're building a golden dome that's going to, just by its very nature, going to be defending Canada. Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not. I watched your Prime Minister yesterday. He wasn't so grateful. But they should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements. What we did for Israel was amazing. But that's nothing compared to what we have planned for the United States, Canada, and the rest of the world. We are going to build a dome like no other. We did it for Israel. And by the way, I told Bibi, stop taking credit for the dome. That's our technology. That's our stuff. But they had a lot of courage, and they were good fighters, and they did a good job, and we wiped out the Iran nuclear threat like nobody can believe. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. That, Venezuela, taking down Soleimani, wiping out al-Baghdadi when he tried to reinstitute ISIS. We did a lot. I did a lot of big things, all perfectly executed. Everyone was perfectly executed. Somebody told me that, a military expert told me, sir, everything you've done has been perfectly executed. I said, I know. So other presidents have spent, whether foolishly or not, trillions and trillions of dollars on NATO and gotten absolutely nothing in return. We've never asked for anything. It's always a one-way street. Now they want us to help them with Ukraine. And we say, we're going to. I'm really helping, not even them. I want to see, last week, if you saw, it was 10,000 soldiers, but last month it was 31,000 soldiers died. 31,000. That's this room times, the number of people in this room times 30. Think of it. 30,000 soldiers died in 1 month. The month before it was 27,000. The month before that it was 28,000. The month before that it was 25,000. It's a bloodbath over there. And that's what I want to stop. It doesn't help the United States, but these are souls. These are young people. Look like you, look like some of you right in the front row. They go to war, their parents are so proud. Oh, there he goes, comes back. 2 weeks later, they get a call, your son's head's been blown off. I want to stop it. It's a horrible war. It's the worst since World War II. They keep going, they'll exceed World War II. The numbers are staggering, how many people they've lost. They don't want to talk about it. Ukraine and Russia lost just tremendous amounts. And I'm dealing with President Putin, and he wants to make a deal, I believe. I'm dealing with President Zelensky, and I think he wants to make a deal. I'm meeting him today. He might be in the audience right now. But they got to get that war stopped because too many people are dying, needlessly dying. Too many souls are being lost. It's the only reason I'm interested in doing it. But in doing it, I'm helping Europe, I'm helping NATO, and I've until the last few days when I told them about Iceland, they loved me. They called me daddy, right, last time. A very smart man said, he's our daddy. He's running it. I was like running it. I went from running it to being a terrible human being. But now what I'm asking for is a piece of ice, cold and poorly located, that can play a vital role in world peace and world protection. It's a very small ask compared to what we have given them for many, many decades. But the problem with NATO is that we'll be there for them 100%. But I'm not sure that they'd be there for us. If we gave them the call, gentlemen, we are being attacked. We're under attack by such and such a nation. I know them all very well. I'm not sure that they'd be there. I know we'd be there for them. I don't know that they'd be there for us. So with all of the money we expend, with all of the blood, sweat, and tears, I don't know that they'd be there for us. They're not there for us on Iceland, that I can tell you. I mean, our stock market took the first dip yesterday because of Iceland. So Iceland's already cost us a lot of money. But that dip is peanuts compared to what it's gone up. And we have an unbelievable future in that stock. That stock market is going to be doubled. We're going to hit 50,000, and that stock market's going to double in a relatively short period of time because of everything that's happening. But this is a good example. After giving NATO and European nations trillions and trillions of dollars in defense, they buy our weapons. We make the greatest weapons in the world, but now we're going to make them faster, much faster. You saw that. I put a cap on the salaries, and I put no buybacks, no stock buybacks, no various other things that they were doing. I mean, they were making $50 million, but it would take them 3 years to give you a Patriot missile. I said, that's not good. My chauffeur can do a better job than that, and he makes slightly less than 50. They make big salaries. If they're going to make those big salaries, they're going to have to produce a lot faster. The good news is we have the greatest equipment in the world. Now we're going to start making it a lot faster. They're going to build additional plants. And all of the money that goes into Stock buybacks is going to go into building plants. We're not allowing stock buybacks by defense companies any longer. They're going to build new plants to make Tomahawks, Patriots. We have the best equipment, F-35s, F-47, the new one just coming out. They say it's the most devastating plane, fighter jet ever. Who knows? They called it 47. If I don't like it, I'm going to take the 47 off it. I wonder why they called it 47. We'll have to think about that. But if I don't like it, I'm going to take that 47 off. But it's supposed to be the Stage 6. It's supposed to be the first Stage 6 plane, undetectable, like our B-2 bombers were undetectable. They flew right over Iran. They were undetectable. And they did their job, and they got the hell out of there. So we want a piece of ice for world protection, and they won't give it. We've never asked for anything else, and we could have kept that piece of land, and we didn't. So they have a choice. You can say yes, and we will be very appreciative, or you can say no, and we will remember. A strong and secure America means a strong NATO, and that's one reason why I'm working every day to ensure our military is very powerful, our borders are very strong, and above all, our economy is strong because national security requires economic security and economic prosperity, and we have the greatest that we've ever had. Biden and his allies destroyed our economy and gave us perhaps the worst inflation in American history. They say 48 years, I say forever, but I think 48 years is the equivalent to forever. Whether it's 48 years or ever, it's terrible. Costing the typical family $33,000. What they did to this country should never, ever be forgotten. It's early, but he has to be rated as the worst president we've ever had by far. The auto pen did much of the damage. The auto pen, he was the auto pen president, because I don't believe a sane president would have ever signed the kind of things that he signed. But now grocery prices, energy prices, airfares, mortgage rates, rent, and car payments are all coming down, and they're coming down fast. We inherited a mess, but we've done a hell of a job in 12 months. Under my most favored nation policy for drug prices, the cost of prescription drugs is coming down by up to 90%, depending on the way you calculate. You could also say 5, 6, 7, 800%. There are two ways of figuring that. But we have a favored nations policy that every president wanted, no president was able to get. I got it, and other nations approved it. And I had to use tariffs in order to get it because they said, no way. In other words, a pill that costs 10% in London costs $130. Think it costs $10 in London, costs $130 in New York or in Los Angeles. And I'd say, boy, that's bad. Friends of mine would say, you know, we go to London, you can buy the stuff for nothing. We go all over the world, we can buy it for nothing. Because basically America was subsidizing every nation in the world because presidents allowed them to get away with it. It became very tough. So when I called up Emmanuel Macron, I watched him yesterday with those beautiful sunglasses. What the hell happened? But I watched him sort of be tough. But he was at $10 for a pill. And I said, Emmanuel, and I have all the big pharmaceutical companies are in total agreement. It wasn't easy, by the way. They're tough, smart. They've been getting away with the scam for a long time. But they gave it up. But they said, you'll never get the countries to approve it. I said, why is that? Because they won't. They always said, we're not paying any more. Get the rest for the United States. So over the years, they stayed the same. We just went up, up, up. And I mean, we would pay 13, 14, 15 times more than certain countries would. So I said, no, they'll approve it 100%. Sir, you'll never get them to approve it. I said, I guarantee you. But I actually started with Emmanuel, who probably is in the room too. And I like him. I actually like him. Hard to believe, isn't it? And I said, Emmanuel, you're going to have to lift the price of that pill to $20, maybe $30. Think of that. That means it's a doubling. a doubling of prescription drugs. Might be a tripling, might be a quadrupling. It's not easy. No, 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 Donald, I will not do that. I said, yes, you will, 100%. He said, no, no, no. You're asking me to double. I said, Emmanuel, you've been taking advantage of the United States for 30 years with prescription drugs. You really should do it, and you will do it. I have no doubt. In fact, I am 100% sure you're going to. No, 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 I will not do it. Because he has to, in all fairness to him, he has to double or triple. Because the world being a bigger place than the United States, it's not that you meet in the middle. You just have to go up some, and we come down a lot. They go up a little, we come down a lot. So we're at $130, they're at 10. So they may have to go to 20 or 30. No more than that. I said, Emmanuel, you're going to be doubling or tripling? No, no, no. I said, here's the story, Emmanuel. The answer is you're going to do it, you're going to do it fast. And if you don't, I'm putting a 25% tariff on everything that you sell into the United States and a 100% tariff on your wines and champagnes. And that's about 10 times more than what I'm requesting. And you're going to do it. I don't want to go public with it, but you may make me do that. No, no, Donald, I will do it. I will do it. It took me, on average, 3 minutes a country, saying the same thing. You will do it. They all said, no, 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 I will not do it. You're asking me to double the cost of prescription. I said, that's right, because you've been screwing us for 30 years. And they said, we will not do it. I said, that's all right. On Monday morning, we're putting a 25, 30, 50. I gave different numbers for different countries. This is also national security we're talking about. Not fair. We're not going to subsidize the whole world. And every one of those countries have agreed to do it. So one of the biggest things that I've done is the fact that we have now most favored nation. We will pay whatever the lowest price is in the entire world. So our drug prices are going to be coming down by staggering 90%. Again, you could say 1,000%, 2,000%. Depends on the way you want to figure it. But we'll go with the way the fake news likes it better because it sounds, can you imagine a 90% reduction sounds much worse. But drug prices are going to be coming down tremendously in all the nations, and I appreciate them doing it, but they did it, in all fairness, without tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to get it done. After declining $3,000 under Biden, real incomes are up in the United States by $2,000, $3,000, and even $5,000 and more. Home ownership has always been a symbol of health and vigor of American society, but that goal fell out of reach for millions and millions of people in the Biden era because interest rates went up so high. Today, I'm taking action to bring back this bedrock of the American dream. In recent years, Wall Street giants and institutional investment firms, many of you are here, many of you are good friends of mine, many of you are supporters. Sorry to do this to you, I'm so sorry. But you've driven up housing prices by purchasing hundreds of thousands of single-family homes, and it's been a great investment for them. Often as much as 10% of houses on the market. You know, the crazy thing is a person can't get depreciation on a house, but when a corporation buys it, they get depreciation. Okay, that's something we're going to have to think about, too. I don't know if too many people think about that. You buy a corporation, they buy 500 houses. They buy hundreds of thousands. They buy 500 houses. They can take depreciation. A person sweats and works and buys one house, they can't. But homes are built for people, not for corporations, and America will not become a nation of renters. We're not going to do that. That's why I have signed an executive order banning large institutional investors from buying single-family homes. It's just not fair to the public. They're not able to buy a house. And I'm calling on Congress to pass that ban into permanent law, and I think they will. One of the biggest barriers to saving for a down payment has been surging credit card debt. The profit margin for credit card companies now exceeds 50%, one of the biggest. And they charge Americans interest rates of 28%, 30%, 31%, 32%. Whatever happened to usury? So to help our citizens recover from the Biden disaster, all caused by this horrible president, just horrible president. I'm asking Congress to cap credit card interest rates at 10% for 1 year. And this will help millions of Americans save for a home. They have no idea they're paying 28%. They go out there a little late in their payment and they end up losing their house. It's terrible. To unleash innovation and savings and financing, I'm also working to ensure America remains the crypto capital of the world. And to that end, last year I signed the landmark Genius Act into law. Now Congress is working very hard on crypto market structure legislation, Bitcoin, all of them, which I hope to sign very soon, unlocking new pathways for Americans to reach financial freedom. And I did it for two reasons. Number one, I thought it was politically good, and it was. I got tremendous political support. But more importantly, China wanted that market too. It's just like they want the AI. And we've got that market, I think, pretty well locked up. If I didn't do it, Biden was totally against it until before the election, when they realized that, there were millions of people voting against him over crypto. And all of a sudden, they loved it very much, but it was too late. They blew it. But it is politically popular, but it's much more importantly, we have to make it so that China doesn't get the hold of it. And once they have that hold, we're not going to be able to get it back. So I'm honored to have done it. Finally, I've instructed government-backed institutions to purchase up to $200 billion in mortgage bonds to bring down interest rates. And I'll be announcing a new Fed chairman in the not-too-distant future. I think he'll do a very good job. See, I gave away some of it. I did give that away. So we have something, got something, but somebody that's very respected. They're all respected. They're all great. Everyone that I interviewed is great. Everyone could do, I think, a fantastic job. Problem is they change once they get the job. They do. They're saying everything I want to hear, and then they get the job. They're locked in for 6 years. They get the job, and all of a sudden, let's raise rates a little bit. I call them, sir, we'd rather not talk about this. It's amazing how people change once they have the job, but it's too bad. Sort of disloyalty, but they got to do what they think is right. We have a terrible chairman right now. Jerome, too late Powell. He's always too late. And he's very late with interest rates, except before the election, he was just fine for the other side. So we're going to have somebody that's great, and we hope he does the right job. Last week, the average 30-year mortgage rate dropped below 6% for the first time in many years. Another major factor in driving up housing costs was the mass invasion of our borders. And I have to say one thing about housing, because nobody ever says this. I am very protective of people that already own a house, of which we have millions and millions and millions. And because we have had such a good run, the house values have gone up tremendously. And these people have become wealthy. They weren't wealthy. They become wealthy because of their house. And every time you make it more and more and more affordable for somebody to buy a house cheaply, you're actually hurting the value of those houses, obviously, because the one thing works in tandem with the other. And I don't want to do anything that's going to hurt the value of people that own a house, who for the first time in their lives are walking around the streets of whatever city they're in, very proud that their house is worth $500,000, $600,000, $700,000. Now, if I want to really crush the housing market, I could do that so fast that people could buy houses, but you would destroy a lot of people that already have houses. In some cases, they've mortgaged their house, and the mortgage would be very low, and all of a sudden the mortgage without any changes becomes very high, and they end up losing the house. I'm not going to hurt, and I speak with Scott, who's doing a fantastic job, and Howard, who's doing a fantastic job, and all of my people. And I always say, look, I can crush the hell out of the market. We can drop interest rates to a level, and that's one thing we do want to do. That's natural. That's good for everybody. The dropping of the interest rates, we should be paying a much lower interest rate than we are. We should be paying the lowest interest rate of any country in the world, because without the United States, you don't have a country. I had a case with Switzerland. We happened to be in Switzerland. Maybe I'll give you a quick story. But they were paying nothing. They make beautiful watches, great watches, Rolex, all of them. They were paying nothing to the United States when they sent their product in. And we had a $41 billion deficit. 41 billion with this beautiful place. Flew over it, isn't it nice? So I said, let's put a 30% tariff on them so that we get back some of it, not all of it at all. We'd still have a deficit, big deficit. We had 41 million. That's a big deficit. And I said, let's put a tariff on. Different tariffs, different places. You're all party to them. In some cases, victims to them. But in the end, it's a fair thing. And most of you realize that. But we put a 30% tariff on Switzerland, and all hell broke loose. They were calling, I mean, like you wouldn't believe. And I know so many people from Switzerland, incredible place, incredible, brilliant place. But I then realized that they're only good because of us. And there's so many other examples. I mean, us, probably other places, but a majority of the money they make is because of us, because we never charged them anything. So they come in, they sell their watches, no tariffs, no nothing. They walk away, they make $41 billion on just us. So I said, no, we can't do that. So I'm going to bring it up. I still would have a deficit pretty substantial, but I brought it up to 30%. And I guess Prime Minister, I don't think President, I think Prime Minister called a woman, and she was very repetitive. She said, no, 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 you cannot do that, 30%. You cannot do that. We are a small, small country. I said, yeah, but you have a big, big deficit. You may be small, but you have a bigger deficit than big countries. He said, no, 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 please, you cannot do it. Kept saying the same thing over and over. We are a small country. I said, but you're a big country in terms of... And she just rubbed me the wrong way, I'll be honest with you. And I said, all right, thank you, ma'am, appreciate it. Do not do this. Thank you very much, ma'am. And I made it 39%. And then all hell really broke out. And I was paid visits by everybody. Rolex came to see me. They all came to see me. But I realized, and I reduced it, because I don't want to hurt people. I don't want to hurt them. And we brought it down to a, lower level. Doesn't mean it's not going up, but we brought it down to a lower level. But they pay now, tariff. But I realized that we have many places like that where they're making a fortune because of the United States. Without the United States, they wouldn't be making anything. Think of it. Switzerland made $41 billion on us. And as she said, it's a small place. And I realized with that, I don't know, it was so, because she was so aggressive. And I realized in that conversation that the United States is keeping the whole world afloat. Many places, I could give you 6, 7 places just in the people in this little area. I know every one of them. They're they're looking down. They don't want to see me. They don't want to stare me in the eyes. But they're taking advantage of, everybody took advantage of the United States. But I've been very fair, and I gave them a tariff, and it was fine. But I realized that without us, it's not Switzerland anymore. Without us, it's not any of the countries that are represented here. And we want to work with the countries. We want to work with them. We're not looking to destroy them. I could have said 39, 40%. I could have said I want a 70% tariff, then we make money with Switzerland. But Switzerland would have been probably destroyed, financially destroyed. I don't want to do that. But we should be paying the lowest interest rate of everybody. I hope Scott's listening to this, because we should be paying the lowest interest rate of everybody. Without us, most of the countries don't even work. And then you have the protection factor. Without our military, which is the greatest in the world by far, without our military, you have threats that you wouldn't believe. You wouldn't believe. You don't have threats because of us, and that's because of NATO. One other thing, and I have to say it so importantly, in the old days, and I used to say I'm the youngest in the room. Now I'm among the older. I hate to say it. I don't feel old, but I'm among the older. But I remember not long ago, 20, 25 years ago, when good news came out about, let's say, the United States. The United States had a great quarter. The United States had a great month. All the stocks went up. And that's the way it's supposed to be. Now when they say the United States had a record quarter, it's unbelievable how well it's doing, all the stocks crash because they say, oh no, inflation, they're going to raise interest rates. And they do. Some of these stupid people like Powell, they raise interest rates. And what they do is they stop you from being successful. It used to be when we had a great quarter, a great month, great earnings, great anything, any good news, the stock market went up. That's the way it's going to be. We got to do that again because that's the way it should be. Now when we have a great month, they want to kill it. Like we did over 5%. People were surprised. We should do 20%. We could do 25%. When we announce good numbers, and the reason is they're so petrified of inflation. And growth doesn't mean inflation. We've had tremendous growth with very low inflation. In fact, growth can fight inflation, proper growth. So we want to get back to the days when we announce great numbers, because we're going to be announcing phenomenal. You know, all these factories that are being built at record, thousands of businesses are being built right now. Remember, $18 trillion is invested. I think the second number is 3. And that was China many years ago. Investments in the country from outside. 18 trillion, nobody's ever seen. And that's money coming in and building things, factories. Thousands of businesses are being built, thousands. Hundreds of big factories, car plants are moving back to the United States. They're coming in from Canada, they're coming in from Mexico, from Japan. Japan's coming in and building plants here in order to avoid tariffs. They're coming in from China. They're coming in from all over the world. We have more plants being built now, car plants, than we've ever had built, even in the heyday from the 1940s and 50s. And they're bigger. They don't use renovations anymore where they take an old plant, they rip it down, they build a brand new plant, super modern plant. But it's happening at levels that nobody's ever seen. In 2024, the U.S. built less than 2 million new homes, but Biden admitted more than 8 million new migrants. And those days are over. In 2025, for the first time in 50 years, the United States had reverse migration. Boy, that was nice. And these were criminals that were being taken out of our country because they allowed people to come into our country from jails, from gangs, drug dealers, murderers. 11,888 murderers. We've gotten most of them out. And then ICE gets beat up by stupid people from leadership in Minnesota. We actually are helping Minnesota so much, but they don't appreciate it. Most places do. You know, Washington, D.C. is the safest place now in the United States. It was a very dangerous place to walk, and now you can walk with your wife, your kids, right through the middle of the city. Right now, Washington, D.C. is as safe as it gets. It was one of the most unsafe, I had to admit. We sent in the military, the National Guard. Within 2 months, it was great. Within 3 months, it's like a really great place and a safe place and a beautiful place. It's even been cleaned up. The graffiti's gone. The fences are gone. We don't have to worry about fences anymore. All of the places, the grasses are cut and replaced with new grass in many cases. It's all going to happen in the spring. But Washington and D.C. is beautiful again, and it's safe. New restaurants are opening up. They were all closing. Now you can't get into a restaurant. Restaurants in Washington, D.C. are all opening. Memphis also, Memphis, Tennessee, New Orleans, Louisiana. We're there for 3 weeks. We've cut the crime down by 64%. Within another month, we'll have virtually no crime there. We can do that all over. We're going to help the people in California. We want to have no crime. I know Gavin was here. I used to get along so great with Gavin when I was president. Gavin's a good guy. And we're going to, if he needed it, I would do it in a heartbeat. I'd love to see. We did help them a lot in Los Angeles, a lot with the early in my term when they had some problems. but we would love to do it. I will say this, if I were a Democrat governor or whatever, I would call up Trump. I'd say, come on in, make us look good, because we're cutting crime down to nothing. And we're taking people out, career criminals who are only going to do bad things, and we're bringing them back to their countries. But where we've done it has been amazing, and we have a capacity to do it at much greater levels. We're cutting illegal aliens off welfare and other government benefits, and I have directed that starting immediately, there will be no more payments to sanctuary cities, because they are really just sanctuaries for criminals. They're really protecting criminals, and those are the ones we have to get out of the country: murderers, drug dealers, the mentally insane. They emptied their mental institutions into the United States. And despite that, we have the lowest crime numbers that we've ever had in the history of the country. Just came out. But equally importantly, we're cracking down on more than $19 billion in fraud that was stolen by Somalian bandits. Can you believe that Somalian? They turned out to be higher IQ than we thought. I always say these are low IQ people. How did they go into Minnesota and steal all that money? And we have, you know, they're pirates, they're good pirates, right? But we shoot them out of the water just like we shoot the drug boats out. They're not pirating too many boats lately, do you notice? When they go out into those boats, they want to take over $1.5 billion tanker loaded up with oil, and they say, we're going to blow up your boat. They have powerful weapons. You hit the side of the boat, you blow the whole thing up. The insurance companies are petrified, so they say, just give them the boat, we'll give them money instead. And I don't do that. We blow them right the hell out of the water. We see them going out, we blow them out of the water. We don't have any pirates so much anymore. If we do, they won't be there long. We've cut down with the hitting of the boats that are loaded up with drugs, including submarines. Can you believe they actually buy small, they call them mini subs, very fast. They're meant for drugs. We've knocked out 2 of them. The Democrats say they were fishing. You have ruined somebody's fishing weekend, I would say. A submarine is not a fishing boat. You don't fish. But we've knocked down drugs by water, the oceans, the sea, by 97.2%. Think of that. And I actually say, who the hell are the 3%? Because I would not want to be piloting one of those boats. We knocked them down, and now we're going to start on land. We're going to knock it all out. The land is the easy part. What we did on sea is incredible, and that's our great military. The situation in Minnesota reminds us that the West cannot mass import foreign cultures which have failed to ever build a successful society of their own. I mean, we're taking people from Somalia, and Somalia is a failed, it's not a nation. Got no government, got no police, got no military, got no nothing. And then we have this fake congressperson who they just reported is worth $30 million. You believe this? Ilhan Omar, talking about the Constitution provides me. She comes from a country that's not a country, and she's telling us how to run America. Not going to get away with it much longer, let me tell you. The explosion of prosperity and conclusion and progress that built the West did not come from our tax codes. It ultimately came from our very special culture. This is the precious inheritance that America and Europe have in common. We share it. We share it, but we have to keep it strong. We have to become stronger, more successful, and more prosperous than ever. We have to defend that culture and rediscover the spirit that lifted the West from the depths of the Dark Ages to the pinnacle of human achievement. We live in an incredible, changing period. It's an unbelievable time, but we have to take advantage of the time that we're in. In our hands are technologies that our ancestors could scarcely have. I mean, they couldn't have even dreamt some of the things that we see today. And so rapidly they're produced. I mean, AI, 2 years ago, nobody ever heard of the term, and now everybody's talking about it. And it can have some very good purpose. It could also have some dangerous purpose, and for that we have to watch out. But some tremendous things are happening because of it. And we're leading by so much. We're doing so well. But opportunities that are bigger and grander than ever before in human history are right before us. It is the pioneers in this room. Many of you in this room are true pioneers. You're too truly brilliant people. Just your ability to get a ticket is brilliant because you have about 50 people for every seat. I don't know what, that's Larry. Everything Larry touches turns to gold. He made this very successful. But you're in this room, and some of you are the greatest leaders anywhere in the world. You're the greatest brains anywhere in the world. And the future is unlimited, and to a large part because of you, and we have to protect you, and we have to cherish you. I always say we have to cherish our brilliant people because there aren't many of them. So together with confidence, boldness, and persistence, let us lift up our people, grow our economies, defend our shared destiny, and build a future for our citizens that is more ambitious, more exciting, more inspiring, and greater than the world has ever seen. We're in a position to do things that nobody else has ever even thought of before. And many of the people in this room are the ones that are doing it, and I want to congratulate you, and I'm with you all the way. You can do things that nobody else can even think about. So I congratulate you on your tremendous success, and the United States is back, bigger, stronger, better than ever before, and I'll see you around. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
This was supposed to be a nice fire chat, Mr. President.
Yes, good. I got set up. I did know.
You made the job for the moderator really easy. Thank you, Mr. President, for your speech. I do have a few follow-up questions, if it's okay. Sure. I don't think I should start with Greenland, maybe. I'll start with the economy. The U.S. economy is doing really, really well. But how to sustain this growth moving forward? Because there's always a recession looming around the corner.
Well, you know, the one thing about economies and recessions is sometimes you get hit unexpectedly and there's nothing you can do about it. All brilliant people, but there's nothing. One example was COVID. We had an economy going at levels like nobody had ever seen my first 2.5, 3 years. And then I heard the word pandemic, not COVID. They came up with that name over a period of time. We won't get into that. But I heard the word pandemic. And I had a poll come out that was so strong just prior to that, and I was with the two best pollsters, McLaughlin and Fabrizio, and they said, sir, George Washington and Abraham Lincoln, if they came back and ran as president and vice president, they couldn't beat you. And then what happened is the following day, I was told to stay tuned because there's something really bad happening in China. There are bodies laying all over Wuhan, right around that certain building that we talk about. I always said it came from Wuhan. It did come from Wuhan. And they were body bags. We saw it by satellite. And they said, there are strange things happening in China. And so it began. And we ended up with the COVID, and the whole world suffered. We did a phenomenal job. I don't think we got the credit we deserved. We did something that Operation Warp Speed, which some people say was one of the greatest military feats ever. We did a great job. Used our military, used a lot of people. But sometimes you get hit with things, nothing you can do. You get hit with things like that unexpectedly. And we got through it. And when I left, the stock market was higher than it was previous to the COVID coming up. And that was, I called it a great achievement. But things happen, bad things happen. The things that we can stop are wars if we're smart. That we can stop. Those are a matter of being intelligent and having intelligent people on the other side. Because wars are the worst of all. Wars are worse than anything. But we can stop wars because that's sort of up to us. But things like dust flying in the air, wherever COVID comes from or whatever comes, sometimes you have to be a little bit lucky. But we are poised to have an economy like no other, not only in this country, but anywhere. And you know, when you hear the kind of numbers that I can tell you that Scott Bessent was with me the other day, and he's looking at numbers. He said, I can't. And that's all he's done his whole life, pretty much your whole life. Scott, you weren't going to be a football player, I don't think. Scott was not that great at football, but he was always good at numbers, right? And he was looking at numbers. He said, I've never seen anything like this. We're poised to do things that no other country's ever done. And, you know, luck, I hate to say it, but we need a little luck. We don't want to get hit by something that nobody could have thought. Whoever thought we were going to hit by a pandemic? You know, when I heard the word pandemic, I said, oh, that's an ancient problem. World War I, they lost 100 million people. It actually ended World War I. A lot of people don't know. The Spanish flu in World War I ended the war because all the soldiers were sick. The soldiers were so sick on both sides, and that war was raging, and they were all dying from the Spanish flu. They were sick as dogs. They couldn't fight. So, you know, you don't know how that would have turned out. But so we do, I mean, subject to that, and I always have to put a caveat in for it, but we're poised to have the greatest growth of any large country, I think any country that there's been. When you look at what's happening in the United States, it's really amazing.
Thank you. One thing that maybe keeps you up at night, I know you don't sleep that much anyway, Mr. President, is the debt. The U.S. debt is high, is now the biggest expenditure on your budget. How to get out of that impasse?
Well, the big thing is growth. I mean, growth is the way. If we grow like this, we go from having a $37 trillion. We go from having high debt to low debt. But we also are cutting expenses, you know, the old-fashioned way. We have extraordinary growth. I think we're going to be growing our way out. I think we're going to be paying off debt. We're taking in tremendous money from tariffs fairly. And again, I'm using them judiciously. You know, Switzerland's a case study. I could have gotten much more. I could have asked for much more. But we're using them judiciously. But I think growth, most importantly, and then cutting costs. Now, if you take a look at Minnesota, $19 billion in fraud and other things. People going to airports, they came into the country, they don't have 10 cents, and they're leaving with hundreds of thousands of cash in their bags. When we get to that, and our DOJ, Pam, and Todd, and all the people that work over there, and all of the people that work in here, I can tell you, Scott Bessent is working on that. It's a priority, right? You have your whole team. We're in there looking for where this money is coming from, how much it is. It could be more than $19 billion. Can you believe that? That's just one state. If we were able to cut out 50% of the fraud, 50%, and we should be able to do better than that, we would have a balanced budget without having to talk about even growth. So we have a lot of options, but we're working very hard on that. That's a big deal. It's not just the protests, the fake protests done by agitators and, you know, professional insurrectionists. That's what they are. They're professional troublemakers. But we are looking very strong at the money too in Minnesota and other places.
I think, Mr. President, also the $500 billion invested in artificial intelligence and the frontier technologies last year also were driving growth exponentially in the U.S.
Well, AI has been a big factor. AI is massive. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg showed me a plant where he put it over a map of Manhattan, and it was basically the size of Manhattan. This is not, I said, you got to be kidding. It's a plant that was miles long, miles wide, very high. I don't think it was high like the Empire State Building, but it was high. And it literally covered most of the island of Manhattan. That's called a big plant. And, you know, when I heard they're going to spend $50 billion building, and I said, you know, if you spend $50 million, you can build a nice little shopping center. If you spend $500 million, you can build a good shopping center. But how do you spend $50 billion? When I looked at this thing, I said, you think you'll be able to do it for that? It's amazing when, you know, some of the plants that I see, and I see them all. And again, so big is we're letting them build their own electric generation. This way we have no problem. And otherwise they'd be complaining. There'd be nobody able to be, you know, we have an old grid system. And not only that, they're going to sell at a very cheap price the excess electricity that they create back into our grid. So that'll solve some problems for certain states that don't have enough electricity.
We also know that on the AI, there is fierce competition between the US as the largest economy in the world, 27% of the global GDP and 5% of the global population, not doing that badly, and China. And we know that that competition is very tough on AI. I know you're heading to a state visit to China in April. How do you see the US-China relationship moving forward? Are you able to combine this tough competition with also collaboration?
So I've always had a very good relationship with President Xi and with President Putin. Talk about, you know, the larger powers. But I've always had a very good relationship with President Xi of China. He's an incredible man. What he's done is amazing. He's highly respected by everybody. And I do now. I mean, now I have good. It was very severely interrupted by COVID. I used to call it the China virus, but he said, do you think you could use a different name? And I decided to do that because why should we have a problem over that? But I would do that, and they were...
You're a true diplomat, huh?
I became a diplomat for the first time. Well, you know who taught me that? Marco Rubio. He said, let me teach you about diplomacy. Hey, any guy that gets approved by 100% of the votes, think of it, he got liberal Democrats and radical right Republicans to approve him. He's the only one. The next one was like lost 45 votes, right? But he got all 100 votes voting for him. And at first I wasn't happy about it. I said, wait a minute, I don't like that. And now it turns out that the Democrats probably wish they didn't do that. And Marco has been fantastic. Marco, stand up, please. You have done a great job as Secretary of State. He's going to go down as the best Secretary of State. And Scott, and we have Susie, who's the first female Chief of Staff, and she's the best Chief of Staff, too. And I see Howard Lutnick, who I know spoke. And Howard's fantastic. Some of the deals we're doing are great. And I want to pay particular attention because we have Chris. And Chris, you got up and spoke, I think. He's the #1 oil man in the world because I was going to put Doug Burgum, who's fantastic. I don't know if Doug's here. Is Doug here? Doug Burgum is fantastic. He said, sir, there's one man better than me. And he introduced me to Chris. And he turns out to be. So we're drilling more oil and gas now than we ever have by almost double. Is that right, Chris? And on top of it, we got a lot coming out of Venezuela. So anyway, so we're doing great. The country is just doing great. We have great people. Thank you. And I see other people. We have Steve Witkoff. We have Jared. I got so many people. I'm in trouble because when I go back, they're going to be people with long faces. Sir, you didn't introduce me. I got so many people. And we have a lot of the greatest people anywhere in the world. I know them all. So I won't continue because we'd be here all day.
Thank you, Mr. President. We also know that you're a deal maker, and then maybe coming back to Greenland and Ukraine. What kind of deal in the end do you see between the U.S. And Denmark? Well, because, you know, I guess you see it now as a negotiation going on, or?
Well, it's costing Denmark hundreds of millions a year to run it. And Denmark's a small country and wonderful people. But, you know, it's very expensive. It's a very big piece of ice. And it's very important. I mean, I don't want to repeat the speech, but it's very important that we use that for national and international security. That can create a power that will make it impossible for the bad guys to do anything against the perceived good ones. And it's a great block for Europe. Just like, you know, Denmark was supposed to spend hundreds of millions of dollars. They didn't spend the money. They didn't spend anything almost. And we'll see what happens. I just say this. NATO has treated the United States of America very unfairly. We never asked for anything. We never got anything. We actually took care of the needs of NATO for years and years, which I felt was always unfair. So I got NATO to pay because they're rich countries. But I think it's time that NATO step up. We're helping them with Ukraine. Without us, I think Putin would have gone all the way. I think we have it. I think that could have been a World War III, if you want to know the truth. If Kamala was elected, or Joe, any one of those, those thinkers, I think you could have ended up in World War III. And I will say Steve Witkoff has been dealing incredibly with, but we're not going to have World War III. We want to get it stopped, but we're not going to have World War III. I think if I wasn't elected, I think that could have evolved into World War III. It was a very, very bad situation. And it still is, but it's not that kind of bad. It's bad because so many young people are being killed.
How close do you think there is on an agreement on Ukraine? I had the pleasure of speaking with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner yesterday. I know they're working hard on it. I know that they're also traveling now. Do you see this very close or still?
Well, I hate to say it. I thought that was going to be, so I settled 8 wars plus. And I thought that was going to be one of my easier ones. Not the easiest. Some I settled in a matter of hours because I'm good at that stuff. The United Nations should be doing this. I shouldn't be doing it, but it doesn't matter. It's got to get done, saving a lot of lives. We're saving millions of lives. With Ukraine, Russia, there's tremendous hatred between President Zelensky and President Putin. That's not good. That's not good for settlements. We know from dealing. There's abnormal hatred. With that being said, I think Russia wants to make a deal. I think Ukraine wants to make a deal. And we're going to try getting a deal done. I think, Steve, I can say that we're reasonably close. What happens is oftentimes we'll have a deal with Russia. Russia's set, and President Zelensky will not do it. You saw that when he was in the Oval Office. I was not happy. And then we'll have President Zelensky who wants to make a deal, and Putin doesn't want to make the deal. It's a very difficult balance, and it's big time, and it is, to use a word, it's a bloodbath. It's horrible what's happening. It's a drone war. The drones are killing, thousands of people a week, thousands. We have to get it stopped. So I believe they're at a point now, I'm going to meet with President Zelensky later today. I believe they're at a point now where they can come together and get a deal done. And if they don't, they're stupid. That goes for both of them. And I know they're not stupid. But if they don't get this done, they are stupid. So I don't want to insult anyone, but you got to get this deal done. Too many people are dying. It's not worth it.
President Sisi is sitting on the first row here. He spoke earlier today and also complimented you on the Gaza deal. I think there will be a signing tomorrow. Of course, there are different views on this, but how important do you think this signing is on the Board of Peace? And do you think this is going to sustain? Do you think we now will see Gaza reconstructed and billions of US dollars invested?
I do. I think we have peace in the Middle East. There are some little situations like Hamas, and Hamas has agreed to give up their weapons. Now, they were born with a weapon in their hand, so it's not easy to do. When they were born with a rifle in their hand. It's not an easy thing for them, but that's what they agreed to. They've got to do it. And we're going to know, Jared, over the next 2 or 3 days, certainly over the next 3 weeks, whether or not they're going to do it. If they don't do it, they'll be blown away very quickly. They'll be blown away. We have 59 countries that are part of that whole peace deal. And some of those countries aren't even they're near the Middle East, but they're not in the Middle East traditionally. And they want to come in and take out Hamas. They want to come in. They want to do whatever they can. There's a problem with Hezbollah in Lebanon, and we'll see what happens there, but that's a problem. But there are these little flames, but there's peace in the Middle East. Now, had we not gone in and knocked out with those big, beautiful, we just ordered 25 brand new ones, the latest and the greatest, the B-2 bomber. Think of them, they went in there at 2 o'clock in the morning with no moon, no light, no nothing, and every single one of those massive bombs hit its target, 100,000-pound bombs hit its target, every one of them. And then on top of it, from a submarine 300 miles away, we hit the sites with tomahawks, which is an unbelievable weapon. So, we did our job. If we didn't do that, you would have never had peace in the Middle East. And the countries like Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar could never have, and others could never have signed anything because you would have had this dark cloud, and the dark cloud was Iran with nuclear. Iran would, if we didn't take them out, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 months. They were very close to having the nuclear weapon, and we hit them hard. And it was a total obliteration. If they may try again, but they're going to have to try from a different area because that area was obliterated. Incredible thing we did. And because we did that, we were able to make peace. If we didn't do that, I would say, Jared and Steve, if we didn't do that, there was no chance of making peace because the countries I just named and other countries could have never signed off. They were afraid. They were afraid. We had a bully. The bully was Iran, the bully of the Middle East. They used to call it for years. They were the bully of the Middle East. They're not the bully of the Middle East anymore.
Mr. President, I know you even had to change plane last night, so I guess you didn't have much sleep, but I think you're... but your energy is still there. I know you have several bilateral meetings. I know you're also hosting a reception. So thank you so much for coming back to Davos. Thank you so much. It's highly appreciated.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, very much.
Well, President Trump there making a lengthy speech, an hour and a quarter his speech was at the World Economic Forum in Davos. Wide-ranging is a fair précis of what he talked about, criticism for a number of different European countries. But I think what he said about Greenland, possibly the most crucial, that he doesn't want to use force, he won't use force, but that he thinks that this island is part of North America, it's our territory, no one has the power to defend it apart from the United States. The USA alone can protect it. He said, you talking about NATO and Denmark, you can say yes and we'll be very appreciative, or you can say no. And rather ominously, we will remember. A great deal of criticism for France, for Switzerland, Canada, the UK and Germany all came in for his fire, but doubled down really on his threat to Greenland. Let's cross live to Washington and our US correspondent, Mark Stone. Mark, he's certainly not backing down on Greenland, is he?
He's not backing down. There's no question about that. Perhaps he was there was a little more of a climb down, maybe on the threat to use force to acquire Greenland. I think yes, possibly there was, but ultimately, I don't think what we heard from him there reduces the transatlantic crisis. It remains critical. I think from a European perspective, he will still be seen as a deeply, deeply unreliable ally, perhaps even a former ally. And I think given how unreliable and unpredictable he is, just because today he appeared to rule out the use of force, which I have to say does divide opinion. Some people think it's completely mad to think that he would ever use force against Greenland. Others think actually potentially he could. Today he appears to have moved away from that. Who knows where he will be tomorrow? You know, it was a weaving speech, as we might expect. He began, as we thought he would, on the economy. It felt a little bit like a domestic speech, but he sought to try and persuade the world to follow America's way, do what we do, is effectively what he said. Economically, socially, environmentally, politically, follow us was his message at the beginning. Then there was the section on Greenland, which was pretty chunky. He went into some detail about why he wants to acquire Greenland. We want a piece of land, of ice, he said, for world protection. They have a choice. They can say yes, and it will be very appreciative, or that you can say no, and we will remember. He, at one point, referred to it, actually not more than one point, 2 or 3 times. He called it, he said Iceland instead of Greenland. I mean, yes, he talked about it being a piece of ice, but he literally referred to it as Iceland on a number of occasions. Was he confusing it with another country? Possibly. He talked in about negotiations. And I think from a European, certainly from a Danish perspective, this will be encouraging, because what Denmark wants to do is encourage a negotiation whereby everything is on the table except for sovereignty. And Trump said, I'm seeking immediate negotiations to once again discuss the acquisition of Greenland by the United States. This would greatly enhance the security of the entire alliance, the NATO alliance. He seemed soft in tone at times. I have tremendous respect for the people of Greenland and the people of Denmark, but then suddenly he would get much, much harder again. We must secure Greenland. It is part of North America, so he said. And then, I thought this was kind of perhaps a little unbecoming, but as is his way, he sought to remind the audience, and clearly the Danes, whose diplomats, perhaps leaders, would have been in that room as well, how Denmark had fallen to Germany in just 6 hours in World War II. The inference was, we can't let that happen again with Greenland. We can't let Russia or China take Greenland in a few hours because Denmark is unable to defend it. So that is, he says, is why we need to own Denmark. He appeared to completely ignore the fact that the NATO alliance is an alliance which would require all NATO members to defend Greenland if it was attacked. And on that point, I thought, lastly, Jane, very interesting. He kind of answered a question I and many other people have had for a long time, which is why why does he have to actually own Greenland? Why can't he just be part of an alliance which defends it? And he said, legally, it's not defendable in that way if you don't own it. And number two, psychologically, who the hell wants to defend a license agreement or a lease? Well, in saying that, the president appears to have dismissed the basis of all America's defense treaties. I mean, the Koreans, the Japanese, they may well be pretty worried about that, because that is the whole point of a treaty, of a lease, of a license, is that you are part of a broader group of nations who collectively defend each other. That, I think, gets to the heart of what Trumpism is all about. It is.
Mark, we're just going to jump in because Trump's talking to the cameras again. Apologies, Mark.
Yes, she's done a very good job. We have a very good relationship, and Venezuela is working out really well. We're going to be making a lot of money for Venezuela, and they'll be able to take care of their people. And she's doing a very good job.
Why are you willing to fight Macron's proposal, a NATO mission in Greenland?
I made that very clear.
Why are you disrespecting the UK and Europe?
We have a great relationship with NATO, but NATO has to step up.
You're very disrespectful of Europe and the UK, sir. Why?
No, I'm not. But they have to change their ways, or they're going to.
Why? Trade with your allies makes no sense.
Between immigration and energy, if they don't change, bad things will happen to them.
Mr. President, what's your plan on Africa? Mr. President, what's your plan on Africa?
Why genocide in South Africa, and are you willing to engage with the South African government?
Well, no, what's happening in South Africa is terrible. A terrible situation. What they're doing to people, a certain group of people, is unbelievable. You wouldn't think it could happen today.
What would it make you believe that there is no white genocide, Mr. President, in South Africa?
Well, we have seen the numbers, we've seen the records, and it is taking place.
Mr. President, Mr. President, Macron's proposal, a NATO mission in Greenland is...
Well, we can't hear President Trump from where he's there. I think it was actually our Paul Kelso that shouted him a question about the UK. Why is he disrespecting the UK, I think Paul said. And it sounded like the answer is that they have to change their ways between bad energy and migration. And I think he said bad things could happen. But that is just a précis of what we could sort of hear. We'll get that audio cleared up. I think we can return to Mark Stone as well. Mark, you were just finishing your points about the encouragement, perhaps, that he is at least thinking about negotiating about Greenland, but the fact, the slightly disobliging way that he talked about Denmark and what happened during World War II. He also was really disobliging about NATO as well, wasn't he? We defeated the Germans, the Japanese and the Italians in World War II. What have we got out of NATO? Nothing, never got anything, but we've paid for anything. I'm not sure they'd be there if we gave them a call if we were being attacked. I mean, it is, of course, our daily reminder that the one time Article 5 of NATO has been invoked was the day after September the 11th for the allies. allies who supported the US's action in Afghanistan, isn't it, Mark?
Yeah, and you took the words out of my mouth. I mean, I think the feeling is very mutual at the moment. I think NATO's European partners and Canada as well probably would wonder whether America under Trump will be there if they need him. So the alliance, whether it's the NATO alliance, the transatlantic alliance that is the relationship between the European Union and the UK and the US, they are under deep, deep stress at the moment. And it's not only, factual to say that the only time Article 5, that sort of collective defence pact has been invoked is after 9/11, but it's also the case that when Afghanistan became a bit of a nightmare for the Americans, NATO as a body stepped in and turned it into a NATO mission. You can debate the success or otherwise of operations in places like Libya, but they were NATO missions that the Americans wanted to get involved in, that were then sort of cat-badged NATO rather than just America. So he's well off the mark there. Where he's not off the mark is the funding. I mean, it is the case, and this is his real gripe. It is the case that NATO's European partners have always spent a lot less on the alliance than the Americans have. But that has now changed. They have recognised that, and they are spending a lot more than they were.
Mark, always great to get your insight. Thank you very much. Let's cross to our security defence editor, Deborah Haynes, now, who joins us from Kiev. Deborah, you were listening along to President Trump as well. As expected, Ukraine did feature. He talked about it being a bloodbath. He also referred to it as being the apple in Putin's eye. But in that last fireside chat, he said it sounded like he thinks they're kind of close to a deal. He says if they don't get a deal done, talking about Ukraine and Russia, they are stupid. And that goes for both of them. What's been the reaction in Kiev?
Yes, well, there's a bit of confusion over here because Donald Trump also said that he's going to be meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky later today. And yet the Ukrainian president yesterday said that he was delaying plans to travel to Davos. He was supposed to be leaving Kyiv yesterday. And he also said that he wanted to wait and make sure that documents that the US and Ukraine and their European backers have been working on for a prosperity plan for Ukraine post any end to the war agreed between Russia and this country, and also a bilateral security agreement between Kyiv and Washington. And that the expectation, the hope had been that this could be signed in Davos, but then all of this rupture between the European allies and Donald Trump over Greenland, over now the Chagos Islands, and wider global security means that really the efforts to support Ukraine have been disrupted. And the Ukrainian president's spokesperson has said that Zelensky is still in Kyiv. So whether he is planning to leave and make a quick dash to Switzerland, it's unclear. Obviously, you can't fly out of Ukraine. It's a very large country. It does take time. So there's questions about that. There will be also real nervousness when you have Donald Trump saying reasonably close to a deal, because it might be close to a deal that maybe Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin think works. But the key is it has to be something that the Ukrainians and the Europeans can accept. And with relations now so tense between Europe and the US, it makes any ability for the Europeans and the Ukrainians to ensure and influence a deal that they can tolerate to end the war here increasingly hard to find.
Deborah, is there dismay in Kiev that, the fact that Europe is fundamentally at war, not that far from Davos itself, has been eclipsed at this opportunity where all the world leaders are together by what is happening in Greenland and the president's comments about the Chagos Islands? Well,
I mean, this country has had to deal over the last 4 years. It's nearly entering the 5th year of Russia's full-scale war, with other major events in the world taking attention away from what's happening on the ground here. But at such a pivotal moment, when there's clearly been a huge push by Donald Trump, he's wanting to secure a peace deal, the sense now that it's just another one of the many areas that he's looking at, and one that he, in that speech just now, only dedicated a very small amount of time to. That's going to trigger concern. Also, Donald Trump, in that speech, he kept on repeating the fact that there is a large expanse of ocean between the US and Ukraine. Yes, that's true. But of course, European stability and security impacts global stability and security, and that affects the United States. Donald Trump may want to be America first, but America is impacted by what happens in Europe. That's why the US was drawn into the First World War, was drawn, it took time, but drawn into the Second World War. And Donald Trump, he was making that point, wasn't he, about how in Europe we'd all be speaking German and a little bit of Japanese had it not been for the US. That will go down really bad, unsurprisingly, really badly, because it was a team effort. It was allies working together. And when Donald Trump is making these threats to his allies, in particular over Greenland, basically saying that he wants to acquire it. Yes, he might have not stated that he would do that by force, but he did give that implicit threat, didn't he? Saying that if negotiations for the US to acquire this piece of land, this piece of ice, do not go well, then the US will remember. And he seemed to be making this case that the US has got nothing out of NATO. It's given everything to NATO, and now it wants payback. But that just simply isn't the case. Mark gave some examples of how NATO allies have stepped up in the past, to use Donald Trump's own words, to support the US in Afghanistan. They've all worked together in Libya. But also the US enjoys the fact that it has key strategic bases across Europe that it uses to project power all over the world. You can imagine that a rupture in relations between the US and Europe and Canada when it comes to the alliance, yes, of course, it would be devastating for European security, but it would also affect significantly American security too, and American ability to project power over those that really are the threats for the US, and that is China, its view of the world, Russia, its view of the world. And so, European allies will be hoping that maybe there can be a way to move out of this. And if not, then they're going to have to just get a lot more tough. Yes, they're spending more on defence, but they're clearly going to have to prepare for a future where they will have to fight alone.
Deborah, thank you very much. Well, let's bring in now our defence and security analyst in the studio, Professor Michael Clark. And Michael, what was your takeaway from this very long speech and the questions after it?
Well, it was interesting. I mean, we're all interested in what he said about Greenland and what he said about Ukraine in particular. I mean, he was on message for the first part of the speech. You could see from his eye line, he was reading from the auto cue, and then you could tell from his eye line he wasn't. He was riffing, and he just riffed and riffed and riffed. And eventually, I think he was making a speech to himself. He was just talking to himself in a way, because he was musing on all sorts of things. But the stuff that we are most interested in is, one is uncompromising on Greenland. I think, as Mark said, he may have left the door open, perhaps unintentionally, to talk in terms of negotiations on Greenland, because it's possible that the Pitchifik base, the space base they've got on Greenland, might be converted into sovereign territory, made into a sovereign American base, which would give him a victory of sorts. He wouldn't be satisfied with that. But if tonight and tomorrow he is somehow impressed by the opposition of the Europeans, by the determination of the Europeans, if indeed they are as determined in the event as they sounded yesterday, to push back on his requirement for Greenland. If he comes away from the meeting thinking that this will elevate into a real crisis if he doesn't find a way out, then maybe a sovereign base answer might just be a plausible way forward. That's one thing. On the other side of it, I think on Ukraine, interestingly, again, he sees Ukraine as the problem of two leaders. He sees it as a matter of bringing Putin and Zelensky together. And he interprets the sides, not as sides pursuing certain views of national interest. He sees it as two leaders that he tries to get together. And here we are. We went round a circle in April last year. We went round the same circle in August last year after the Alaska meeting, and we're gone almost all the way around the same circle now. The needle has almost come back to the top again, to the 12 o'clock, and it will have the same result. It won't work, but it looks as if he's about to blame the Europeans.
Sorry to cut across you. We're just going to cut to Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, who's speaking, giving reaction to Trump.
Invasion. Give me a damn break. And so he's exactly where we were a week or two ago. But what seems different now is leadership seems to be a little bit more, I think, willing to say publicly what we all know they're saying privately. And I think that was meaningful and was reflected in today's deeply, significantly insignificant remarks.
So Europe should say no. Europe should say no. Britain should say no to
years as president. Why that? Say no to what?
Well, to the negotiation.
They said yes to negotiation. We could have negotiated this a year ago. The whole thing is BS. It's just lunacy. And I mean, wake up. You can't act. There's nothing normal about this. He's an invasive species in political terms. And you have to understand that. I don't know why it's so difficult to start to understand.
It's pretty novel for us in Europe.
You guys are too smart to know that. I'm offended that you need to be educated in that respect.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Governor. Thank you. Well done.
Gavin, just sort of in the tail end, really, of what he was saying, giving some reaction to Trump's speech. He did say yesterday very strongly that he felt that European leaders should be acting a lot more forcefully towards President Trump, that he felt that he had to bring his knee pads for the amount of grovelling that was happening from European leaders at Davos towards President Trump, and that we had to be a lot bolder. Now, a lot is happening at Davos all the time over the next couple of days. In the meantime, Reform UK leader Nigel Farage is talking at USA House in Davos. We can listen into that.
To the size of the Eurozone. And here we are 16 years later, and it's double the size of the Eurozone. So America is getting some things right economically that Europe is getting wrong. And I think at the center of this is the debate about energy. Now, you know, Trump railed against wind turbines, and they kill the birds, and they cost $1,000 a spin, and all of that. But actually, Europe has gone down this route towards net zero. Davos, of course, has been encouraging Western countries to go down this route for decades now. America had the shale gas revolution. They've gone from being an energy importer to an energy exporter. And just to think, this week last year, when there was no wind blowing across the UK, no sun...
Crossing from Nigel Farage back to Donald Trump.
She doesn't play games, right, Newt? She keeps him in line. He's over here also. I want to thank my team for having worked out a very fair deal with Switzerland, and it's an honor. I speak about you often. You're a great country, a beautiful country. You do make great watches, too. That I can say. There's nobody like you for watches, which is a big deal. But I appreciate the treatment we've been given, and we will always reciprocate. And thank you very much for having us.
Thank you. It's a pleasure. And with your team, we have good relations. We are working hard to finalize the agreement. We have this joint agreement, but I'm optimistic that we can go forward. And the investment pledge, the private sector promise, I think are on the way. And we already see this imbalance you mentioned during your speech is actually on correction. It's actually, we have the last statistic, a surplus $8.8 US in the favor of US, but at the end, what it's important for me and for the two countries, it's a win-win perspective. And I think my team and your team are working hard to find something very, very well.
Very good. Is there really a surplus? Because that's a very unusual thing with Switzerland.
I think in the last couple of months it started to reverse the other way.
That's unusual.
And when they bring
that's never happened before.
And when
I'm
they
very
bring
proud of that. I'm very proud of that.
Right, when they bring their pharmaceuticals to America, then that'll settle it.
Yep. Yes, that's a very big thing. We're bringing all pharmaceuticals are coming into America, so it's really a big thing. Press, do you have any questions, please?
Sir, are you going to meet Zelensky today or tomorrow?
Tomorrow. I believe it's tomorrow.
Yep. It's tomorrow. We just want to clarify that.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Switzerland's a great place, and we appreciate being here. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press.
Well, we're stepping away from President Trump there, saying quite a different, it has to say, reaction to Switzerland there. It's a great place. We thank you for your hospitality. Your watches are great. About an hour ago, he was saying of Switzerland, they're making a fortune because of us. The US is keeping the whole world afloat. Without us, it's not Switzerland anymore. So a slightly different tone from the president there when sat in front of those who've helped organise the conference. Well, joining me now is Anthony Gardner, the former US ambassador to the EU. Anthony, what do you make of his speech and the question and answer session today?
Well, to me, it's remarkable how many European leaders have bent over backwards to sane wash the insane. I mean, a lot of people are saying this is great. He's no longer going to use force to take Greenland, but it's really scandalous that we are in the current position, you know, that one NATO member would be threatening another NATO member to seize territory in the 21st century. There's one ally using mafia-type language against another ally, so it's deeply, deeply disappointing.
What do you think can be done to change this attitude? Because it seems, you know, you have half of Europe being slightly bullish, you know, people like President Macron perhaps in what they're saying publicly. You have people like Starmer trying to be conciliatory, but then we heard him in Prime Minister's questions saying that he is not going to be moved. He's going to stand firm on Greenland. What is the right approach to deal with somebody like this that you consider to be a bully?
Well, I'll tell you what leadership looks like. It looks like Mark Carney in his speech in Davos. He used his words very carefully, but it's very clear what he meant, that moving into a world of might makes right is going to will have profound consequences. And that countries like Canada and others, the mid-range powers, do have options, and they're going to use those options and they will diversify. So that's what leadership looks like. You know, for the last year, we have seen many European countries, many European leaders bend the knee and basically sign agreements that were profoundly unbalanced, like the trade agreement the EU signed with the US. Even the UK agreement, I would argue, was of that kind. That strategy has been tried, and the strategy has failed. Those strategies were based on the assumption that the EU and the UK would get the benefit of the bargain. In other words, that Trump would be tied into European security and would be tied into getting a durable and just peace agreement with Ukraine. I would argue that very doubtful whether you and the EU have gotten the benefit of the bargain. So I would say, you know, that strategy clearly has not worked. And very clear language now has to be used about what is impermissible.
But what you do also risk is increasing the tensions, don't you? And as you say, Mark Carney's speech yesterday, very, very well received, and basically saying loudly and publicly that there is a new global order here. And then Trump again turned on him in this speech, saying, you know, you're not grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Mark Carney should remember that the next time he makes a speech. I mean, there is a threat loaded in there, isn't there?
No, of course there is. I mean, it's just remarkable. We are even discussing this, right? I'm not suggesting there is a zero-cost option here, because there isn't. No country should try to think that there is a zero-cost option. There are always costs You've seen the cost of the strategies I mentioned over the last year. There is a cost of invoking the wrath of the President of the United States. But I would argue, look back at history, and I would suggest that feeding the beast doesn't work because appetites grow with the eating. And there is a time when the EU and the UK should say there is certain behavior which is simply impermissible, and we will not accept it. These are all countries, including yours, which with a rich history, and I would argue with a rich future. I happen to live in London. But it's time for allies to speak uncomfortable truths.
Well, what about what Giorgia Meloni, the Italian leader, has said today? So if NATO is nothing without America, then Europe will close the US bases, tear up the sweetheart trade deals, and just to make the message land, boycott McDonald's too. Is that the tone that people should be taking with Trump?
Well, I think the tone should be respectful. We should not descend into the pit of invective. But I was very disappointed, to be honest, that the EU, for example, did not use the tools it had then at its disposal to say, Mr. President, if you go down this path, this is what we can do, including, by the way, restricting access of US businesses to the very large €1 trillion public procurement market. We can use this famous big bazooka, as it's called, the anti-coercion instrument, that, by the way, it was tailor-made for this kind of a situation, tailor-made. The EU didn't even invoke the first step in the process. So clearly, that big bazooka lay on the table like a water pistol. It could use it, for example, to do a lot of harm, which I don't hope we get there, but it can do a lot of harm to the US services surplus with the EU. But it needs to be credible, and that is the only language, unfortunately, now that President Trump understands.
We also heard a little earlier on Sky News Trump's former press spokesperson, Anthony Scaramucci, talking about what is going on here and why it's happening. And he says that the row is about President Trump appealing to his base and that his approval ratings are the lowest since he became president. How much of that do you think is true?
Well, maybe, but, Greenland is not very popular. According to the polls I've seen, his position has been very, very unpopular on Greenland. And now some members of Congress, Republicans as well, have been speaking out against it. Not enough, but at least some are saying this is just way beyond, any kind of sensible foreign policy. So I partly agree that some of it sounds being tough, and being tough usually pays dividends. But this recent turn of events, I don't think is something that the American people support. And we're seeing that Congress probably doesn't support either.
Anthony Gardner, the former US ambassador to the EU, really good to talk to you today. Thank you very much. Well, as we've been saying, Sir Keir Starmer isn't attending the talks in Davos today.
I saw a lot of, I would say it's sometimes bad behavior, but there was kind of some unfortunate things that happened in social media over the last, call it, 15 years. We've gone through it in detail. Do you think that we learned some things about that over the last 15 years from the social media side that we'll be applying to AI?
Well, I think there's definitely some concerns that people have about the influence of social media on children, that sort of things. We've heard that concern about AI. I'd say it's very salient. People are worried about what impact will this have. And that's something we're definitely looking at. And I think child safety has to be part of a larger regulatory framework. At the same time, and there's been a number of horror stories there about examples of self-harm that AI might have contributed to. I would say that at the same time that we recognize that's an issue, we do also have to consider that 1 billion people are successfully using AI every day, including lots of high schoolers doing their homework and that sort of thing without a problem. I know that in China they're incorporating AI into K through 12 education, because this is going to be key to upskilling the whole next generation. Having the skills to use AI, to know how to prompt these AI engines, how to create agents, this is going to be a fundamental skill in the economy. So I think we have to be a little bit careful when we talk about protecting kids that, yes, I think we have to be aware of some of those downsides, but we can't act like it would be a good thing for kids not to ever use AI. And I think if all you do is listen to the media, you might get that impression. I think that would be a big mistake. And I talk to my kids about this. I say to them, I ask them, do you feel like AI is addictive? And they'll admit that like TikTok is addictive and YouTube and Snap, those things are far more engaging to them because you're talking to their friends or they're watching video. For AI, they say, well, it would be hard to live without it because it's so useful, but I don't spend that much time on it. I use it like Google's to look something up, it's to do research. So it's a little different, I think, than social media, where social media really, you could argue it's pretty addicting. I think AI, less addictive, more a utility. But I do think that in the public's mind, there's been a little bit of a transference of the concerns that people have about social media onto AI. And some of that transference is justified and some of it may not be.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk, and maybe we should just go into a really super dark scenario and then try to come back into a light scenario. Yeah. But if we go into a really dark scenario, we saw AI in several situations. You and I talked about that 60 Minutes segment on character AI, where the AI morphed into a suicide coach for these kids. And it was something that you and I had never seen before, and it was shocking and horrible. You know, how do you think about that? What's your reaction?
Well, so this is a case where it's a sort of a fantasy chatbot. I say this, it's a chatbot that's trying to create characters that would then interact with users. Some of those users then were teens, and then some of those teens had pre-existing mental issues. And yeah, I think that we saw that you had adverse consequences there. Obviously, it's going to be a subject of litigation to try and determine how much causation there was. But yeah, I think it contributed to those issues. I think that when you have a new technology like this, that again, 1 billion people are using so quickly, there's going to be cases like this that happen. I don't think any of these companies wanted those things to happen. And I think that now that they know that it's a possibility, they can start to program the AI in a way that will try and prevent those scenarios.
When the internet kind of came along, and even before the internet, we there's one regulation that everyone in Silicon Valley really loves, which is Section 230. And that basically says, you know, these tech companies, initially the social media companies cannot be held responsible, and perhaps maybe even the AI companies cannot be held responsible for bad behavior of the AI. When you look at Section 230 and kind of accountability, self-regulation, do you think that do you think the Section 230 should be reformed, reshaped, reconstructed, or do you think it stands as it is, kind of preventing, and kind of holding full indemnification for the tech vendor?
Well, Mark, I might be the last person on either side of the political aisle who thinks that Section 230 was a visionary piece of legislation that helped pave the way for the modern internet. I know there's opposition to it on both sides. The reason I say that is because what 230 did is it basically defined who's a publisher and who's a distributor. And under the existing law, publishers are held to one standard, distributors are held to another. In other words, if you're, say, a magazine on the distribution stand and you libel someone, or an article in your publication libels someone, well, you can be sued and you're on the hook for that, and you're going to end up paying damages. Now, the newsstand on which your magazine is sold, that is a distributor, and it is not subject to publisher liability. And so what Section 230 did is take those sort of real-world examples and apply them to online context. And specifically, what it said is that user-generated content will be treated on these platforms, that the platforms will be distributors, not publishers. Now, look, if those platforms are actually publishing the content themselves, and I think this probably would apply to AI companies who are creating content, we're going to hold them to publisher liability. But if all they're doing is acting as a distributor, then we're going to impose distributor liability. I think that distinction made a lot of sense. Maybe it's not perfect in some cases, but without that, I don't think you would have had comment boards on the internet. I think, user review sites like Yelp might have been sued out of existence. Think about it. Every time someone posts a review on Yelp that the store owner says, well, that's defamatory, I'm opposed to that, they can now sue Yelp. I think that these user-generated platforms may not have survived. And so I think it was very, very important in terms of allowing user-generated content to flourish all over the internet, including then on social media platforms. Ultimately, it's the user that benefits from the ability to express themselves. And I'm just not sure that if all of those UGC platforms were treated like publishers, that we'd be able to express ourselves in the way that we've been able to. And yes, you can point to some downsides of that, but on the whole, I think it's been very positive. And what I worry about is if 230 gets reformed and gets to be more restrictive, it's going to lead to much greater censorship. Already corporations have been taking down a lot of content that, I think it's now much better under President Trump, but under the last administration, you saw an epidemic of shadow banning, deplatforming, when someone expressed an opinion that went against the sort of conventional wisdom or the powers that be. Saw a lot of censorship during COVID. Things that are now recognized as being true could not be said without the user, like Dr. Jay Bhattacharya was kicked off X for the Great Barrington Declaration. So you look back on those things and say, gee, that was a really dangerous period where people were censored too much. We've now moved out of it, but what I worry about is you take away Section 230 protection, and now because of simple corporate risk aversion, these sites are really going to clamp down, and people aren't going to be able to express themselves in the same way.
And how about then making the connection back to what we're talking about with AI, or an AI that is behaving badly?
Well, I'm not sure that Section 230 does apply to AI companies because, look, this is getting into novel areas of law. Who knows how it's going to, be determined? Probably I'd want to consult some lawyers about this, but if you're getting me to react on the fly to this, 230 has always been applied to user-generated content on platforms. In the case of AI, it's the AI company that's publishing the content. So I think the liability might be a little different, but we'll see how it plays out.
When you look at the opportunity now with China and AI, we've seen China really evolve a lot in the last year. We're seeing DeepSeek 4 now about to emerge. Exactly like what you said, there's an AI race going on. Where do you see the U.S. and China right now in the AI race and the model innovation that we've seen in both countries?
So China is very formidable. They've got a lot of smart people there. They've got a lot of technological prowess. You've got, half a dozen really impressive frontier models coming out of China. With DeepSeek was sort of the original one that broke through about a year ago. Actually, it was about this time this year that DeepSeek launched. And I think a big part of the DeepSeek moment was the surprise factor that I think people had been complacent about the nature of the global competition, and they didn't think that people would say that China's years behind. Then DeepSeek launched, and you realize, well, wait a second, they're actually closer than that. I still think that the U.S. is in the lead. I think that our models are better, our chips are better, but they do have other advantages. They are spinning up power generation faster than we are. That's one area. I say another area that concerns me is AI optimism. So there was a survey done by Stanford recently, and they surveyed people in lots of different countries, and they asked them, do you believe the benefits of AI will outweigh the harms? And if the respondents said yes, they'd be an AI optimist, and if they said the harms outweighed the gains, they're an AI pessimist. Well, in China, 83% of the population are AI optimists. In the US, that number is only 39%. And we generally see that in Western countries. The AI optimism is a lot lower, and it's a lot higher in Asian countries. And I think it's a really interesting question about why they're more optimistic than we are, and who's right about that. But where I kind of worry is in the AI race, that if in a fit of pessimism, we do something like what Bernie Sanders wants, which is he wants to stop building all data centers, or if we have 1,200 different AI laws in the states, clamping down on this, clamping down on the innovation, I worry that we could lose the AI race because of a self-inflicted injury. So I hope that people will become a little bit more optimistic about this industry as more and more miraculous products come out.
David, we're unfortunately having to cut it short because the president's speech went a little bit long, so maybe you could address that directly with him. I want to thank you so much for coming to Davos this year, and I hope we'll see you again because we're so thrilled that you're here to have.
Well, thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Well done. Good job.
Dialogue with the participation of an important number of foreign business partners, underscoring the interest in Argentina and its path forward. At a time of accelerated complexity, fragmentation, and exponential innovation, the World Economic Forum's annual meeting serves as an impartial platform for exchanging views and ideas and for engaging a wide range of voices to challenge established views and broaden perspectives. Argentina, a G20 economy and a member of Mercosur, has a significant role to play in the contemporary world context. Señor Presidente, le doy de nuevo la bienvenida y le ofrezco la palabra.
A warm welcome once again, Mr. President. The floor is yours.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Estoy aquí frente a ustedes
I stand here
para
before
decirles
you
de modo
to state
categórico que
categorically that
ha muerto.
Machiavelli is dead.
Durante años
For
se nos
years,
deformó el
our
pensamiento
thinking was distorted
presentándonos un falso
by the
dilema de diseñar políticas
presentation of a
públicas
false dilemma
donde
in
se
the
debía
design of
optar
public
entre
policies,
la
one in
eficiencia
which we were
política
supposedly faced with a choice
contraposición al
between
respeto de los
political
valores
efficiency
éticos y
on the one
morales de
hand
Occidente.
and respect for the ethical and moral values
Tal
of the
como
West on the
señala el
other.
profesor Jesús Huerta
As
de
Professor
Soto
Jesus Huerta de
en su
Soto
trabajo
points
sobre
out in his
eficiencia
work on
dinámica,
dynamic
desde
efficiency,
dicho punto de vista,
from that
la
perspective,
eficiencia no es
efficiency
compatible con
is not
diversos esquemas de
compatible with
equidad o
various
justicia,
schemes of equity or
sino que surge
justice, but
única y
rather
exclusivamente de
arises
uno de
solely
ellos,
and
el
exclusively
cual
from
se
one of them,
basa en el
the one
respeto de la
based on
propiedad
respect for
privada
private
y la
property
función
and
empresarial.
the entrepreneurial function.
Por eso, la
Therefore,
oposición entre las
the
dimensiones de
opposition
eficiencia y
between the
justicia es
dimensions
falsa
of
y errónea.
efficiency and justice
Esto
is
es,
false
lo
and
justo
erroneous.
no puede
That is
ser
to say, what is
ineficiente,
just
y lo
can't be
eficiente
inefficient, nor
justo.
can what is
Y
efficient
es
be
que la
unjust.
perspectiva del análisis
Actually,
dinámica,
from the
justicia
standpoint
y
of
eficiencia son
dynamic
dos caras de la
analysis,
misma
justice
moneda.
and efficiency are two sides of the
Sin
same
lugar a
coin.
dudas,
Without a
quien
doubt,
anticipó esta situación con mayor
thinker
claridad
who
fue
previewed
Murray
this most
Rothbard,
clearly was
al
Murray
plantear la
Rothbard
conexión que
when he
existe entre la
articulated the
concepción
connection
dinámica
between
de
the
la eficiencia
dynamic
económica
conception of
y el
economic
ámbito de la
efficiency
ética.
and the realm of
Rothbard
ethics.
consideraba
Rothbard
imprescindible
considered it
establecer previamente
essential
el
to
marco
establish in
ético
advance
adecuado
an
que
adequate
impulse la
ethical
eficiencia
framework
dinámica.
to foster
Dado el
dynamic efficiency,
desconocimiento que tenemos
given
respecto a
our
los
lack of
fines,
knowledge
medios
regarding the
y funciones
ends,
de
means,
utilidad que
and
existen en la
utility
realidad.
functions that exist in reality.
Así, para Rothbard, a lo cual
So according to
aún desde mi
Rothbard,
rol de
and
presidente
I
de la gran
subscribe to
nación
this view
argentina,
even in my role as
solo
president
los
of the
principios
great Argentine
éticos
nation, only the
subyacentes
ethical
de la cultura
principles
occidental
underlying Western
pueden servir
culture
como
can
criterio de
serve as
eficiencia a la hora de
efficiency
tomar
criteria when
decisiones
it comes
en
to
materia de
making
políticas
public
públicas.
policy decisions.
Puesto en términos crudos,
Put
al
bluntly,
momento de diseñarse las políticas
when
públicas
public policies
resulta
are designed, it
inadmisible desde
is
el punto de vista de la ética
unacceptable
y la
from the
moral
standpoint of ethics
sacrificar
and
a la
morality
justicia
to
en el altar de la
sacrifice justice
eficiencia.
on the altar of
Esta
efficiency.
consigna en favor de los valores
This commitment to
no solo
values
está por encima
not
de la
only
eficiencia
stands
económica,
above
sino que
economic
aún lo está
efficiency,
muy por encima
but
aún
even
más
stands far
de lo que es el
above
utilitarismo político.
political utilitarianism.
Así, al dejar de lado los
Thus,
valores
by
éticos y
setting
morales,
aside
eso
ethical and
deriva
moral
en políticas
values,
que no solo son
we end
injustas,
up with
sino que
policies that are
además
not
llevan al
only
colapso,
unjust, but
no
also
solo en lo
lead to
económico,
collapse,
sino
not only
también en
economically,
el plano
but
de lo social,
also
a punto tal que
socially,
podría terminar
to such an
acabando con la
extent that
propia
they could
civilización
ultimately bring
occidental.
about the downfall of
Por
Western
ello,
civilization
en
itself.
2024,
This is why in
en este foro
2024,
señalé que Occidente
at this
estaba en
forum,
peligro.
I stated that the
A
West
su
was in
vez,
danger.
en mi exposición
In
del
turn,
2025,
in my
mostré
2025
que las
address,
agendas y las
I showed
políticas
that
que
the
se venían
agendas and
impulsando
policies being
desde los
promoted
distintos organismos y
by
foros
various international
no eran ni más ni
organizations
menos que todo
and
un
fora were
conjunto de
nothing
políticas
more than a whole
socialistas,
set of socialist
arropadas de
policies,
modo elegante
elegantly
para engañar a
packaged to
personas de
deceive
almas
people
nobles y
of
bellas,
noble
con
spirit,
buenas intenciones,
who were full of
pero
good
con los mismos
intentions,
resultados
but this
catastróficos de
always led
siempre.
to the same catastrophic catastrophic results. That is why we must never forget the words of Thomas Sowell on socialism, of which he acknowledged the merit that it sounds very appealing, but whose flip side is that it always ends badly, appallingly badly. In fact, and beyond the continuous disasters caused by socialism throughout the 20th century, we can see the terrible damage done in Venezuela. Not only 80% collapse in GDP, but something far worse still, namely the establishment of a bloody narco-dictatorship whose terrorist tentacles spread across our entire continent in the Americas. Therefore, today more than ever, in the face of the ethical and moral degradation afflicting the West as a result of embracing the new socialist agenda, it is necessary to once again promote the ideas of freedom. However, unlike the way this was approached in the past, based on a utilitarian framework, today the defense of the free enterprise capitalist system must be grounded in its ethical and moral virtue. As Israel Kirsten points out, today's socialists do not deny capitalism's superiority in terms of productivity. They challenge capitalism on the grounds that it's unjust. Therefore, it's not enough for the system to be more productive, because if its roots were unjust, capitalism should not be defended. Today, I will demonstrate that free enterprise capitalism is not only more productive, but also that it's the only just system. I will also demonstrate that there is no dilemma between political utilitarianism and policy making based on values, because if the two were in conflict, that would imply that the foundations of political utilitarianism should be discarded as unjust. Therefore, this will mean that if we wish to emerge from our dark present, we must once again draw inspiration from Greek philosophy, embrace Roman law, and return to Judeo-Christian values, thereby enabling us to save the West. A large share of human conflicts arise from a failed interaction between natural law and positive law. Natural law is the law that ought to govern human beings because it accords with the nature, and it is therefore just in a universal sense. It is a law common to all men, because it is intrinsic to their essence and therefore unchangeable and immutable. By contrast, positive law is the law written by human beings to govern according to their convenience. Thus, when positive law is in harmony with natural law, there will be justice. Otherwise, the law may be legal but not legitimate. Accordingly, two fundamental rights are recognized: the right to life and the right to liberty. Man is born alive and free and has the right to preserve these attributes of nature. He also has the right to demand that others respect them in order to pursue his own happiness, which is the end towards which every human being tends. Alongside these, we have acquired rights, which are neither natural nor inherent to human beings, but are instead earned through merit or obtained as a gift. Thus, from the fundamental right to liberty derives the acquired right to private property, which is manifested in our ability to freely acquire goods with the fruits of our labor, or to receive assets that are freely donated or inherited. In turn, the right to property, especially because of its dynamic consequences, is linked to Locke's principle of appropriation. So property may not only derive from donation, gift, inheritance, and/or exchange, but also from appropriation through discovery and creation. Finally, these rights are complemented by the non-aggression principle, which establishes that no human being has the right to inflict aggression of any kind on another human being. This includes not only physical aggression, but also all forms of coercion, compulsion, and/or imposition under the threat of force. Hence, we define libertarian liberalism, in line with Alberto Venegas Lynch Jr., as unrestricted respect for the life project of others, based on the principle of non-aggression and in defense of the right to life, liberty, and property, whose institutions are private property, markets free of state intervention, competition, competition, understood as free entry and exit, the division of labor and social cooperation. Naturally, associated with this social order, the question arises as to whether it is just. Therefore, in order to determine whether a system is just, the necessary reference is Ulpian, whose basic premise constitutes the foundation of Roman law and is undoubtedly one of the pillars of Western civilization. Thus, justice is the constant and perpetual will to give to each his due, that is, the intention to give to each their own, what belongs to them. However, Ulpian's statement did not end there. He went on to add that the principles of law consist in living honorably, harming no one, and giving to each their own. Therefore, from all of this, it follows that one of the defining characteristics of free enterprise capitalism is that it is a just doctrine. Given the emergent institutional framework, which we have also shown to be just, it is now time to demonstrate that it's also efficient. The first formulation in this regard was put forward by Adam Smith, who, by using the argument of the invisible hand, posited that each individual, in pursuing their own interest, maximized social welfare. Later, the neoclassicals, guided by an idea of the invisible hand based on the Pareto optimum, derived the first fundamental theorem of welfare economics, namely that every competitive equilibrium is Pareto optimum. However, this required embracing a mathematical structure that left the door open to state intervention under the well-intentioned goal of correcting market failures, which, from my perspective, do not really exist. To address this, the proof developed by Hans Hermann Hoppe, based on property rights in line with Locke's principle of original appropriation, together with the non-aggression principle, not only proves satisfactory in establishing optimality, but also leaves no room for intervention. In this regard, Hoppe states, any deviation from this set of rules implies, by definition, a redistribution of property titles, and thus of income, from producer users and contracting parties to non-producer users and non-contracting parties. Consequently, any such deviation implies that there will be relatively less original appropriation of resources whose scarcity is known, and therefore there will be less production of new goods, less maintenance of existing goods, and fewer contracts and trades that are mutually beneficial. This naturally implies a lower standard of living with respect to goods and services that change hands. Moreover, the postulate that only the first user of an asset acquires property rights over it, not the last one, ensures that productive efforts will be as high as possible at all times. Likewise, the notion that only the physical integrity of property and not its value must be protected guarantees that every owner will undertake the greatest possible value-producing efforts, that is to say, efforts to promote favorable changes in the value of property and to prevent or counteract any unfavorable change in its value. Therefore, any deviation from these rules entails a reduction in productive efforts at all times. Note that by relying on private property rather than on excess demand functions derived from optimization exercises, this approach allows an optimal reach without the need to use esoteric assumptions that later serve as justification for state intervention. This also avoids falling into the empirical absurdity of the second theorem of welfare economics, which posits independence between production and distribution, as if choosing between capitalism and communism were neutral in terms of outcomes. So, having demonstrated that the institutions of free enterprise capitalism, supported by natural rights, Locke's principle of original appropriation, and the non-aggression principle are not only just but also efficient, at least in static terms, it is now time to show that free enterprise capitalism displays these same properties in dynamic terms as well. As early as 380 BC, Xenophon pointed out that economics is a form of knowledge that enables men to increase their wealth, while arguing that private property is the most beneficial vehicle for the life of individuals. Xenophon then went on to address the concept of efficiency from two perspectives. On the one hand, from a static viewpoint, he defined efficiency as the management of available resources resources aimed at avoiding waste, while highlighting the benefit of private property by stating that the master's eye is the best way to fatten his cattle. On the other hand, in his second definition of efficiency, Xenophon delved into the dynamic realm, noting that efficiency also entails increasing wealth. That is, increasing the available quantity of goods through entrepreneurial creativity, namely through trade and speculation. This latter criterion of efficiency is of fundamental importance for the study of economic growth, because unlike a static model that considers only what Robert Lucas Jr. defined as deep parameters, that is, preferences, technology, and initial endowments of resources, in the dynamic sphere, both technology and initial endowments can vary, and in fact they do so continuously as a result of entrepreneurial creativity. Moreover, the institution of private property deserves a separate chapter. By pivoting on it, the Austrian School of Economics from Mises, Hayek, Rothbard, Kirster, and Hopper to Jesus Huerta de Soto has demonstrated the impossibility of socialism, thereby dismantling the ghostly idea of John Stuart Mill that postulated independence between production and distribution, a form of academic deafness that led to socialism and cost the world the lives of 150 million human beings, while those who managed to survive the terror did so in absurd poverty. In line with the previous remarks and consistent with Xenophon's second line of analysis, economic theory has identified 4 sources of economic progress. First, there's the division of labor, which was illustrated by Adam Smith through the pin factory example. At its core, this is a mechanism that generates productivity gains manifested as increasing returns. Although its limit is determined by market size, the size of the market is positively affected by this process. However, it's also worth noting that this virtuous process is not infinite, and that its ultimate limit lies in the endowment of initial resources. Second, there is the accumulation of capital, both physical and human. With regard to physical capital, the interaction between saving and investment is crucial, highlighting the fundamental role of capital markets and of the financial system in carrying out such intermediation. On the human capital side, the focus should not be limited to education alone, but should also include the development of cognitive capacities from birth, as well as nutrition and health, basic elements for gaining access to education and the labor market. Third, there is technological progress, which consists in being able to produce a greater quantity of goods with the same amount of resources, or to produce the same output using a smaller quantity of inputs. Finally, there is entrepreneurial spirit, or rather the entrepreneurial function, which, according to Professor Huerta de Soto, constitutes the main driver of the economic growth process. Because although the 3 factors mentioned are important, without entrepreneurs there can be no production, and living standards would be extremely precarious. In fact, the entrepreneurial function is not so much focused on short-term efficiency, but rather on increasing the quantity of goods and services, which in turn leads to higher standards of living. On this basis, what truly matters is to expand the frontier of production possibilities to the maximum extent possible. Thus, dynamic efficiency can be understood as an economist's capacity to foster entrepreneurial creativity and coordination. In turn, the criterion of dynamic efficiency is inseparably linked to the concept of the entrepreneurial function, which is the typically human capacity to perceive profit opportunities that arise in the environment and to act accordingly to take advantage of them. This makes the task of discovering and creating new ends and means fundamental, driving spontaneous coordination to resolve market imbalances. Moreover, this definition of dynamic efficiency proposed by Huerta de Soto coherently and appropriately combines Schumpeter's idea of creative destruction with North's concept of adaptive efficiency. Naturally, given the role of the entrepreneurial function, the institutions under which it develops are of vital importance. In this regard, both Douglas North and Jesus Huerta de Soto consider one of the key functions of institutions to be that of reducing uncertainty. So while North presents them as a set of humanly devised constraints that structure social interaction in a repetitive manner, Huerta de Soto considers that these institutions, conceived by human beings, emerge spontaneously from a process of social interaction without being designed by any single individual, and that they reduce uncertainty in the market process. So, as Roy Cordato points out, the appropriate institutional framework is one that favors entrepreneurial discovery and coordination. Accordingly, within this framework, economic policy should aim to identify and remove all artificial barriers that hinder the entrepreneurial process and voluntary exchanges. And given the decisive influence of institutions on economic progress, this directs our attention to the importance of ethics, as societies that adhere to stronger moral values and ethical principles in support of institutions will be dynamically more efficient and will therefore enjoy greater prosperity. Accordingly, the fundamental ethical problem is a search for the best way to foster entrepreneurial coordination and creation. Therefore, in the field of social ethics, we conclude that conceiving human beings as creative and coordinating actors entails accepting axiomatically the principle that every human being has the right to appropriate the results of their entrepreneurial creativity. So the private appropriation of the fruits of what entrepreneurs create and discover is a principle of natural law, because if an author were unable to appropriate what they create or discover, their capacity to detect profit opportunities would be blocked, and the incentive to carry out their actions would disappear. Ultimately, the ethical principle just stated is the fundamental ethical foundation of the entire market economy. So what we've just demonstrated is that free enterprise capitalism is not only just, but also efficient, and also that it is the one that maximizes growth.
De modo, por lo tanto, Given
the conceptual framework of dynamic efficiency and the absence of a dilemma between efficiency and ethical values when designing public policies, it is of interest to consider their implementation in real life. Beyond the enormous achievements we have exhibited during these years in office, having eradicated a fiscal deficit of 15% of GDP, reducing inflation from 300 to 30%, lowering country risk by 2,500 basis points and restoring economic growth, with poverty falling from 57 to 27%, pursuing public policies guided by ethical and moral values, I would like to focus on the case of the Ministry of Deregulation, or, as we call it back home, the Ministry of Increasing Returns. This ministry is inspired by the evolution of per capita GDP since the beginning of the Christian era, and it is in the shape of a hockey stick. This figure arises from the fact that until the year 1800, per capita GDP remained almost constant, and from that point onwards, it increased 15-fold in a context in which the size of the population increased tenfold. In parallel, as GDP grew, extreme poverty fell from levels of 95% to 10%. However, this marvel implies the existence of increasing returns, which in economics are associated with concentrated market structures, and this is where the public policy dilemma between Pareto efficiency and justice arises. In Pareto analysis, increasing returns entail the existence of non-convexities in the production set that prevent the derivation of a profit function with a maximum. As a result, neither the supply of goods nor the demand for inputs is optimal. In response, regulation of firms is proposed in order to assimilate them to a perfectly competitive case. That is to kill increasing returns and, with them, economic growth. Consider the effects caused by regulation around the world. The values-based view of capitalism holds that if such a position has been achieved through discovery voluntary exchange and without violating the non-aggression principle, there is no justification for intervention. Indeed, intervention constitutes a violation of property rights, and by punishing profits, the economy's potential growth declines. So intervention and regulation are dynamically inefficient because they're violent and therefore unjust. This is why, since we took office in 2023, we have carried out, thanks to the cyclopean effort of Federico Sturzenegger, 13,500 structural reforms, which today allow us to have a dynamically more efficient economy and will enable us to grow once again. That is, to make Argentina great again. Thus, the Pareto optimum is clearly called into question, and for that reason many consider that it authorizes the regulation of concentrated structures by assimilating them to a competitive model. But, as I said, this means killing increasing returns, with the unintended collateral effect of killing growth. Note that along these same lines, we can also address the issue of artificial intelligence, a tool that can be seen as the 21st century version of Adam Smith's pin factory, that is a catalyst for increasing returns, and thereby a catalyst for greater growth and well-being. Therefore, the most responsible thing states can do regarding this issue is to stop pestering those who are creating a better world. Let me say it in a straightforward way. The most responsible thing politicians can do is to stop pestering those who are creating a better world. At the same time, I wish to point out that all fears associated with dystopian scenarios are nonsense. The answer is Adam Smith. The limit to increasing returns is determined by the size of the market. And finally, we must not forget that the implementation... We must finally not forget that the implementation of these projects requires real inputs and financial resources, so expansion will be constrained by initial endowments. For those who may be interested in the theoretical foundations of these arguments I'm presenting, today Dr. Nigel uploaded to social media the study we did together, which fleshes out the theoretical foundations to the effect that regulation kills growth. The omnipotence of government and regulations have the effect of destroying property rights, thereby killing increasing returns and leading to lower growth. Lastly, linked to this phenomenal future that lies ahead, the role of human capital is of vital importance. And in this regard, in Argentina, thanks to the work of Minister Sandra Petrovello with respect to vulnerable sectors, we have stopped giving people fish and have started to teach them how to catch fish, and if possible, hoping to encourage them to create their own fishing company. Finally, despite popular criticism, free enterprise capitalism does not undermine moral values. After all, economic progress through the mechanism of the invisible hand emerged from Adam Smith's moral sentiments, and the modern era owes its existence to what McCloskey calls the bourgeois virtues. In turn, thanks to the great work of Huerta de Soto in developing the concept of dynamic efficiency and its application in Argentina, we can be confident that the alleged dilemma between efficiency and justice is false. That is to say, markets are not only superior in productive terms, but they're also just. Therefore, public policies should be guided by ethics rather than by economic and/or political utilitarianism, which invariably leads to unjust, populist and impoverishing solutions. So I reaffirm what I stated at the beginning of this address. Machiavelli is dead. Therefore, it is time to bury him. Moreover, given the deep link between morality and free markets, the latter make us better people. Thanks to dynamically efficient markets, we can simultaneously achieve economic progress, defend private property, maintain peace, attain social harmony, and strengthen the social virtues that are indispensable for a prosperous society. Finally, I would like to leave you with a reflection on this week's Torah portion. Parashat Bo describes the moment when Moses confronts Pharaoh, the symbol of the oppressive power of the state, to warn him that if he didn't free the Hebrew people, the final 3 plagues would fall upon Egypt. When Pharaoh refused, the plague of locusts came, which meant famine. Then came the plague of darkness, meaning the loss of clarity in decision-making. And finally, the plague of the death of the firstborn, which illustrates the fate of a society that denies liberty. The analogy with what is happening in the West today is crystal clear. For some time now, and for some strange reason, the West began to turn its back on the ideas of liberty. That is why in this same place in 2024, I stated that the West was in danger as a result of having embraced increasing doses of socialism in its most hypocritical form, which is wokeism. In turn, in 2025, I explained the mental parasites sown by the left in humanity. However, 2026 is the year in which I bring you good news. The world has begun to awaken. The best proof of this is what is happening in the Americas with the rebirth of the ideas of liberty. Therefore, the Americas will be the beacon of light that will once again illuminate the entire West, thereby repaying the civilizational debt with expressions of gratitude towards the foundations in Greek philosophy, Roman law, and Judeo-Christian values. We have a better future ahead, but that better future exists only if we return to the roots of the West, which means returning to the ideas of liberty. May God bless the West, may the forces of heaven be with us, and long live freedom, damn it. Thank you very much.
Y cumplí con el tiempo. ¿Por dónde está la carrera?
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist? I'm going to take you behind the scenes here for Election Night Live. They have gone up and up. Being a Sky News journalist. Ed Conway, Sky News, is anyone going to talk to us? Mortgage rates did go up very sharply during your time in office. Here it is. First off, just the scale of what we're looking at. Our data shows it's been happening. Question is, why it hasn't been stopped.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News presenter?
We've done the work and the reading, so you don't have to.
being a Sky News presenter.
Hello and welcome. Westminster, the heart of British politics.
I'm so sorry about what happened to you.
So what on earth is going on?
It's not true.
Can I tell you what I think? It's really unusual.
Mornings with Rich and Frost.
Let's crack on. Let's get started.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
Who's funnier?
Being a Sky News journalist.
A special edition of The World with me, Yalda Hakim.
Pakistan had the right to respond.
You're like, what?
Historic day here today.
Congratulations, this is a huge moment.
But what happens now?
Prince Harry became emotional in court today as he spoke about how the press had made his wife, Meghan's life an absolute misery. He told the court that the press had affected how they lived. He was giving evidence on day 3 of his claim against the publishers of the Daily Mail and Mail on Sunday. The publisher, Associated Newspapers Limited, denies any wrongdoing. Our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills, has more from the Royal Courts of Justice.
It was a fascinating moment to watch. Of course, since Prince Harry and Meghan left the royal family, we've heard a lot from him, especially about his views about the press and how he's been treated over the years. So the build-up to this moment was huge. And actually, what was interesting was how short amount of time he actually spent on the witness stand. You might remember that back in 2023, he took the Mirror Group newspapers to court. He spent over a day on the witness stand for that. Today, it was simply for 2.5 hours. And I think as a result of that, you could visibly see his frustration about some of the questions that he was being asked, but also some of the things that he wasn't being asked about. 14 different articles are in this case relating to Prince Harry between 2001 and 2013, and yet he was only asked about 2 of them. The first that he was asked about was related to his relationship with Chelsea Davy and a trip they had had, time that he spent in Africa. That was written in December 2004. I think the Associated Newspapers barrister was really trying to use that article as a way of suggesting that actually it was Prince Harry's friends who were leaking some of this information to the press. Another article that was talked about was one from December 2013 related to his other girlfriend, Cressida Bonus, talking about New Year's Eve. And that, I think, they were trying to use as an example, saying that actually the source was the Palace Press Office, because all along within this case, Prince Harry is accusing them of using unlawful means to try and gain information from him. The barrister was also going over with him an awful lot about how close he was to journalists who were within that royal rota. Harry denied any closeness in that relationship. They did also bring up the fact that he had a pseudonym on Facebook, allegedly, as Mr. Mischief, and that's how he communicated with one of those journalists. He denied all of that, and denying that closeness with journalists, he said, we were forced to work with them. We had to have some kind of relationship with them. Also talking about his own friends as well, he said, my social circles were not leaky. I want to make that absolutely clear, adding that if he ever became suspicious of somebody, I would have to cut contact with this person. Now, in his written statement, it also comes across loud and clear, this sense that for him, this isn't just a personal crusade. He wants to do this for the wider social good. And of course, this is something we've heard from him quite a lot over the years. But in that written statement, he says there is obviously a personal element to bringing this claim, motivated by truth, justice and accountability. But it's not just about me. He says if the most influential newspaper company can successfully evade justice, then in my opinion, the whole country is doomed. For me, I think what was so interesting to watch was that visible frustration and then clear upset from Prince Harry as well. We know that he is a man who likes to talk an awful lot about the injustices he feels that he has faced from the press. He, at times, was trying to guide the proceedings in his own direction, talking about how he felt that Associated Newspapers had stripped any of the colour out of any of the arguments. And the judge there having to say, look, your barrister will continue to make those arguments over the coming weeks. But also it was the end of his time in the witness stand that was particularly moving in many ways. His own barrister saying to him, how do you feel now about what Associated Newspapers did to you? And he said, in the course of this litigation, it has only got worse, not better. I think it is fundamentally wrong to put all of us through this again when all we were asking for was an apology and accountability. It is a horrible experience, and the worst of it is sitting up here and taking a stand against them, and they continue to come after me. He then went on to say, as his voice cracked and he appeared close to tears, they've made my wife's life a misery. Now, this court case is due to go on for the next 9 weeks. As the judge pointed out to Harry, it will be up to his barrister to continue to make his point in court. But I suspect for Harry and his team, there will be a sense of frustration this evening that he hasn't been allowed to speak more fully about some of those articles which form a key part of this case.
Rhiannon Mills there. Meanwhile, the Prince of Wales will visit Saudi Arabia next month in his first official visit to the country. Kensington Palace says Prince William's trip comes at the request of the UK government and aims to celebrate growing trade, energy and investment ties between the two nations. It'll be his first visit to the Middle East since his 2023 trip to Kuwait. Right, let's get a look at the weather now.
Dinner under the stars tonight?
That reminds me of our travel insurance.
You mean All Clear Skies?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News weather.
The next few days look mostly mild and unsettled, with impactful rain possible in eastern Scotland, but it'll turn colder over the weekend. Windy to end the afternoon, with showers or longer spells of rain, locally heavy. We can expect some tricky driving conditions with delays possible. Further outbreaks of rain overnight, most persistent in upslopes. I think that means hills, especially in eastern Scotland. It'll stay windy with a risk of severe coastal gales.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News weather.
Let's take you back to Davos. Donald Trump is meeting the Polish president there.
Mr. President, we have a lot to talk about, so I thought maybe the press might want to ask us a couple of questions after you say a few words. But we had a wonderful time, and I think we've made a lot of progress so far in Switzerland, in Davos. Made a speech. It's being reviewed quite nicely. And we have a fantastic relationship with Egypt, and the president will call and ask for things, and we always are able to work it out. But the relationship's been very strong right from the beginning, from years ago. So I want to thank you very much. Yes.
اسمح لي فخامة الرئيس ان انا في البداية بشكرك على اتاحة الفرصة ان انا لهذه المقابلة، وان انا اهنيك على عام كامل من الانجازات تحقق في فترة ولايتك الثانية.
Allow me, Mr. President, at the beginning to extend my thanks and appreciation for you for allowing this opportunity to happen and to have this meeting with you. I'd like also to congratulate you on a year full of achievements since you came back to office.
اسمح لي فخامة الرئيس ان انا اشكرك ايضا على كل ما حققت فيما يخص ملف من اصعب الملفات اللي مرت على المنطقة هو ملف.
Yeah, apologies, that isn't Karol Nawrocki at all, the Polish president. That is the president of Egypt, El-Sisi, talking to Donald Trump there. He's got a series of people that he's meeting one after the other on the sidelines of the Davos speech that he made just a short time ago this afternoon. Well, in that speech, he rode back over his threats to take over Greenland, promising the United States will not use force. Talking at the forum, he insisted that only his country can protect, develop and improve the Danish-owned island. He called for negotiations to begin immediately.
Would you like me to say a few words of Greenland? I was going to leave it out of the speech, but I think I would have been reviewed very negatively. I have tremendous respect for both the people of Greenland and the people of Denmark, tremendous respect. But every NATO ally has an obligation to be able to defend their own territory. And the fact is, no nation or group of nations is in any position to be able to secure Greenland other than the United States. We're a great power, much greater than people even understand. I think they found that out 2 weeks ago in Venezuela. It's the United States alone that can protect this giant mass of land, this giant piece of ice develop it and improve it and make it so that it's good for Europe and safe for Europe and good for us. And that's the reason I'm seeking immediate negotiations to once again discuss the acquisition of Greenland by the United States, just as we have acquired many other territories throughout our history, as many of the European nations have. They've acquired, there's nothing wrong with it. Many of them, some went in reverse, actually, if you look. Some had great, vast wealth, great, vast lands all over the world. They went in reverse. They're stuck back where they started. That happens too. But some grow. But this would not be a threat to NATO. This would greatly enhance the security of the entire alliance, the NATO alliance. The United States is treated very unfairly by NATO. I want to tell you that. And when you think about it, nobody can dispute it. We give so much and we get so little in return.
Well, confirming that he would not use force to take Greenland, Mr. Trump went on to say that if his Greenland plan was approved, he would be very appreciative. But if it was rejected, he would not forget.
We never asked for anything, and we never got anything. We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force where we would be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that. Okay, now everyone's saying, oh, good. That's probably the biggest statement I made, because people thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force. All the United States is asking for is a place called Greenland. All we want from Denmark for national and international security and to keep our very energetic and dangerous potential enemies at bay is this land on which we're going to build the greatest golden dome ever built. We're building a golden dome. They have a choice. You can say yes, and we will be very appreciative, or you can say no, and we will remember.
Well, our business and economics correspondent Paul Kelso caught up with Sweden's Deputy Prime Minister Ebba Busch in the middle of the press scrums in Davos and asked her what her message was for the US President.
My message to him is it's time to calm down.
Do you think he was disrespectful of Europe today?
I have a big heart. I have a lot of emotions, but I think it's interesting to having heard for so many years that female politicians are too emotional to be the utmost leaders. And let's just say there has been a lot of emotions on the male leaders on both sides of the pond for the last few years. I keep my cool. And, you know, I'm a mother of two. I don't get flustered easily. We're going to keep our cool in this and find a way to work together with our American friends where we're not going to be blackmailed into a position we're not prepared to own for a long time.
Well, I'm joined now by Domitilla Sagramoso, who's a senior lecturer in conflict and security at the Department of War Studies at King's College London. Good to talk to you today. How do you regard what has happened this afternoon? Do you think Greenland is breathing something of a sigh of relief this afternoon?
Yes, I think that the situation...
And I'm going to try bringing the two of you together, see if we can make a deal. I appreciate that. I think he understands me, right? I think he understands English better than we do. Okay? You know, a lot of these guys that don't understand, they understand it very well. But I think we'll be able to do something about the dam. The dam's a big problem, but we'll be able to do something. Most importantly, great leader, great guy, and we're there for each other. We've known each other right from before Hillary. It was before Hillary. We met during the campaign with Hillary, and we met at a hotel. She was supposed to meet with the president, and I was supposed to meet. I went first, and after he met me, he didn't want to meet her. And I said, I like that guy. But we've had from that moment on, that was before the election. Yes. We've always had a great relationship, and it continues stronger than ever. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Press. You have committed to being permanent members of the board of Peace.
Well, we're going to have a lot. We have a lot of great people that want to join. It's going to be the most prestigious board ever formed. The president is a member. We have the major countries, and some need parliamentary approval, but for the most part, Everybody wants to be on. I have a little bit of the opposite problem. People want to be on, and we didn't ask them. They want to get on, but we'll look at the country. So we're going to have. I think it's the greatest board ever formed, and we call it the Board of Peace. That's what it is. It's the Board of Peace, and it started on Gaza. And I appreciate what you said on Gaza, because it's true. If we weren't involved, there'd be no peace. It's peace. We have peace in the Middle East now, and you might have Hamas. We have a little flame here and there, but basically that'll be taken out. If they don't get rid of the guns, then they'll be, then they will be very unhappy people. You know, we'll have no choice. They will be eliminated. They made a deal to get out. You have Hezbollah in Lebanon. We have to do something there. You know, they're causing a lot of problems, but those are small. We actually have peace in the Middle East, and the president was very instrumental. He really helped us, one of the most. And we've had great help from a number of countries, but Egypt has been great. The president's been great. And we have peace in the Middle East. It's an amazing thing. Nobody thought we'd ever see that. Now, I would say if we didn't bomb the Iran nuclear plant, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 months. You would not have peace in the Middle East. You wouldn't be able to. Nobody would be able to do that. But that's what gave us peace in the Middle East. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Everyone, thank you.
What prompted you to take military off the table for Greenland?
Thank you. Thank you, press. Thank you.
We'll all see what happens. The military's not on the table. I don't think it'll be necessary. I really don't. Okay. I think people are going to use better judgment. They'll use their best judgment, and I don't think that will not be necessary.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you. Thank you, press.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, press. Let's go.
So my wife went to see the video.
Thank you. Thank you. Keep going.
Plug me.
So there's a very high risk. And I think the problem is that many individuals around Trump are not really telling him the risks. So we really must rely on maybe members of Congress or others in the United States to show the risks and the dangers. So I think that, we are facing a very challenging moment. I think yesterday there was a very interesting speech, as we all know, by the Prime Minister of Canada, showing how we need to react. By creating alternative arrangements on economics, potentially also on security. So, there is very much the perception that the old international system is really on life support. There might be efforts, of course, to mend this very important rupture, but I fear that, Trump or not Trump, many in America might buy into his arguments that, the United States is subsidizing everyone in the Western world, especially NATO, which is not entirely true, that the US is paying for many things it is not actually paying. So many might buy on this narrative that it's okay to acquire more territories. It's very, very dangerous when a country such as the United States starts utilizing this kind of narrative and it follows it up with particular actions.
Okay, Dr. Domitilla Sagramoso from King's College London, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just hearing some more from this conversation which is happening at the moment between President Trump and al-Sisi of Egypt, that the military is not on the table in Greenland, reiterating that. Trump saying that will not be necessary. Well, let's just bring you some very more briefly from our business and economics correspondent Paul Kelso in Davos. He found himself in the middle of another media scrum, this time with the US president himself.
Why are you disrespecting the UK and Europe? We have a great relationship with NATO, but NATO has to step up.
You're very disrespectful of Europe and the UK, sir. Why?
No, I'm not, but they have to change their ways or they're going to...
Mr. President, trade with your allies makes no sense.
Between immigration and energy, if they don't change, bad things will happen to us.
Are you a man
Between immigration and energy, if they don't change, then bad things will happen. That was Mr. Trump's assessment of the UK today. Well, you're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, as rivalry intensifies between two of the world's most outspoken businessmen. And they're not mincing their words. Find out what they're saying next.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist? I'm going to take you behind the scenes here for Election Night Live. They have gone up and up. Being a Sky News journalist. Ed Conway, Sky News, is anyone going to talk to us? Mortgage rates did go up very sharply during your time in office. Here it is. First off, just the scale of what we're looking at. Our data shows it's been happening. Question is, why it hasn't been stopped.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
Who's funnier?
Being a Sky News journalist. A special edition of The World with me, Yalda Hakim.
Pakistan has the right to respond.
You're like, what?
Historic day here today. Congratulations, this is a huge moment. But what happens now?
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
They call him the king of the jungle.
Being a Sky News journalist.
Yusra Al-Baghir has this report.
And this is what's left of it.
As a woman of colour, how did the Harris campaign speak to you?
People risk their lives to speak to us for this report.
Mr. Zuma, Sky News.
We're trying to see as much as we can.
The Ryanair chief executive Michael O'Leary has hit back at the richest man in the world. In recent days, he's been trading insults with Elon Musk after he ruled out adding Starlink internet to Ryanair planes. This also has seen them seize the opportunity for self-promotion, with the Ryanair boss launching what he's called a big idiot sale, which he says has led to a jump in sales. Our Ireland correspondent Stephen Murphy spoke to him earlier today.
This is something of a remarkable spat between two of the most high-profile businessmen, really, in the world today. In one corner, you've got Elon Musk, the entrepreneur, the close friend of the US president, and who also happens to be the wealthiest man in the world. And on the other, you have the group CEO of Europe's most successful, largest airline, Ryanair, of course. Now, how did this spat begin? Well, essentially, Elon Musk wants to put Starlink aboard Ryanair aircraft so the passengers will access Wi-Fi during those flights. It's already been adopted by BA and Lufthansa. Michael O'Leary, the CEO of Ryanair, however, said that was simply economically unviable on short-haul flights. Elon Musk took serious umbrage, and they've been trading insults ever since. Let's speak to the group CEO of Ryanair, a man who is, according to the wealthiest man in the world, an utter idiot and an insufferable chimp. How do you respond?
I think I probably agree with them. I have 4 teenage children, so they regularly call me an idiot and insufferable chimp. The good news, though, it has delivered dramatic increase in footfall coming to the Ryanair website over the last 5 days. We've seen a significant increase in bookings, and as a result, we've launched a big idiot's seat sale for the current 3 days, where people can buy Ryanair tickets for just 17 quid and travel during January, February, March or April. So it's all good stuff, and if it helps Ryanair bookings and help Ryanair sales, I'm all in favour of it.
Now, of course, while this may be entertaining to many people, I mean, should anyone really be taking this seriously? I mean, the share price hasn't really moved very much. Elon Musk keeps floating the idea that he may purchase your airline, which is valued in the billions. But, of course, there are EU regulations there that prohibits a non-EU citizen from doing so. Is this just free publicity for you guys, or should anyone actually be taking a mooted takeover of Ryanair as anything other than fantasy?
Well, no, I mean, I think it's good free publicity for X and also for Ryanair. Elon Musk is welcome to buy shares in Ryanair. He's very welcome to invest in Ryanair. I think it would be a very good investment for him. But as a non-European, he can't acquire control or ownership of Ryanair. EU rules mean that European airlines, like American airlines in the States, must be owned and controlled by Europeans. And in the States, they insist that their airlines must be owned and controlled by Americans as well. So it's good knockabout stuff. I think it'd be a great investment for Elon Musk, certainly a better investment than X has been for him. But, you know, and to encourage him, we're sending around to the Twitter offices in Dublin this morning a free flight for Mr. Musk. I think he should come and sample the Ryanair service, just 17 quid this summer.
We'll see how that goes. Now, you've accused him of not knowing anything about aerodynamics. Meanwhile, he's rescuing astronauts from the ISS and planning to put humanity on Mars. How do you square those things?
We were kind of surprised. You know, we've been in discussion with Wi-Fi providers, Starlink, Amazon, Vodafone for a number of months now. The challenge is the technology at the moment requires you to put 1 or 2 aerials on top of the aircraft. There is a significant fuel drag on that, and the total cost that would for Ryanair would be about between $150 $250 million a year. You know, if you can sell it, and we don't believe our customers on 1-hour flights will pay for Wi-Fi. If it's free, they'll certainly use it. But if you ask them to pay for it, they won't use it. And that's ultimately where the talks are broken down. Mr. Musk apparently took objection to me highlighting the fact that there's a fuel drag penalty. He claims there isn't. And I simply respond, well, you clearly don't know anything about aircraft aerodynamics if you think that's the case. He's wrong. And certainly when he says there'll be no fuel penalty, it's an idiotic and stupid statement.
Never man to mince his words. Right, let's get a look at the weather.
You're looking happy.
Well, the forecast looks good.
So you've sorted the travel insurance then?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News weather.
The next few days look mostly mild and unsettled, with impactful rain possible in eastern Scotland. That means a lot. But it'll turn colder over the weekend. Windy to end the afternoon with showers or longer spells of rain, locally heavy. We can expect some tricky driving conditions with delays possible. There will be further outbreaks of rain overnight, most persistent on hills, especially in eastern Scotland. It'll stay windy with a risk of severe coastal gales in the far northeast. Thursday morning looks rather cloudy with widespread showers or longer spells of rain, but Central Ireland will be mainly fine. Parts of Scotland can expect the heaviest, most persistent rain, with snow developing over the Highlands. It'll remain windy, especially in the north, with a risk of coastal gales. Temperatures around or slightly above the average for January.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News Weather.
You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up next on the News Hour with Jonathan Samuels. President Trump appears to row back over his threats to take over Greenland, promising the United States won't use force.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News presenter?
We've done the work and the reading, so you don't have to.
Being a Sky News presenter.
Hello and welcome. Westminster, the heart of British politics.
I'm so sorry about what happened to you.
So what on earth is going on?
It's not true.
Can I tell you what I think?
It's really unusual.
Mornings with Richard and Frost.
Let's crack on. Let's get started.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist? I'll take you behind the scenes here for Election Night Live. They have gone up and up. Being a Sky News journalist. Ed Conway, Sky News, is anyone going to talk to us? Mortgage rates did go up very sharply during your time in office. Here it is. First off, just the scale of what we're looking at. Our data shows it's been happening. Question is, why it hasn't been stopped.
It's 5 o'clock. I'm Jonathan Samuels. This is the News Hour. Our top story: he's not backing down, but he won't invade. President Trump tells world leaders at Davos he still has Greenland in his sights, but for now, he'll play nicely.
We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force, where we would be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that.
I will not yield. Britain will not yield. on our principles and values about the future of Greenland under threats of tariffs.
In the witness box, Prince Harry close to tears as he accuses the Daily Mail of making Meghan's life an absolute misery. And how an online spat between two billionaire businessmen has seen Ryanair's bookings soar. Hello there, a very good evening. European leaders can breathe a sigh of relief tonight that the prospect of war with the United States is off the table. Astonishingly, it has taken until today for Donald Trump to rule out the use of force to annex Greenland. But in the year since he took office, the US president's impact on international relations has been like an avalanche tumbling down a Swiss mountainside. World leaders gathered in Davos are doing their best to divert him and seem to have at least partially succeeded.
We never asked for anything, and we never got anything. We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force where we would be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that. Okay, now everyone's saying, oh, good. That's probably the biggest statement I made, because people thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force. All the United States is asking for is a place called Greenland. All we want from Denmark for national and international security and to keep our very energetic and dangerous potential enemies at bay is this land on which we're going to build the greatest golden dome ever built. We're building a golden dome. They have a choice. You can say yes, and we will be very appreciative, or you can say no, and we will remember.
Well, our correspondents are standing by with their analysis. Our business and economics correspondent Paul Kelso is in Davos, and our US correspondent Mark Stone in Washington. Our security and defence editor Deborah Haynes is in Kyiv, and our chief political correspondent John Craig in Westminster for us this evening. Let's head to Davos first. And Paul, you've managed to grab a word with Donald Trump.
Yes, managed to speak to him after his address. I've never seen crowds queue like it to get in to hear his address. An hour beforehand, people were queuing for one of the 1,300 seats to hear in person Donald Trump reset the agenda that has set the tone here in Davos. Yesterday, we had European and G7 leaders push back hard against his territorial claim on Greenland and the threat of tariffs, economic war to advance America's interests. There was relief, I think, to hear the threat of force taken off the table, but tariffs very clearly still on the table. A threat driven in part, it appears, by Donald Trump's distaste for European policy across the board. There was a word for Europe, but particularly for the UK and its energy policy. And after the speech, I was able to ask him where what sounds like a somewhat disrespectful tone about European allies comes from.
Why are you disrespecting the UK and Europe, sir?
Great relationship with NATO, but NATO has to step up.
You're very disrespectful of Europe and the UK, sir. Why?
No, I'm not, but they have to change their ways or they're gonna really have to...
A trade war with your allies makes no sense,
Between immigration and energy, if they don't change, bad things will happen to them.
Envision now.
Davos to Washington. Mark Stone is there. Mark, what do you make of the president's performance? The tone was interesting, wasn't it? Maybe a little more downbeat than usual?
Yeah, there was certainly a climb down on the threat of military force. Look, I think there's a spectrum of views about whether Donald Trump was actually serious about using the military to acquire Greenland. I think it's also the case that with Donald Trump, honestly, you never quite know. And we've seen what he's doing domestically, how he's bypassing Congress, all of the rest of it. I think you have to take him seriously. And I think certainly from my conversations with European diplomats, they were taking him seriously. So in that sense, what he has said today, removing the prospect of military force to somehow acquire the territory, that is good news. But don't assume that that means that this massive, unprecedented rift of the transatlantic relationship has gone away. It has not. I mean, the tone of everything that he said just demonstrates that, whether it be on Greenland, on geopolitics, or on economics, society. He thinks European society is utterly broken. The environment, I mean, he's upended the debate on climate change, hasn't he? And there was so much in his speech which was plainly wrong about the environment and about how China isn't using any renewables. China is the biggest user of renewables, and it is making it profitable. So completely wrong there. But on the core, on Greenland, yes, a climb down on the military force side of it, but the crisis has not gone away. The threat of tariffs, that remains.
Well, they'll be watching this more closely in Kyiv than just about anywhere. Let's speak to Deborah Haynes, who's there for us. Deborah, it's remarkable, isn't it? One NATO country threatening another, and nowhere will be watching more closely than Ukraine.
Yes, and Ukraine is feeling rather sidelined by all this furor, the allies attacking each other and Donald Trump at the centre of it. The plan had been for Volodymyr Zelensky to be meeting with Donald Trump in Davos to sign what's being called a prosperity package, an $800 billion package for future investment in Ukraine following any peace deal with Russia. There was also hope for the signing of a bilateral agreement between Washington and Kyiv, locking in those sought-after security guarantees from the US. Now, Volodymyr Zelensky said yesterday that he was delaying his plans to travel to Davos. There was a feeling that he wasn't sure that these documents were ready to be signed. But you heard Donald Trump today saying that he's expecting to meet with the Ukrainian president. His spokesman says the president's still here in Kyiv. Whether he's planning to travel quickly to Davos or maybe get on a Zoom call, that remains to be seen.
Well, Reform leader Nigel Farage has become the first senior British politician to question the consensus on support for Greenland. He said he agrees with Donald Trump that it would be better for the world if he got his way.
I have no doubt that the world would be a better, more secure place if a strong America was in Greenland because of the geopolitics of the High North, because of the retreating ice caps, and because of the continued expansionism of Russian icebreakers, of Chinese investment. So yes, would America owning Greenland be better for the world in terms of safety and stronger for NATO? It would. However, if you believe in Brexit, and if you believe in celebrating America's 250th birthday, if you believe in the nation state and not globalist structures, you believe in sovereignty. And if you believe in sovereignty, you believe in the principle of national self-determination. That's what you guys fought the British for. Your right of national self-determination. And you won. So I agree strategically with the arguments that he makes.
Let's get the thoughts of John Craig in Westminster. John, signs of consensus in UK politics breaking down, do you think?
Those remarks by Nigel Farage will probably infuriate the Prime Minister, who, at Prime Minister's questions today, was more tough in his opposition to President Trump than he has been up till now. He said, "I will not yield." He repeated it several times, and he slapped down Sir Ed Davey, the chief critic in Parliament of Donald Trump. He rejected also a call from one of his own backbenchers for tariffs in retaliation. But the Prime Minister was very, very tough in his rejection of the Prime Minister's threats on Greenland. Now, Mr Farage also, as you might expect, attacked the Chagos deal. He said he was delighted that Donald Trump and Scott Bessent had done everything they could to torpedo this terrible deal. And he said it was a moronic deal. He talked about Chinese spies. But those remarks we just heard from Mr Farage, in some ways, are slightly contradictory. It's the first part of those remarks that will annoy the British government and probably draw criticism from the Conservatives as well, where he says the world would be a better, more secure place if a strong America was in Greenland. And yet then he started talking about Brexit and also talked about self-determination. So controversial as ever. Last night, Mr Farage's MPs all voted, and his MPs voted against the government on Chagos. That battle is well underway. underway. The opponents of the Chagos deal feel emboldened by the strong opposition from America. And on Greenland, there was a consensus at Prime Minister's questions, and Mr. Farage, as you might expect, perhaps predictably, has damaged that, and he will no doubt be attacked by the government, certainly, and possibly by the Conservatives as well, for the tone that he's taken, contradicting the British government while abroad in Davos.
The View there in Westminster. Let's go back to Paul in Davos. Paul, you've been getting the European reaction to that speech.
Yeah, immediately after a speech of that length, probably not the best time to get the considered response. But what was clear, as Mark was saying a little earlier, is that this, while there was a climb down over the use of force, Gavin Newsom, the Californian Democrat governor who was here, said that he's taken away the only card he was never going to play. That was never going to happen. So that leaves this threat of tariffs, the threat of economic warfare, effectively, against close allies on whom the US has relied in the past and may well want to rely in future. And that leaves decisions and negotiations in the lap of the politicians who are still here, who will take the opportunity to perhaps try and negotiate with Mr. Trump in the sidelines of this meeting. He's here for another day. One of those, the Swedish Deputy Prime Minister, Ebba Busch, gave me her response after the speech.
My message to him is it's time to calm down.
Do you think he was disrespectful of Europe today?
I have a big heart. I have a lot of emotions, but I think it's interesting to having heard for so many years that female politicians are too emotional to be the utmost leaders. And let's just say there has been a lot of emotions on the male leaders on both sides of the pond for the last few years. I keep my cool. And, I'm a mother of two. I don't get flustered easily. We're going to keep our cool in this and find a way to work together with our American friends where we're not going to be blackmailed into a position we're not prepared to own for a long time.
And once more to Deborah Haynes in Kyiv. So, Deborah, where does all this leave NATO?
I mean, that's a really good question. Mark was sort of saying how everybody will be breathing a sigh of relief now that the threat of military force when it comes to Greenland has been taken off the table by Donald Trump. But the reality, though, is that there is really this implicit threat, this uncertainty about Donald Trump's overall commitment to the alliance. It's a repeating theme. Mark Rutte, the head of NATO, managed to keep the US president on side at a NATO summit in the summer. And Donald Trump used that word, daddy, the way that he said that his allies regarded him as daddy in that time. But the concern is that while maybe Donald Trump isn't going to be using military force to take Greenland, if he doesn't take Greenland, he said that he will remember that. And the implicit threat there might be that he will forget his allies in their hour of need, should that happen. So there will still be a huge amount of nervousness and a massive scrambling amongst European allies and Canada to increasingly try to be able to rebuild their own defences and reduce their over-reliance on the United States.
And let's go back to Mark Stone in Washington for the final word. Mark, sum this all up for us. Another remarkable day. Where are we right now?
Yeah. Well, I think Deborah's final point there, she nailed it. It is the fact that that implicit threat, we will remember, so said Donald Trump, if you do not give us Greenland. There has to be a way for Europe to give Donald Trump what he wants in Greenland without giving him sovereignty of Greenland. And actually, if they can achieve that, that will be a good thing for Europe as well, because there's no question that Greenland is, as the ice melts in the Arctic, strategically important and vulnerable to China and Russia in 5 years or a decade's time. So having American might in Greenland, military might in Greenland, is a good thing. And in that sense, what Nigel Farage said is right. Having American power in in Greenland is all important. But what the Greenlanders don't want, and what the Danish don't want, and what the EU doesn't want, the European countries, is America just to take ownership of Greenland. That can't happen. So somehow they have to find a way for Donald Trump to be seen to have got his way. But at the moment, that compromise, that middle ground is looking hard to find, because he is so insistent that the only way he'll be happy is if he actually owns it. What's the point of a treaty, he says? What's the point of leasing land? You've got to own it in order to be able to properly protect it. So that's the wedge they've got to push at, that Europe's got to push at. Find a compromise, find an off-ramp for Donald Trump, make him happy, but also they need to make themselves look like they haven't just rolled over. It's tricky.
It certainly is. And thank you to all our correspondents there. Paul Kelso in Davos, Mark in Washington, Deborah Haynes in Kyiv, and John Craig in Westminster. Thank you all. Now, back here, Prince Harry was close to tears today as he stood in the witness box at the Royal Courts of Justice and accused the Daily Mail of making his wife's life an absolute misery. The Duke of Sussex is one of 7 people, including Sir Elton John, suing Associated Newspapers Limited over allegations it misused their private information. Well, let's head to the Royal Courts of Justice and our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills. Rhiannon, this was his chance, wasn't it, to have his say, and there were some pretty terse and emotional exchanges in court.
Well, we have certainly heard a lot from Prince Harry since he left the royal family in terms of his views about the press. But you're right, this was finally his moment to take his place in the witness box and confront the publishers of the Daily Mail. This has been billed as a huge day for Prince Harry. And I think as soon as he started speaking, you could really feel the emotional enormity of it all, both in terms of frustration and, in the end, upset as he kind of closed his arguments, as it were. But I think what was most striking for us and probably Harry and his team was the fact that in the end, he was only in that witness box for 2.5 hours, which is hardly anything compared to the amount of time, a day and a bit, when he faced the Mirror Group newspaper. It was also interesting and I think probably frustrating for Harry and his team that actually the Associated Newspapers barrister in the end only alluded to 2 articles within this case. There are actually 14, a time span of between 2001 and 2013. But I think they used those 2 specific articles to try and land 2 main points. So the first article was related to one of his girlfriends, Chelsea Davy, time that he was spending in Africa. And I think the barrister there was trying to allude to him that actually it was his friends who'd given over that information. The other article was related to another of his girlfriends, Cressida Bonus, an article from December 2013. And that one, they were trying to suggest that actually the information within that article had come direct from the Palace press office. They also made an awful lot about the fact that had Harry actually been friends with some of the reporters who had written these articles, talking about, for example, a Facebook account that he had anonymously where he was called Mr. Mischief, and there's suggestions that he used that to communicate with one of those journalists. However, he denied any closeness, saying about journalists, we were forced to work with them. We had to have some kind of relationship with them. He also denied that his friends were leaking stories about him. He said, my social circles were not leaky. I want to make that absolutely clear. He added that if he became suspicious of someone, I would have to cut contact with that person. Now, we have heard this before, but within his written statement, he really wants to make it clear that this crusade, as it were, isn't just about him. In his written statement, he said there is obviously a personal element to bringing this claim, motivated by truth, justice and accountability. But it's not just about me. If the most influential newspaper company can successfully evade justice, then in my opinion, the whole country is doomed. Now, Prince Harry, of course, accuses Associated Newspapers of using unlawful means to try and gain stories about him. But he became increasingly frustrated, I think, where he felt that he wasn't able to communicate just how much damage it's had on him. He tried to talk about that, and the judge basically said to him, look, your barrister is going to allude to more of that in the coming weeks. But he said, I just want you to have an idea of what it's like living in this world. And in the end, he was particularly emotional when his own barrister was able to ask him some questions, saying to him, how do you feel now about what Associated did to you? And he said, in the course of this litigation, it has only got worse, not better. I think it's fundamentally wrong to put all of us through this again when all we're asking for is an apology and accountability. It is a horrible experience, and the worst of it is sitting up here and taking a stand against them as they continue to come after me. He ended by saying, they've made my wife's life a misery, and in that moment sounded and looked visibly upset. He really did look upset by that moment. Now, to end the day, and this is unusual, we did have a short quote from Prince Harry's spokesperson in which Prince Harry said, today we reminded the Mail Group who is on trial and why. I think from his side there is frustration that he didn't get to speak for longer in the witness stand. But of course, this trial is due to go on for at least 9 weeks, and associated newspapers deny any wrongdoing.
Rhiannon, thank you. Stay with us on the News Hour. Coming up after the break, the spat between Michael O'Leary and Elon Musk that's boosting Ryanair ticket sales.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
Who's funnier?
Being a Sky News journalist.
A special edition of The World with me, Yalda Hakim.
Pakistan has the right to respond.
You're like, what?
Historic day here today. Congratulations, this is a huge moment. But what happens now?
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
They call him the king of the jungle.
Being a Sky News journalist.
Yusra Al-Baghir has this report.
And this is what's left of it.
As a woman of colour, how did the Harris campaign speak to you?
People risk their lives to speak to us for this report.
Mr. Zuma, Sky News.
We're trying to see as much as we can.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist? I'm going to take you behind the scenes here for Election Night Live. They have gone up and up. Being a Sky News journalist. Ed Conway, Sky News, is anyone going to talk to us? Mortgage rates did go up very sharply during your time in office. Here it is. First off, just the scale of what we're looking at. Our data shows it's been happening. Question is, why it hasn't been stopped.
You're watching the News Hour. Now, Ryanair boss Michael O'Leary says his fallout with the world's richest man has been great for bookings as he continued to publicly trade blows with Elon Musk. It's all over the possibility of installing Musk's Starlink Wi-Fi on planes, which has descended into Elon Musk calling the airline boss a chimp. Stephen Murphy reports.
Just one in here, Michael, when you're ready. That's great. Lovely. Thank you.
An utter idiot, a.k.a. the boss of Europe's largest airline, spectacularly unbothered by Elon Musk's insults. Michael O'Leary, a consummate PR operator, claims sales have risen in the day since the world's richest man branded him an utter idiot. Insults flew after O'Leary rejected efforts to install Musk's Starlink Wi-Fi on Ryanair aircraft.
Is that kind of rhetoric really insulting to the chimpanzee community? And should anyone take this spat seriously at all?
I think that's a very unfair characterisation. I do think it's unfair on chimps. But, you know, it is very good for our bookings. And, you know, if we can prolong these kind of... We love these PR spats that drive bookings on Ryanair. I'm sure it does wonders for Elon Musk and his X or whatever subscribers he has on X as well to be fighting with somebody.
O'Leary says the Starlink hardware would result in drag and fuel costs, simply unaffordable. We've approached X for comment from its owner. Also unaffordable, any full-scale trade war between the US and the EU. Ryanair buys more US aircraft than anyone outside of America.
I believe the European Union should stand up to Mr. Trump, and if he wants to levy tariffs on Europe or European countries as a result of his demand for Greenland, the Europeans should levy reciprocal tariffs. I don't think you can accede to Mr. Trump demanding Greenland. I don't know how then he would respond if the Chinese demand Taiwan, or if Russia decides it's going to demand Poland or the Baltic states as well.
Elon Musk has floated buying Ryanair, much as he did before he went and bought Twitter, now X. However, EU regulations look likely to block such a move as the insults continue to fly as often as Ryanair's Starlink-less aircraft. That suits Michael O'Leary, who says Musk can insult him all day, every day, if it continues to boost sales. Stephen Murphy, Sky News in Dublin.
Discussing more on that a little later on in the programme. Right now, though, let's have a look at the weather.
I hope we haven't forgotten anything.
Travel insurance, I tick that box.
Yeah, but remember what you forgot last year.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News weather.
So the next few days look mostly mild and unsettled, with impactful rain possible in eastern Scotland, but it will turn colder over the weekend. It'll be rather windy this evening with showers or longer spells of rain, locally heavy. Expect some tricky driving conditions with delays possible. There'll be further outbreaks of rain overnight, most persistent for upslopes, especially in eastern Scotland. It'll stay windy with a risk of severe coastal gales in the far northeast. Tomorrow morning looks rather cloudy with widespread showers or longer spells of rain. The Central Island will be mainly fine.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News weather.
Stay with us on the News Hour. In a couple of minutes, an emotional Prince Harry gives evidence in court in his case against the publishers of the Daily Mail. More on that in a moment.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News presenter?
We've done the work and the reading, so you don't have to.
Being a Sky News presenter.
Hello and welcome. Westminster, the heart of British politics.
I'm so sorry about what happened to you.
So what on earth is going on?
It's not true.
Can I tell you what I think is really unusual? Mornings with Richard and Frost. Let's crack on. Let's get started.
Hello again. The US president landed in Davos and went straight to the forum to deliver his speech with no sign he's backing down on securing Greenland. But he did promise for the first time, in fact, that he won't use force to take it. Here's what California Governor Gavin Newsom had to say on his comments.
You saw him back off today. You think you saw him back off? You're going to continue to have to do, he removed the one card that we knew was never real in the first place. And I said it, go back to your tapes yesterday. I said it to every single one of you. It was never on the table of invasion. Give me a damn break. And so he's exactly where we were a week or two ago. But what seems different now is leadership seems to be a little bit more, I think, willing to say publicly what we all know they're saying privately. And I think that was meaningful and was reflected in today's deeply, significantly insignificant remarks.
The California Governor there, our defence and security analyst, Professor Michael Clark, is with me in the studio. Good to see you, Michael. Interesting that, isn't it? Gavin Newsom saying Donald Trump removed the one card that was never on the table in the first place.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, nobody really thought that the United States would take Greenland by force. I mean, what might happen is that non-US troops might be in Greenland and American troops might just walk past them and be embarrassed. And that's the way it would be. And then American troops, then nobody would serve them in the bars and nobody would sell anything to them. And there would be a sort of hostility among the Greenlanders. That's probably about as bad as it could be. But nobody ever thought that there was a possibility of the United States invading Greenland. But, I mean, this is still an existential crisis, for NATO in the sense that it's threatening the demise of NATO. Because if it is perceived that the United States gains Greenland through some process of coercion, whether it's diplomatic coercion or economic coercion through tariffs, then essentially, what's the point of the alliance if the major member can take the territory of another member? So I think this is deeply disturbing for NATO. This is the biggest internal crisis NATO has had since its foundation in 1949. Its external crisis is the Ukraine war. And that is doing great damage to NATO now because of the change in America's attitude with President Trump becoming president. It wasn't that way with Biden, but Trump has created a sort of cliff edge in what was in Biden's policy, a sort of a glide path down towards less American involvement. But in Trump's case, it's the complete failure of American involvement going forward. So this is an internal crisis, which is as bad as the external crisis that NATO is facing. So NATO is in deep, deep trouble as a military alliance.
Yeah, and you mentioned Ukraine there. There was a fear that Davos would be completely overshadowed by the Greenland issue and Ukraine wouldn't get a mention. But in fact, Donald Trump did mention Ukraine. And we've heard from Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff. Let's just have a listen to that.
We plan to discuss peace in Ukraine and Russia.
And how do you think it will go?
I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that all meetings will go well on that subject. We need a peace.
Is Mr. Kushner coming with you?
He is, of course.
Yeah, so Donald Trump said in his speech that a deal was close. He didn't go into a huge amount of detail. And he also said that he's preparing to meet with Zelensky. Is that correct? When's that going to happen? Do we know?
No. Well, we don't think so. He said twice in his speech, he said, I'm going to meet Zelensky later on. Well,
Zelensky wasn't even there.
Kyiv.
No.
And Zelensky said, he said a couple of days ago, I'll only be coming to Davos if there's something we can sign, because there were a lot of deals that were potentially part of the peace process. But Zelensky said, when there's something to sign, I'll come to Davos. We're pretty sure he's still in Kyiv, and I don't think he's going to rush to Davos now, and he won't be able to get there very quickly before Trump leaves. So I think Trump was just wrong about that. I think he'd been misinformed. But Witkoff is going to Moscow. He's going to see Putin, and we're going to the top of the circle again. We've been around this circle 3 times now. So once in April, once in August, Now, this circle has gone from November through to the end of January, and we're back where we started, which is that the Russians are not giving an inch. The Russians still demand absolutely everything. And when President Trump says we're near to peace, what he means is he thinks the Ukrainians are near to surrender. Now, the Ukrainians have leant over as far as they possibly can on a series of issues, and Zelensky, I'm sure, won't go any further. And indeed, what he's leant over on already, he might not get approval for from his own population, even though they're suffering the worst winter of the 4 winters that they've had during the war. So, we are closer now to a deal than ever before, but the gap is still unbridgeable. I mean, the gap may look smaller than it looked a year ago, but the gap that is still there is, in my view, completely unbridgeable. So this peace process will fail the way the previous 2 peace processes have failed. And the key question then is, who does Donald Trump blame for the failure? And my guess is the same as it was 6 months ago. I think he'll blame Zelensky and the Europeans for the failure, because in his view, he's gone over to the idea that the Kremlin peace process is actually a surrender process, but he sees it as peace.
Yeah.
If one side would give in, then the war would be over. Well, all wars can come to an end if one side gives in.
Yeah, and so it continues, 4th winter. Quite incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
Michael, thank you. Well, joining me now from Washington is Harry Broadman, who served as Chief of Staff of the President's Council of Economic Advisers during the George Bush administration. Be good to get your thoughts on all of this. Lots to discuss. Just give me your initial reaction, having listened to that speech by President Trump.
Well, I think he said something that he's been saying many times, which is, if the economic leadership by the U.S. for the globe is maintained, everybody else will be happy. That's obviously, a pretty myopic view about the world economy and our colleagues in other countries with whom we trade and who we rely on for our own prosperity. Obviously, overhanging this is the Greenland issue. Maybe he's taken a little bit of heat out of that balloon. But, as one who follows Trump quite closely and is from New York, you never say never.
In what sense? Never say never in what sense? I mean, he will have come across as someone who has now taken a little bit of heat out of the situation by saying we won't use force in Greenland. But realistically, did anyone ever think he really would? Gavin Newsom earlier on Sky News saying it was a playing card that was never even on the table.
I think that's absolutely right. But I think the issue is, this is a very valuable asset, not just for the U.S., but for the entire world. And what's missing here is a collective action approach towards Greenland. And Trump is the bully in the playground. And I think having people kowtow to him only just feeds that beast. And I think speaking to him somewhat rationally helps. But I'm not very hopeful, and the people who surround him, I don't want to tell him bad news, or even give him a way of moving forward that doesn't ruffle lots of feathers.
Yeah, although the rhetoric has ramped up somewhat, hasn't it, from the likes of Ursula von der Leyen, also President Macron as well, Donald Tusk in Poland. They all are putting their position very clearly now, even our own Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer. Do you think it could get to a situation where Europe can give something to Donald Trump, but Denmark can give something without ceding sovereignty? And if so, what could that possibly be?
I think in part it's an economic leaf that he would like to have a piece of. I don't know exactly what that is, but I think he would like to see Greenland, my guess is, as sort of a shared ownership model rather than an independent country. I'm not sure that that's viable. I'm not even sure that that's wise public policy. But I think he's taken a little bit of air out of the balloon, to some extent. But this guy, is the Energizer Bunny in the U.S. He just keeps going and going until the batteries run out. And it's really hard. I got to tell you, watching him up front and close, it's very hard to tell you what's next.
Do you think he has an end point in mind? I mean, we know that his liberal use of threatening or slapping on tariffs is legally fraught. He knows that, of course. What is the end game here?
I think the end game is he wants a pat on the back that he's doing a great job, trying to master the world economy by himself. That's what he believes. And I think, he's worried, I think most importantly about critical minerals and then of course national security issues. He's not really a big defense guy. He's not really, an expert on national security. It's economic issues that really matters to him. And, you can look at, what his family is doing and others are doing around him in terms of looking for global investments. And so I think the economic value of Greenland, particularly in the mineral side, is probably more important to Trump personally than actually what happens to the sovereignty of Greenland.
How's the issue going down in the United States? It doesn't seem to be resonating particularly with his base, but we know some in Congress, including Republicans, have been speaking out against this, saying it, quite simply, it's not normal foreign policy and something needs to change.
Well, not much with Donald Trump as normal policy generally. I think many of the people in the Congress who are speaking up, for Trump, I think are just intimidated by him. And I think you haven't seen a lot of pushback as I would have expected, because they also are intimidated by him, but they also can't get their act together on Capitol Hill. I worked in the Senate for many years. It's a very, challenging animal to tame. So they don't have a unified voice either. And so you've got one person who's got his own voice, and then, he's up against, a multitude of people who can't sort of organize themselves very well. And a bully thrives in that kind of environment, particularly in economic policy.
OK, we'll leave that there because, as you can see on your screen now, Donald Trump preparing to speak again in Davos. So we will join that live feed. But for now, Harry Broadman, who served as Chief of Staff of the President's Council of Economic Advisers during the George Bush administration. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Let's have a listen in as Donald Trump prepares to say a few words.
You added your voice, and a needed voice, to the conversation today and again this evening. And we look forward to hearing from you. Thank you very much. And he's a hell of a guy, but we have an audience. I recognize so many. I know so many. We have the king of soccer, the king of sports. We have Johnny, and I heard you. I just got a report on the sales of tickets. It's never a person. And so many people in the audience. And I have this beautiful speech, page after page. And I just said, I just made a speech, and they were all here. They heard it one way or the other. And I said, the last thing we want to do is waste our time and hear it again. But I do want to say the people in this room are amazing. Most of you were in the other room also. And the United States is doing really well, doing like nobody thought was actually possible, certainly not this soon. It's 1 year. It's exactly a year if you think about it. Time flies. It's 25%. That's a long time. But it went very, very fast. We've had tremendous luck. I think it's been reported by even people that aren't lovers of Donald Trump that it's been maybe the best first year for any president. I think in terms of what we've accomplished, it might very well be. But we've accomplished a lot, including ending 8 wars. I have 1 to go. I thought that was going to be one of the easiest ones, and it's turning out to be one of the tougher ones. But you heard me say before, 25,000, 30,000 people are dying a month. It's ridiculous. And I think we're getting close. Jared's here, and Steve Witkoff is here. A lot of people that are working on that are here, and they've done a good job. I think it could have gone into a world where if we weren't here, it was out of control. But I think we're going to get it resolved. And I'm doing it to save 30,000 people a month, if you can imagine. Your kid, take your son leaves home, waves to you, proud of him, you're so beautiful. And then 2 weeks later, you hear he had his head blown off fighting Ukraine or fighting Russia. It's both of them. The total are averaging 30,000, actually 30,000 young people, generally soldiers, a little bit in towns, but for the most part it's soldiers. Every single month they're dying. So I think we're going to do well there. But we have Scott Bessent, who everyone knows, and Howard Lutnick, and these guys are doing a fantastic job with what we're doing. They were both recommended by many of the people in this room. I said, "What do you think of Scott? Oh, he's fantastic. What do you think of Howard?" Very different types. I would say these are two exact opposites, and I like that. I like that. They are the exact opposite. You know, I never thought of it that way. I'm just saying that I'm looking at you two. You are in every way, but they're tremendously talented people and very successful people. And I like bringing successful people in because there's a reason for success. It's one of the reasons that we've had such success. You know, we took over a country with a border that was a disaster, where millions of people were coming in. Millions of people were coming in every single week. I mean, literally a week would have millions of people, and and they weren't vetted. A totally open border. You'd have people come in. You could look at them. I don't want to say why define that, because say, oh, he discriminates. So I don't discriminate. But you could look at some people and say they're criminals. And we took in tremendous numbers of murderers, drug dealers, mental institution, insane asylum people that were in insane asylum institutions for the mentally ill and dangerous, very dangerous. They dumped them into our country like we were dirt, and we're doing a great job.
So President Trump speaking at the World Economic Forum in Davos once again. He's addressing a group of business leaders. It's a business leaders reception following on from his speech earlier today when he said the use of the US military will not be necessary when it comes to Greenland. We'll carry on monitoring that speech for you. Right now, though, let's return to Prince Harry's day in court in his case against the publishers of the Daily Mail. He's one of 7 people, including Sir Elton John, suing Associated Newspapers Limited over allegations it misused their private information. The Duke of Sussex was the first witness to be called, and his evidence included some pretty tense exchanges. Let's review what he said and where he stands legally with a media law barrister, Christina Nicholas. Christina, thank you very much for joining us on the programme this evening. So a big day in court for Harry, but in the end, he wasn't in the witness box for very long, was he?
I think he was there for about 2 hours, I think.
So just remind us what this case is all about and why Prince Harry and the others are bringing it.
So this is about what's called unlawful information gathering, which is allegations that personal and private information about all of the claimants was obtained by Associated Newspapers illegally. And in a variety of ways, the claimants allege phone hacking, basically dialing into people's voicemails, phone tapping, and illegal activities like that. And the Mail say that all of their
company, yes, 92%. I said, you didn't have to be that specific. But I said, you're rich. Yes, I'm rich. But he just announced he's going to do $10 billion worth of plants. I mean, it's amazing what's going on. Look, it's amazing. We've never had anything like it or close. Nobody else has either. So I think in terms of your investments, you're in great shape. I don't even ask anybody how you're doing now. It's like everybody is making so much money. Oh, look who I see, Tim. Hi, Tim Cook. He's been good for 650. Think of it, $650 billion. Okay, can you imagine? That's what he's going to be investing. More than that. I think it's going to end up being more. He's great. You know, he's great. He's done some job. You have done really some job. And we have so many people in this room that have done a job. I don't know how many have done better than Tim, but some are right up there with you. You better get your ass moving, I'll tell you. But fantastic people. But I go around and I say, meet the biggest people, biggest business people. I say, congratulations. They say, on what? I said, you've doubled your net worth since I've been president, right? He said, yeah, even more than that. They would say even more. We're doing even better than that. And, you know, we've given you a platform where you can really put your genius to work. We have a lot of brilliant genius people in this room, and you can put that genius to work. And it's an honor to do it. In a way, I'm jealous. In a way, I'm upset. A couple of people in the room, I can't stand them, and they've become very rich. There's nothing I can do about it. I would screw them if I could, but I can't do it, right, Dina? I can't do it. I would, if I had a chance, or I could just take them and say, you can't do what Apple's doing. But you're not allowed to do that, Newt Gingrich, right? We can't do it. But I would love to do it, really. You know, it's one of those things. But everybody's making a lot of money, and everybody's investing money in the United States, and our jobs are through the roof. And I made a statement the other day, thank goodness for robots, because we're never going to have enough people to run all these places that are being built. And I think robots are actually going to be a very big business. I think it's going to be surprisingly big, but I think we're going to need it. We're going to need it. So we have a country that's becoming very safe. We had the best crime numbers that we've had ever in recorded history. Perhaps they were better 100 years ago, I'm not sure, but the recorded history is 67 years, and in 67 years they're the best numbers, and that's despite having a lot of people in the country that shouldn't be here, that we're getting out. But we've got tough law enforcement, smart law enforcement, and patriotic law enforcement. You know, they've been amazing. One example is Washington, D.C. You couldn't walk down the street in Washington. You get mugged, you get killed. They were losing 100 people. Think of it, 100 people a year. Then dead. You call up the parents, they come in from Iowa, they come in from Indiana to see the Washington Monument, and they end up being killed. It's not happening anymore. And I said in the other room, people are going to dinner, they're meeting their wives in the middle of the street, and they're walking across the street to have dinner. New restaurants are being built at records that nobody's ever seen. They were closing. We lost half of the restaurants in the last 4 years during the Biden administration. Now they're all opening again. I even went to have a dinner just to show, I guess, to make a point. I went to a restaurant in Washington. I walked right down the middle of the street. I wouldn't say that Secret Service was thrilled, but if I did it a year before, believe me, it wouldn't work. Here's my other friend, Hussein. How are you? Okay? Are you good? Boy, you got a lot of good people here. This is a very good place. But so it's amazing what's happened there. Memphis is amazing. When you go to Louisiana, what we've done there has been incredible. Always much more helpful if we could have a little participation. In the case of Louisiana, we have Jeff Landry, the governor, Republican governor. We have a couple of Democrat governors. We have a couple of Democrat mayors who very quietly are begging us for help. And we're making them all look very good. But I would do it. If I were a Democrat, if I were a mayor or a governor, I'd be saying, Mr. Trump, could you quietly come over here and would you do this, President, for me? Send about 1,000 troops in here. And we do it fast, and we get rid of the criminals, and it's amazing how effective. You know, I didn't campaign on this. I campaigned on law and order, but I didn't know it would be this type of law and order. But the cities, some of these cities, we've lost these cities. And we're bringing it back, and we're bringing it back quickly. Washington took us literally 6 weeks to make it safe and 8 weeks to make it really safe. And now it's really safe. And I don't know, you know, some people disagree, but I like seeing those big, strong soldiers. You know, we won in the Supreme Court a very important case, merit. Our country was built on merit, and then all of a sudden we got away from that. And people with A averages and high college boards and everything were not able to get into colleges, and people that had C averages and low college boards were getting in. And, you know, it's not fair, but our country is based on merit. The whole concept and the whole system only works on merit. It doesn't work on anything else. And our military works now on merit. And when you see the soldiers in the street in Washington or in Memphis or in New Orleans or in some of these places, including Chicago, you know, we have crime down in Chicago despite the fact that we have an idiot governor and a mayor that, I mean, very low IQ person. He's a low IQ person. And it's amazing. You have these wonderful, beautiful black women with Make America Great Again, MAGA caps on. They're all over Chicago. They want MAGA to come in. And we went in a pretty quiet way as opposed to the way we did it in Minnesota. You know, in Minnesota, we took out over 10,000 hardline criminals, people with big convictions that came in here that shouldn't be here, brought them back to countries. In some cases, we bring them to jails because if you bring them back to the country, they'll find a way, despite the strong borders, they'll find a way in. Because a lot of them are really evil, but they're not stupid. So we're doing a real job. The country's the hottest country anywhere in the world, the best place to invest. The great big beautiful bill is incredible. You get that 1 year deduction. You build something and you take the whole thing down. And I always said that's what made my first term so successful, because, I mean, people were buying things that, I have a friend bought an airplane, he never used it. He just bought it. He said, I deducted it. He's on the plane. I think he's got, Steve, you could buy it. He's got about 4 hours on the plane. It's been 3 years. I think it would be a great plane to buy, actually, because he'll never use it. But it really spurred people to do things and do projects that they really would have delayed or held. And the beautiful thing about the great big beautiful bill, the one that we just did, is over there you had a 2-year window to do it. Now we have a 10-year window, which I hate to tell you because people will take their time. So in one way, I didn't want that. I call that not good, but it is good ultimately. Think of it, it gives me a chance to use it if and when I ever get out of this position. There's a big question. It gives me a chance to use it. Otherwise, I'd be precluded. That would be terrible, right? But it's 10 years, but you're able to, you build something, you build a factory, you write the whole thing off 1 year. Nobody's ever thought that was possible. It was always 38, sometimes 40, sometimes 41 years. You know, you get a little here, a little there, nothing. You write it all up. So it's been really amazing. And you are the people that made it happen, really. Largely it's you and a group of others. Not a lot more. I mean, the people here, I guess because of Larry, the people that came to this event, it's really incredible. I wasn't sure how it was going to turn out. We had somebody, as you know, that ran it for many, many years, and I'm not sure what happened there, but I figured, well, that's all right. They had a hell of a run in Davos. Then I heard Larry was taking it over, more or less, and he called me. He said, would you do me a favor? Would you be there? And we've had some great business dealings together, and he's great. He's one of you. He's one of the greats, and it was an honor. We had a good speech. We got great reviews. I can't believe it. We got good reviews in that speech. Usually they say he's a horrible dictator type person. I'm a dictator, but sometimes you need a dictator. But they didn't say that in this case. And no, it's common sense. It's all based on common sense. It's not conservative or liberal or anything else. It's mostly, I'd say 95% common sense, and that's what we have. So I just want to thank everybody for being here. It's such an honor. And if we can ever help, you're going to let me know. And I have a pretty direct line. Marco Rubio's here, too. He's done a fantastic job as Secretary of State. He'll go down as maybe the best Secretary of State if he keeps going like he's going. That's a big question. I don't know that he will, but for the first year, he's headed to the top. And I just want to thank everybody very much for being here. Thank you very much. Take care of yourselves. Thank you.
Rule out the use of force to annex Greenland. But in the year since he took office, the US president's impact on international relations has been like an avalanche tumbling down a Swiss mountainside. World leaders gathered in Davos are doing their best to divert him and seem to have at least partially succeeded.
We never asked for anything, and we never got anything. We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force where we would be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that. Okay? Now everyone's saying, oh, good. That's probably the biggest statement I made, because people thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force. All the United States is asking for is a place called Greenland. All we want from Denmark for national and international security and to keep our very energetic and dangerous potential enemies at bay is this land on which we're going to build the greatest golden dome ever built. We're building a golden dome. They have a choice. You can say yes, and we will be very appreciative, or you can say no, and we will remember.
Well, our correspondents are standing by with their analysis. Our business and economics correspondent Paul Kelso is in Davos, and our US correspondent Mark Stone in Washington. Our security and defence editor Deborah Haynes is in Kyiv, and our chief political correspondent John Craig in Westminster for us this evening. Let's head to Davos first. And Paul, you've managed to grab a word with Donald Trump.
Yes, managed to speak to him after his address. I've never seen crowds queue like it to get in to hear his address. An hour beforehand, people were queuing for one of the 1,300 seats to hear in person Donald Trump reset the agenda that has set the tone here in Davos. Yesterday, we had European and G7 leaders push back hard against his territorial claim on Greenland and the threat of tariffs, economic war to advance America's interests. There was relief, I think, to hear the threat of force taken off the table, but tariffs very clearly still on the table. A threat driven in part, it appears, by Donald Trump's distaste for European policy. Across the board, there was a word for Europe, but particularly for the UK and its energy policy. And after the speech, I was able to ask him where what sounds like a somewhat disrespectful tone about European allies comes from. Are you disrespecting the UK and Europe, sir?
Great relationship with NATO, but NATO has to step up.
You're very disrespectful of Europe and the UK, sir. Why?
No, I'm not, but they have to change their ways, or they're gonna really have to.
Trade war with your allies makes no sense.
Between immigration and energy, if they don't change, bad things will happen to them.
Davos to Washington. Mark Stone is there. Mark, what do you make of the president's performance? The tone was interesting, wasn't it? Maybe a little more downbeat than usual?
Yeah, there was certainly a climb down on the threat of military force. Look, I think there's a spectrum of views about whether Donald Trump was actually serious about using the military to acquire Greenland. I think it's also the case that with Donald Trump, honestly, you never quite know. And we've seen what he's doing domestically, how he's bypassing Congress, all of the rest of it. I think you have to take him seriously. And I think certainly from my conversations with European diplomats, they were taking him seriously. So in that sense, what he has said today, removing the prospect of military force to somehow acquire the territory, that is good news. But don't assume that that means that this massive, unprecedented rift of the transatlantic relationship has gone away. It has not. I mean, the tone of everything that he said just demonstrates that, whether it be on Greenland, on geopolitics, or on economics, society. He thinks European society is utterly broken. The environment, I mean, he's upended the debate on climate change, hasn't he? And there was so much in his speech which was plainly wrong about the environment and about how China isn't using any renewables. China is the biggest user of renewables, and it is making it profitable. So completely wrong there. there. But on the core, on Greenland, yes, a climb down on the military force side of it, but the crisis has not gone away. The threat of tariffs, that remains.
Well, they'll be watching this more closely in Kyiv than just about anywhere. Let's speak to Deborah Haynes, who's there for us. Deborah, it's remarkable, isn't it? One NATO country threatening another, and nowhere will be watching more closely than Ukraine.
Yes, and Ukraine is feeling rather sidelined by all this furor, the allies attacking each other and Donald Trump at the centre of it. The hope, the plan had been for Volodymyr Zelensky to be meeting with Donald Trump in Davos to sign what's being called a prosperity package, an $800 billion package for future investment in Ukraine following any peace deal with Russia. There was also hope for the signing of a bilateral agreement between Washington and Kyiv, locking in those sought-after security guarantees from the US. Now, Volodymyr Zelensky said yesterday that he was delaying his plans to travel to Davos. There was a feeling that he wasn't sure that these documents were ready to be signed, but you heard Donald Trump today saying that he's expecting to meet with the Ukrainian president. His spokesman says the president's still here in Kyiv. Whether he's planning to travel quickly to Davos or maybe get on a Zoom call, that remains to be seen.
Well, Reform leader Nigel Farage has become the first senior British politician to question the consensus on support for Greenland. He said he agrees with Donald Trump that it would be better for the world if he got his way.
I have no doubt that the world would be a better, more secure place if a strong America was in Greenland because of the geopolitics of the high north, because of the retreating ice caps, and because of the continued expansionism of Russian icebreakers, of Chinese investment. So yes, would America owning Greenland be better for the world in terms of safety and stronger for NATO? It would. However, if you believe in Brexit, and if you believe in celebrating America's 250th birthday, if you believe in the nation state and not globalist structures, you believe in sovereignty. And if you believe in sovereignty, you believe in the principle of national self-determination. That's what you guys fought the British for, your right of national self-determination, and you won. So I agree strategically with the arguments that he makes.
Let's get the thoughts of John Craig in Westminster. John, signs of consensus in UK politics breaking down, do you think?
Those remarks by Nigel Farage will probably infuriate the Prime Minister, who, at Prime Minister's questions today, was more tough in his opposition to President Trump than he has been up till now. He said, "I will not yield." He repeated it several times, and he slapped down Sir Ed Davey, the chief critic in Parliament of Donald Trump. He rejected also a call from one of his own backbenchers for tariffs in retaliation, but the Prime Minister was very, very tough in his rejection of the Prime Minister's threats on Greenland. Now, Mr Farage also, as you might expect, attacked the Chagos deal. He said he was delighted that Donald Trump and Scott Bessent had done everything they could to torpedo this terrible deal, and he said it was a moronic deal. He talked about Chinese spies. But those remarks we just heard from Mr Farage in some ways are slightly contradictory. It's the first part of those remarks that will annoy the British government and probably draw criticism from the Conservatives as well, where he says the world would be a better, more secure place if a strong America was in Greenland. And yet then he started talking about Brexit and also talked about self-determination. So controversial as ever. Last night, Mr Farage's MPs all voted, and his MPs voted against the government on Chagos. That battle is well underway. The opponents of the Chagos deal feel emboldened by the strong opposition from America. On Greenland, there was a consensus at Prime Minister's questions, and Mr Farage, as you might expect, perhaps predictably, has damaged that, and he will no doubt be attacked by the government, certainly, and possibly by the Conservatives as well, for the tone that he's taken, contradicting the British government while abroad in Davos.
The View there in Westminster. Let's go back to Paul in Davos. Paul, you've been getting the European reaction to that speech.
Yeah, immediately after a speech of that length, probably not the best time to get the considered response. But what was clear, as Mark was saying a little earlier, is that this, while there was a climb down over the use of force, Gavin Newsom, the Californian Democrat governor who was here, said that he's taken away the only card he was never going to play. That was never going to happen. So that leaves this threat of tariffs, the threat of economic warfare, effectively, against close allies on whom the US has relied in the past and may well want to rely in future. And that leaves decisions and negotiations in the lap of the politicians who are still here, who will take the opportunity to perhaps try and negotiate with Mr. Trump in the sidelines of this meeting. He's here for another day. One of those, the Swedish Deputy Prime Minister, Ebba Busch, gave me her response after the speech.
My message to him is it's time to calm down.
Do you think he was disrespectful of Europe today?
I mean, I have a big heart. I have a lot of emotions, but I think it's interesting to having heard for so many years that female politicians are too emotional to be the utmost leaders. And let's just say there has been a lot of emotions on the male leaders on both sides of the pond for the last few years. I keep my cool. And, you know, I'm a mother of two. I don't get flustered easily. We're going to keep our cool in this and find a way to work together with our American friends where we're not going to be blackmailed into a position we're not prepared to own for a long time.
And once more to Deborah Haynes in Kyiv. So, Deborah, where does all this leave NATO?
I mean, that's a really good question. Mark was sort of saying how everybody will be breathing a sigh of relief now that the threat of military force when it comes to Greenland has been taken off the table by Donald Trump. But the reality, though, is that there is really this implicit threat, this uncertainty about Donald Trump's overall commitment to the alliance. It's a repeating theme. Mark Rutte, the head of NATO, managed to keep the US president on side at a NATO summit in the summer, and Donald Trump, used that word daddy, the way that he said that his allies regarded him as daddy in that time. But the concern is that while maybe using military force to take Greenland, if he doesn't take Greenland, he said that he will remember that, and the implicit threat there might be that he will forget his allies in their hour of need should that happen. So there will still be a huge amount of nervousness and a massive scrambling amongst European allies and Canada to increasingly try to be able to rebuild their own defences and reduce their over-reliance on the United States.
And let's go back to Mark Stone in Washington for the final word. Mark, sum this all up for us. Another remarkable day. Where are we right now?
Yeah. Well, I think Deborah's final point there, she nailed it. It is the fact that that implicit threat, we will remember, so said Donald Trump, if you do not give us Greenland. There has to be a way for Europe to give Donald Trump what he wants in Greenland without giving him sovereignty of Greenland. And actually, if they can achieve that, that will be a good thing for Europe as well, because there's no question that Greenland is, as the ice melts in the Arctic, strategically important and vulnerable to China and Russia in 5 years or a decade's time. So having American might in Greenland, military might in Greenland, is a good thing. And in that sense, what Nigel Farage said is right. Having American power in Greenland is all important. But what the Greenlanders don't want, and what the Danish don't want, and what the EU doesn't want, the European countries, is America just to take ownership of Greenland. That can't happen. So somehow they have to find a way for Donald Trump to be seen to have got his way. But at the moment, that compromise, that middle ground is looking hard to find, because he is so insistent that the only way he'll be happy is if he actually owns it. What's the point of a treaty, he says? What's the point of leasing land? You've got to own it in order to be able to properly protect it. So that's the wedge they've got to push at, that Europe's got to push at. Find a compromise, find an off-ramp for Donald Trump, make him happy, but also they need to make themselves look like they haven't just rolled over. It's tricky.
Much done there for us in Washington, and we just have had some government reaction, in fact, to Nigel Farage's comments on Greenland in Davos. A Labour Party spokesperson saying time and again Nigel Farage jets abroad to undermine Britain. He's incapable of acting in our national interest. As the Prime Minister has made clear, the future of Greenland belongs to the people of Greenland and the Kingdom of Denmark alone. Now, back here, Prince Harry was close to tears today as he stood in the witness box at the Royal Courts of Justice and accused the Daily Mail of making his wife's life an absolute misery. The Duke of Sussex is one of 7 people, including Sir Elton John, suing Associated Newspapers Limited over allegations it misused their private information. Our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills, is at the High Court.
This was finally his moment to take his place in the witness box and confront the publishers of the Daily Mail. This has been billed as a huge day for Prince Harry, and I think as soon as he started speaking, you could really feel the emotional enormity of it all, both in terms of frustration and, in the end, upset as he kind of closed his arguments, as it were. But I think what was most striking for us and probably Harry and his team was the fact that in the end he was only in that witness box for 2.5 hours, which is hardly anything compared to the amount of time, a day and a bit, when he faced the Mirror Group newspaper. It was also interesting and I think probably frustrating for Harry and his team that actually the Associated Newspapers barrister in the end only alluded to 2 articles within this case. There are actually 14, a time span of between 2001 and 2013. But I think they used those 2 specific articles to try and land 2 main points. So the first article was related to one of his girlfriends, Chelsea Davy, time that he was spending in Africa. And I think the barrister there was trying to allude to him that actually it was his friends who'd given over that information. The other article was related to another of his girlfriends, Cressida Bonus, an article from December 2013. And that one, they were trying to suggest that actually the information within that article had come direct from the Palace press office. They also made an awful lot about the fact that had Harry actually been friends with some of the reporters who had written these articles, talking about, for example, a Facebook account that he had anonymously where he was called Mr. Mischief, and there's suggestions that he used that to communicate with one of those journalists. However, he denied any closeness, saying about journalists, we were forced to work with them, we had to have some kind of relationship with them. He also denied that his friends were leaking stories about him. He said, my social circles were not leaky. I want to make that absolutely clear. He added that if he became suspicious of someone, I would have to cut contact with that person. Now, we have heard this before, but within his written statement, he really wants to make it clear that this crusade, as it were, isn't just about him. In his written statement, he said there is obviously a personal element to bringing this claim, motivated by truth, justice and accountability, but it's not just about me. If the most influential newspaper company can successfully evade justice, then in my opinion, the whole country is doomed. Now, Prince Harry, of course, accuses Associated Newspapers of using unlawful means to try and gain stories about him. But he became increasingly frustrated, I think, where he felt that he wasn't able to communicate just how much damage it's had on him. He tried to talk about that, and the judge basically said to him, look, your barrister is going to allude to more of that in the coming weeks. But he said, I just want you to have an idea of what it's like living in this world. And in the end, he was particularly emotional when his own barrister was able to ask him some questions, saying to him, how do you feel now about what Associated did to you? And he said, in the course of this litigation, it has only got worse, not better. I think it's fundamentally wrong to put all of us through this again when all we're asking for is an apology and accountability. It is a horrible experience, and the worst of it is sitting up here and taking a stand against them as they continue to come after me. He ended by saying, they've made my wife's life a misery, and in that moment sounded and looked visibly upset. He really did look upset by that moment. Now, to end the day, and this is unusual, we did have a short quote from Prince Harry's spokesperson in which Prince Harry said, today we reminded the Mail Group who is on trial. and why. I think from his side there is frustration that he didn't get to speak for longer in the witness stand. But of course, this trial is due to go on for at least 9 weeks, and associated newspapers deny any wrongdoing.
Still to come here on the News Hour, the spat between Michael O'Leary and Elon Musk that's boosting Ryanair ticket sales.
Many of them flew with me. They're not good, they won't fly back. They're very good. Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to be with you, and I thank the media for being here. We've taken long trips, and this was a long one, but it's been working very well. We're having tremendous meetings with heads of state, with people of very big consequence having to do with war and peace, which is why we're here. And I just want to thank the Secretary General for being with us. We have a few things to discuss. It was a meeting I actually look very forward to. He's doing a fantastic job. We've been friends. We lifted GDP from 2% to 5% together. That was done jointly, and it worked out really very well, and we appreciate it, Mark. So we'll be talking about various things. We'll be talking about Greenland. I imagine it may come up in our discussion. And but I think the trip has been amazing so far. It's been amazing. As you know, we're staying, and tomorrow we're doing something else having to do with the Board of Peace. We're getting tremendous acceptance of that. It's going to be great. So we'll see how that all works out, but we're doing that tomorrow. So thank you very much, media. Thank you very much. And Mark, would you like to say
just briefly, what I just wanted to say again, as I did this morning when I was on a panel, I want to thank you again for what you did since coming in January, Trump 47. Basically getting the Europeans and Canada to really step up, and that led to the enormous success we had in The Hague with the 5%, which is crucial to defend ourselves and to also equalize with what the US is paying. This was a problem already there since Eisenhower. I always tell the Europeans, you are completely committed to NATO, but there is also that one irritant, and it is this factor, that the Europeans were not paying the same as the US was paying. And we solved it, and this is crucial also because we need the money to protect ourselves. There's one thing I heard you say yesterday and today. You were not absolutely sure that the Europeans would come to the rescue of the US if you will be attacked. Let me tell you, they will. And they did in Afghanistan, as you know, for every American who paid the ultimate, for every 2 Americans who paid the ultimate price, there was 1 soldier from another NATO country who did not come back to his family. From the Netherlands, from Denmark, particularly from other countries. So you can be assured, absolutely, if ever the US will be under attack, your allies will be with you. Absolutely, there's an absolute guarantee. I really want to tell you this because it is important. It pains me if you think it is not. And under your leadership, this alliance is stronger than ever.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great compliment. Any questions?
Mr. President, the Danish foreign minister rejected your call to negotiate on Greenland. What will...
I didn't call him.
No, sorry. The Danish foreign minister rejected what you said in your speech, that you were hoping to negotiate to acquire Greenland, essentially saying that this is not something that they are willing to discuss. So what will those negotiations look like?
Well, they didn't tell me that, so when they tell me, because I don't like getting it secondhand. If he wants to tell me, he'll tell me that to my face.
And when will you be discussing this?
I have no idea.
When you said
I'll be discussing it with this man right here.
Mr. President,
he's frankly more important.
Mr. President, when you said you would remember if Denmark did not agree to a deal on Greenland, what did you mean? What are the consequences?
You'll have to figure that out for yourself. You're a smart guy.
Mr. President, do you see a price for Greenland that's reasonable?
I could see that, yeah. I could see that.
How would you calculate
I could see that, but there's a bigger price, and that's the price of safety and security and national security and international security, having to do with many of your countries. Mm-hmm. That's really the price, and that's the big price. And as you know, we're doing the Golden Dome. It's going to be very expensive, and it's better if we have Greenland than it is without. It's going to be safer. It's going to be stronger. It's going to be better for Europe, and it's going to be better for us.
And so we'll see what happens. Any other question?
Is it reassuring to hear the NATO Secretary General say NATO will defend the United States if it comes under attack?
Well, I hope that that's true. I mean, he's a good man. He's never lied to me before. You know, we've had a good relationship, and he made that statement. That's nice. I mean, I just, you know, when I see what's happening with Greenland, I wonder, because I want Greenland for security. I don't want it for anything else. We have so much rare earth. We don't know what to do with it. We don't need it for anything else. And in terms of Greenland, you know, you have to go 25 feet down through ice to get it. It's not something that a lot of people are going to do or want to do. No, this is security we're talking about. And I can say one thing about Mark. He wants security, and he wants security for all of us. I think it's, you know, we're a member of NATO. He wants security for NATO and beyond. So when he says that, Steve, I think it's, you know, it's very nice. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Thank you.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Let's go. Start moving. Thank you, press.
Thank you.
Thank you, press. Let's go.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Keep going. Thank you, press.
Continuing now, of course, without the cameras. Stay with us on the News Hour. Coming up, plenty more as Donald Trump calls for immediate negotiations on the future of Greenland, but does soothe some nerves in his speech in Davos. We'll speak to Bronwyn Maddox of Chatham House in a couple.